This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there, live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it's finally here, WrestleMania Sunday. We're just a couple of hours away from the kickoff tonight, 2 of the mega event. Cool day for me as little Marty is attending his first WrestleMania live and in person under the most unusual of circumstances at Raymond James Stadium, with just about 25,000 plus in attendance. Whether you're joining us on and off throughout the day and night or have no interest in WrestleMania this year, we're here for the long haul with our 4th extensive Wrestling Insiders Marathon of the week. Earlier today, JTG of Crime Time was with us taping episodes of Wrestling Insiders along with the Cyber Autograph signings to get you guys pumped up for WrestleMania. Now, as the day continues, we're going to bring you another Wrestling Insiders Special Edition Marathon to showcase our great programs, our great guests, the superstars, the memories, and the legends that make up Boston Wrestling MWF. We've presented these supersized marathons and live episodes all week long to get new fans involved in what we do and raise funds to keep the programs going into the spring and summer. Between appearance fees, airfare, hotel, printing, studio expenses, etc., it's not cheap to produce the studio versions of Wrestling Insiders. Just ask Tony Atlas. As we continue to note, don't forget to tip the bartender. The Super Chat button is open under the Premier Chat on YouTube. It's that little gray $ symbol, or you can use PayPal at bw@bostonwrestling.com. There are a variety of small ways you can help the cause, including giving the marathon video a thumbs up, subscribing to our YouTube channel for free. If you click the little notification bell, you'll get updates on all of our new programming, and please share the link across social media, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites. Let's get new eyeballs on our shows so we can grow them to the point where we can have original Wrestling Insider in-studio shoot interviews 7 nights per week and keep wrestling legends working. This week is going to be a bit of a mix yet again. We had a special edition marathon earlier in the week, and we're going to bring you another one as WrestleMania goes wild in Tampa. Don't forget, for the live episodes tomorrow, we're going to have one more 2 p.m. special live episode and Cyber Autograph signing with WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe. You can pre-order your autograph photos now at bostonwrestling.com. Jerry will personalize them to you on the air, give you a shout-out. It's going to be a lot of fun. As far as the rest of the week goes, we should be having a somewhat regular night tomorrow night before Raw with Oscar of Men on a Mission. On Tuesday, though, we're going to bring you yet another near 12-hour marathon with Mr. Tuesday himself, the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Whether you're new to the show or want to relive some fun episodes, this is the perfect way to do it. Wednesday is going to be a bit of a wild card. I'll just be getting back to Boston after our wild week at Wrestle House in Tampa. Not 100% sure if we're going to have Wrestling Insider Special Edition ready, but I do know for a fact we will be back in business, back to normal Thursday and Friday with brand new episodes of Wrestling Insiders with Marty Jannetty and John Cena Senior, respectively, at 10 p.m. In this marathon, we bring you a wide variety of superstars, their stories, their opinions. We kick it off with a guy who just taped new content with us in Tampa this week, a young veteran who has seen it all in his career that I believe began his time in wrestling the same age I did, just 13 years old. I'm talking about the winner of the WWE Cruiserweight Classic, TJ Perkins. I personally love this interview. Hope you will too.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another all-new Wrestling Insiders. I'm Dan Marty, TJP. TJ, we've been trying to make this happen for a long time, my friend. I'm very happy to have you here with us.
It was quite a battle trying to get it done. What was it, like a 7-year gap, I think?
At least 2013. I remember way back then.
Yeah, and we initially touched base when, 2005?
I think it was April of 2005 at the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion. I was with my buddy, now known as the Viking Raider Ivar, out at the Cauliflower Alley Club trying to get some people's attention at the great seminars that Les Thatcher and Holly Race would put on. And you, without those stunning good looks, you donned the hood and competed against a fellow, I believe, New Japan Dojo student in Yoshida.
Yeah, we tricked him into thinking State Line was Las Vegas that week. I remember, it was really funny.
Now, you know what would be really fun if I could dig, as I taped the match, we should dig the match up and play it as we are talking.
You know, I wish there was footage of our daytime rolling session that we did just for Harley and Les during the day. Yeah, we were just wrestling, you know.
Oh, I thought you meant something else.
No.
Okay. I took that the wrong way.
No, God, no. Yeah, we sat in on the camp as guests from New Japan, and Harley and Les, I don't know if they're just getting fed up with the guys in the ring or something like that.
They were. I remember.
Yeah, they asked us to get in the ring and just do our thing, and man, we beat the crap out of each other, and I think that's why they wanted to repeat it for the show that night. So.
Yeah, I tell you, that was it the Riviera that year? I think it was the Riviera.
Oh gosh, it was. No, I think it was the Plaza, maybe.
Where Back to the Future, the scene was shot. Right, you know what? You're right. It was down in Old Vegas because you used to have to take the
Palace or whatever.
You had to take the bus to get back and forth to the main street. So you got a better memory than I do. Well, again, this is something we've been working on for a while, if you couldn't tell. And then when you were, I think, doing Suicide in TNA, we had talked back and forth around then too, because I believe my buddy Billy Anderson, didn't he do a little training with him at one point when you were really young?
Yeah, the first gym I ever went to was Bill and Jesse Hernandez, and then they split up and each had their own gym, and I trained at both of them. And Bill spent a lot of time in Bill's ring. He was one of my initial primary mentors, I guess.
You know, I hate to say it, I haven't read his book yet. But I'd like to read his book because he's a phenomenal guy.
Fascinating story.
I've only got to know through the Cauliflower Alley Club, which is another reason why, if you're unfamiliar with it, you should check out caulifloweralleyclub.org to find out about this great nonprofit organization that helps out the athletes of yesteryear in the King of Sports Professional Wrestling, but just a non-stop encyclopedia of wrestling experiences and stories, not just around here, but you're talking about around the globe.
Yeah, it's a fascinating story. I mean, just the amount of generations that he's been a part of, and Jesse too, and you know, obviously with them as partners, and then there's so many guys that they've had a part in their career, or just, you know, a story to share or something like that. So
great guy. Hopefully I'll see Bill out there in April of 2020, but we'll see how that goes. I got to talk to you. 2020. It's an interesting time in the landscape that is professional wrestling right now. You're living it. You're not just talking about it. You're living it. I mean, look at WWE, so many brands right now. You have AEW getting a foothold on national cable television. Impact is really, from a quality point of view, starting to make a rebound from some tough times they went through. You have Major League Wrestling with a platform, NWA with a platform. I mean, there's a lot of wrestling options right now. Ring of Honor, how did I forget about them? What do you think? I mean, you're out on the road every weekend. How do you feel about where we stand right now? In a really, I think, an interesting time. Where it goes from here, I don't know, but
gosh, I mean, it's kind of unprecedented. If you could draw a comparison, it'd be like
the territory days back in the 80s.
It almost reminds me of going back to the late stages of the territories when there was still a handful of tentpole places that felt like big, you know, territory names before they all kind of got, you know, shuttled under one umbrella or just folded, you know. And it's like that again, but taking that and giving them all a mainstream platform as opposed to just regional, you know. And it's I mean, it's unprecedented. And the last time we had something even close to this was, you know, like the Monday night years, as they say, with you know, WCW and WWF. I still call it WWF.
We were talking about that a few minutes ago. Yep. And, I'm still a WWF guy.
And ECW, you know, like right behind them, you know, and it's been a while since just then, and now there's twice as many options as that.
For everybody to go and earn a full-time living, which no matter if you love a certain promotion, if you hate a certain promotion, or if you're somewhere in the middle, the best thing for this industry is to have as many places where you can earn a full-time living as possible, because that means the industry is healthy.
Yeah. A lot of teams to play for now.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this, maybe you agree, maybe you disagree, but what fascinates me is that it seems like so many of these groups right now are surviving off of the benefit of the television platforms they have. You look around attendance-wise, other than maybe AEW where it's a new promotion, but nobody's really knocking them dead at the box office right now, which makes it even more interesting to me that they're having so much success with whether it be a digital platform or a television platform.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like we reached an era where it's not dominated by one specific, personality.
Right.
I feel like for those of us that have like, I know I look young, but I'm a sprightly 35-year-old and a historian beyond that, I guess, for our industry. But like every generation, you take a 5 to 10 year period, and it's kind of anchored by a personality. There's promotions that are there and doing what they do and whatever, but it's always anchored by a personality, whether it's San Martino, Hogan, and so on and so forth through the generations, Austin and Brett, and Brock, Angle, whoever. And now we've kind of reached a time where in order to be personality driven, they sort of like re-up retro acts from the past. Now it's kind of like just wrestling in general, the platform of professional wrestling is what is drawing people, because everybody has their favorite thing, and it's not dominated by any one person.
And it's been a long time since it has been.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go back to the peak of Cena, but, and I don't want to offend my good friend John Cena Sr., but it certainly wasn't the same as some of the other talents that you'd mentioned in that long list.
I mean, God, I really feel like he's like the last
of the Mohicans.
Yeah, man. John's like the last guy. After that, I mean, I feel like Roman is kind of like the next closest thing. He's got all the tools and the traits, and he's kind of like right there. But man, after Rock and John, I mean, they just
big drop off.
Yeah, it's the entire culture of that has changed. The engine is different now. It's like going from gas to electric. I mean, it's just totally different.
And before we even get to where we are now in 2020 with things, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. There was some really, 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 not just a year or two, but several years of tough times, starting at the top, all the way down to the bottom on the independents. More than anything, I think if anyone's really rebounded, it's been the independents. I don't know if it's because maybe NXT made it cool again around 2015 when it went on the network, and like, whoa, these are all these underground type wrestlers. It's cool to go to these shows instead of laughing at them. But I think the independents, maybe as far as on a percentage base, as far as what's being done, quality groups at least, I mean, there's been a real enhancement as far as how many people are showing up to support the groups. And that, again, that's great for the local independent talents trying to get to the television programs we just mentioned.
Yeah, I feel like, NXT kind of retroactively invented the indies.
There you go. Okay, I like that.
They kind of retconned the origin of it, I guess.
That's a great phrase. I might have to steal that. I like that.
I mean, that's reality, though. I mean, they provided a platform to, I don't want to say genre, because I think wrestling is wrestling. I don't really agree that there's different necessarily styles. I feel like everybody's doing the same thing, and it's just decorated a little bit differently. But the entity that is independent wrestling, they sort of just gave a mainstream platform for, so they people that weren't exposed to it now look to them as the origin of what they're now learning. But like you had said, it went in waves. There was the indie boom of like 2004 around then, and then
we had a bump there.
Yeah, there was a peak there and a valley after, and I feel like maybe 2010-ish, like there's a new generation of guys that were starting to come up, and then it kind of had another boom similar to that one. But really, NXT kind of cracked through a different wall and exposed it to a greater part of the world, which, as far as if you're going to retcon anything or retroactively rewrite history, I think that's a positive way to do it, because in the end, it exposes it to more people.
We'll take the help any way we can get.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, it's been a while. I mean, you've had so many full-time contracts over the past 10 years or so.
Yeah.
So you have been around the independents. It's been a while for you. Do you get that type of vibe now that you're on the road a lot of the weekends doing indies along with New Japan and Impact and everything else?
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's like I have to learn how to be a wrestler all over again.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, when the last time I was really like on the indies and like free from a contract for an extended period of time, it was 2009 or 10.
10 years,
you know,
okay.
and I around that time I went to Lucha Libre USA, the MTV show. I did a couple seasons there, and then right from there went to Ring of Honor. Was under contract for a couple years there. Then TNA, Impact Wrestling for 3-4 years. Then I had about a summer to myself where I really just kind of went back to Mexico, and then I wasn't going to stay in WWE when I did the tournament. Regal kind of talked me into it. But, you know, I ended up there for 3 more years. And before I knew it, 2010 became 2019.
Yeah.
And the indies were not like that before. Like in 2009, 10, it wasn't how it is now. I mean, just the nature of social media and things like that. Guys are a different type of entrepreneur now that they weren't at that time.
Definitely.
I mean, I remember when I started back in 98, it was different for people just to have merchandise. Like,
right, yeah. No one
having
ever had
a
their own
T-shirt.
merchandise.
Yeah, like having a T-shirt. That's for WWF, WCW guys. You didn't see that. There was no merch
You had
table
some
usually.
ex-WWF guys, as we call them, doing Polaroids and 8x10s for $5 a pop.
Yeah.
That was pretty much your merchandise. Maybe a little, program for $2, but that was about it.
Yeah, there wasn't much, and shows weren't really being. Not every promotion would tape their shows. If they did, it wasn't on DVD yet because that was kind of a new medium. You know?
In '98, I don't even think there were DVDs, right?
Yeah, no, it was brand new, and there's just a lot of things about the game that has changed, like technologically speaking. Now it's like guys have their own brand lines and all kinds of stuff like that, and it's incredible like how much that changes the game, and the way that technology now with like social medias and YouTube and digital streaming services that changes distribution. So now there's different types of levels of exposure for guys, which lends itself to more major companies now popping up, like an MLW or Impact having like alternate routes while they reassess their distribution deal over the course of a few years. Like there's so many avenues for guys now, and like I have to learn it just like everybody else.
And it's still growing and it's still expanding. It's still new, I mean, this boom as far as the technology and the platforms to present the products on, it's still kind of a new thing when you look at it. I mean, what was the internet 20 years ago, other than maybe, that little dial-up with that lousy noise and waiting to hear you got mail once you finally connected to AOL or something like that.
Yeah.
But I always wonder, what would a promotion of like ECW or Smoky Mountain or those niche groups that it felt like at some point were almost so close to being able to survive, but it didn't happen, whether it was the look they had compared to WCW and WWF back in the 90s, or just the fan base wasn't big enough. If they were ever able to reach literally every eyeball that had a computer in their home, what could that have meant for them? And I think that would have been really interesting to see if we were able to go back in the old wrestling time machine.
There are some places that it became the building blocks of what's popular now, like, for example, Torimon to Dragon Gate, something like that, like in Japan. And now through, the medium of what the internet is now, people are now going back in time and seeing that. And there's this whole retroactive fandom for that because of what they're fans of now. And it's like, man, like there are some places, like you had mentioned, that they're so close, like on a timeline, speaking of their timeline, they're so close to having that medium, but they just miss it. And like an ECW or a Smoky Mountain. I even think, like, what about like Memphis back in the day?
Yeah.
Like the amount of personalities and the type of engine that they had, those shows and stuff. Like, what if they had like an infrastructure that was built around social media and people having all kinds of access to it? Like, how much bigger it could have been. So places like that, I mean, it could be amazing.
Look at the television ratings that small little tiny promotion in the middle of Tennessee was putting out every week. Now, would that have translated nationally? I don't know. I don't know if the Memphis style in Boston would have been a big to-do. But I certainly think there was a lot of room for growth outside of Tennessee.
Yes.
Especially down throughout the South. In the South, believe it or not, to some people that don't think life exists east of the Mississippi, the South is a big place.
Very big, very big. Yeah, but I mean, like the type of personalities that they had come through there. I mean, like some of, like Randy Savage, there's different guys like that are I feel like translatable to any demographic, obviously, because a lot of these guys went on to become worldwide stars. And it's like if they had a different level of exposure, man, like the translation could have been awesome.
If you even want to go further back, just again talking the 80s, imagine if it was an even playing field back, you know, when WWF tried to make their big coup and buy everybody out or put them out of business. Imagine if it was just based upon the quality, how that battle might have gone, you know?
Yeah.
If it was more than just who has the slickest looking TV, who has the, you know, the biggest guys on the show. I mean, for a while in Boston, funny enough, short period of time, but enough to make a point. World Class was actually doing a better TV rating than WWF, right in its own backyard. So to me, that says there was certainly room for all of these different promotions to get a lot of love outside of their own individual territory.
Yeah, definitely. Really makes you wonder what the difference it would make just to have that little bit of change in distribution, because it makes a world of difference now.
To me, it would have even been more frustrating if I was in charge of a company that was right on the cusp of it and just missed it. You know, someone that was around, you know, geez, we were doing really good, but, you know, YouTube didn't come around until 2 or 3 years after the fact. I think that would be even more disappointing than talking about something in the 80s and 90s, you know what I mean? They didn't have a chance at this.
I never sat down and asked them, but I bet Paul Heyman's kicking himself. Like, man,
could you imagine imagine what ECW would have been if there was YouTube?
Like, man, if I would have squeezed just a couple more years out of it just to catch that, like, you know, because some of that stuff is still viral to this day.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
But it became viral, you know,
after the fact.
After it died, you know.
Or even some of those crazy, I used to get a kick out of watching them back in the 90s, the FMW type groups, when they were running the fire matches and those crazy types of things you couldn't imagine were actually real. Then you see it for the first time, and then you see it a second time, it's like, you see it a third time, and it's like,
well, I mean,
once you've seen it, you've seen it.
Some guys, though, like, their personality, like, they get lumped in with the content, and people don't realize, like, how great of a personality they were. And that if more people were exposed to it, like how that could have translated outside of that genre, like take like Onita or something like that. I mean, there are guys that, like, you look at, it's like, man, these guys are like badass as characters. Like, you look at them and it's like, man, the narrative behind this guy is awesome. I could really get behind this. But at the time, you weren't thinking of it because you're like, oh, he's just with these guys, you know?
Yep.
And it's like, that place does a lot of talking. This place breaks a lot of light tubes. This place just does hammerlocks the whole time. But, you know, within those pockets, there's guys that really could have translated, like, outside of their own pool. But, you know, they just kind of missed the boat if nobody's seen it.
I hear you on that, 110%. So speaking of rewinding, we'll go back to your journey into wrestling. Unlike you, I didn't get in the ring and actually work, but I was 13 when I got involved with Boston Bad Boy Tony Rumble's promotion here in Boston. You actually started training in a professional wrestling ring.
Yeah.
Barely a teenager. What got you interested in wrestling as a kid, and what made you try and actually get to that point where you were training to actually do it?
Well, let's see. I mean, like anybody, I grew up on wrestling. My earliest memories of, like, being, God, almost a baby, like 2-3 years old, was watching Saturday Night's Main Event with my dad.
Oh, you were watching in those, the NBC shows?
Yeah, I remember the old...
to me, not to interrupt, but that was the greatest wrestling. It wasn't a weekly show, but that was the greatest wrestling show. I wish someone could try and say, instead of a 2-hour, 3-hour, or a 1-hour show, let's do 90 minutes. Memphis did for a while, but for the national audience, I think that's the only 90-minute wrestling show there's ever been on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's
perfect.
It's a weird.
Perfect.
I feel like people look at it like a weird block, but it's a nice amount of time.
Yeah.
But yeah, like my earliest memories of wrestling on TV is like that old show opening with the WWF logo flying over the water and like coming up the steel gradient logo that they used to have, you know. So around that time, you know, was what came up on as a baby, and then you know, I grew up kind of, I know it's weird, I always thought I would be a wrestler. I don't know how to describe, other than simply saying it kind of chose me. I don't really know how to explain it.
You always wanted it.
I just not even that I wanted it, I always assumed that's what I will be later. I assumed everybody would be. I thought everybody loved wrestling.
You thought everybody was going to become a professional wrestler at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I knew damn well that there were firemen and doctors in the world, but I mean, in my head, I thought everybody looked at wrestling the same way that I did. And it wasn't, I never thought as a kid, I got to find a way to get there. I always thought, someday I'll be doing this. Like, it was just a flat out 100% like assumption that that's what that's where I'll end up. And I don't know why, it just was that way. And then, I don't know, when I was about 11, 12 years old, and you do projects in school, and you're starting to get a little older now, so you do career, like, preparation projects and stuff like that. And I would always choose wrestling, and I would always, obviously, predictably, get the worst responses from teachers and stuff, like, this is not realistic, and, you know, yada, yada, yada. So I thought, you know, I feel like 9 out of 10 kids then change course. Okay, I got to think about something else. But I just looked at that as, well, I got to think of how to make it realistic. So what would be the realistic steps? So, you know, I started writing to wrestling schools and things like that. I was about 13. I thought, because again, like without the internet, there's no roadmap for it. So I just remember thinking, okay, Flair, all these guys were amateur wrestlers before, so I must just have to do amateur wrestling, and the answer will come to me through that. So I remember summer before my first year of high school, I went into the office of my new school and asked them about the amateur program. They had gotten rid of it. They didn't have an amateur wrestling program anymore. And so I thought, okay, well, my plan was to do this and try to pro wrestle after, I don't know, college or something like that. So I figured I got to start now. So I wrote all those letters to places I'd read in like PWI magazine, you know, All Pro Wrestling in San Francisco, or I think Dean Malenko had one in Tampa. There's some in Ohio, different places.
Sometimes you get the best leads on things like that out of the B magazine. Pro Wrestling Illustrated, the after ones, you know, the classifieds, they were there. But if you'd get like Main Event or one of those, you know, the bootleg magazines, all the black and white ones, sometimes you'd have some very interesting classified listings for wrestling things. That's how I found my buddy. I don't know if you ever read it, but him and Paul Bear and Dennis Brent, this is probably too old for you, but I was in the 8th grade. It was probably a year or so before I started with Tony Rumble. They put a book together about what does it take to get into wrestling, and they had a list of probably 30 wrestling schools around the country. And to me, it was, oh my, look at all this. And again, there was no internet back in probably talking 92, so it was like a Bible at one point. Until little did I know, this TV studio a year later would help guide me to Tony Rumble's world, and the rest for me is history. But yeah, you used to have to really dig through those magazines sometimes to get a morsel of information.
I'd be collecting exactly what you said, those like little black and white like ads and things that were like half a page or just the corner of something, you know, and so yeah, I wrote to all of them. I remember writing to Shawn Michaels' school, which hadn't opened yet, just it was advertising their first class. But being 13 and all that, like, you know, most of these places, especially at that time, that was kind of unheard of. You didn't just let anybody train at that time. You had to be 18, sometimes 21. It was really I still feel like the business is this way. It's really for post-college age people, because it's an experience game. You have to be able to understand the world, really, and yourself. So, you know, there was no feasible way to go to any of these places. But luckily, just being in Los Angeles, there's a lot of lucha libre culture, and you know, just like with boxing, with you know, Mexican wrestling, if you can walk and you're old enough to get in the ring, then they'll let you do it, and you can sink or swim. They'll just throw you into the fire, and thankfully I survived. But that was really how I got my start. You know, Bill and Jess, they had a lucha libre style of gym, the way that they would take on students, and so you know, they let me come in at an early age, and there was a lot of places like that locally. And so once I got in one gym, I went to every gym I could find. I would just ask people, where's there another place? Where's there another place? And just I blinked, and now I'm here with you.
That's, you know, not that I have done anywhere near what you've done, but there's a lot of similarities in the story. What did your parents think?
Well, they didn't really keep tabs on me, you know.
They didn't keep tabs that you were training at a professional wrestling school at 13. They kind of went under the radar.
No, yeah, my parents, they worked for the airlines.
Oh, okay.
So, you know,
that says it all.
they worked for TWA, and then later my dad got out of the business. My mom moved on to American when they had the buyout, but they were always gone for weeks at a time. So,
wow, okay.
You know, my sister and I, we kind of learned to fend for ourselves at an early age. I could do laundry when I was like 10 years old and fix foods and things like that for myself. So they never really gave us curfews growing up, and we never got in any trouble. So when I started doing, this, and they never really kept tabs on stuff like that. They just, I would ditch school on Friday mornings and catch a ride with somebody to a show that night, maybe in LA or something like that, and then ask around the locker room who's on the show in, Vegas or San Francisco Saturday night. I would ride with them there. Okay, who's going to Phoenix Sunday? No, oh, you? Okay, I'm jumping in with you. And then I need to get back to LA Monday morning and go to school, so who's got to go back to LA? Okay, I'll ride with you. And then I would just show up back to school, and they never asked where I was. I just did what I did.
I always found it strange that so many in the business trying to break in that don't have their driver's license, but to those of us that weren't legally able to have one, it really posed a real challenge trying to get to some of these places, especially if it wasn't, 2 or 3 cities away from you, sometimes 2 or 3 states away from you.
Yeah, no Ubers.
No Ubers, no.
No MapQuest.
No MapQuest. I remember I thought it was so cool when, I don't even know if MapQuest was the original name of it, but when you were able to get directions off the internet for the first time and print it on a sheet of paper. I remember back, my senior year of high school was when the internet really started to become a class at school. We'd have these shows coming up with Tony. I'm like, oh my God. It tells you, line by line, it tells you which way to turn.
Yeah.
It tells you how many miles. This is the greatest thing. And I would have literally, every stop we'd have, I'd print the sheets so I had them ready to know how to get from my house the quickest way to the different buildings. And I mean, look at it now. All you have to do is
really
press a couple buttons and someone even talks to you and tells you how to do it.
Took the Thomas Guide out of our hands.
Right, yeah.
I remember writing stuff down on napkins, and you make a mistake, and most guys didn't have cell phones at that time in '98 still, so you would use a payphone or pull over and ask somebody at the gas station. That's the way it was.
I was the first kid in my school that had a cell phone. It was one of those big brick bad boys, and it was $30 a month for 20 minutes. But just in case of an emergency or something like that, you know what I mean? Because when, like I say, you go in state to state sometimes, as people nowadays know, it's even for safety sometimes to be able to communicate with people is a good thing. But you couldn't text on it. It had a very little tiny one-line LED display, and it had a big plastic antenna that came out, the little gimmick that came down by the lip, and it probably weighed 2 pounds, but that was the device.
Yeah, a slight step up from the pager.
Exactly, exactly. Oh, this is like a walk down memory lane. You should be interviewing me. So what did the guys at the school think? Kid walks in, were you 8th, 9th grade?
Let's see. That would have been 9th grade.
9th grade?
Yeah.
Did they have any hesitation about letting a freshman in high school train at the school in the ring? Were they worried about liabilities? This was probably a little bit before the world became as Sue happy as it is nowadays. But
quite a bit. Quite a bit before then. No, it was still the Wild West at that time. So, yeah, if you got in the ring, you're a grown man like everybody else, whether you liked it or not. So I took my fair share of ass beatings every night.
Were there any other students at the school anywhere near your age range? Or?
No, not many. I mean, there were some that maybe were like 18, 19, maybe 17, but nobody that was like
really
13, 14.
Oh, that's a big gap.
No, yeah.
Wow. And you felt
most of the people were late 20s. I mean, they were grown men in their prime. So yeah.
Were you comfortable?
I mean, as comfortable as anybody would be. I don't know. I fell into it really naturally. I never had to be told twice to do anything or how to do anything. I was pretty good at it, kind of right away. I took a lot of crap kickings, but otherwise, it was pretty easy for me. I think because I was able to perform and do what needs to be done, that they cut me a lot of slack that they wouldn't have otherwise cut other people. So that kind of saved me.
At what point did you say to yourself, you know what? This is the magic. This is what I know you said when you were a kid, you always felt like it was just something you were going to do.
Yeah.
At what point did you feel like this is it? I mean, this is something I'm really becoming good, great, and now exceptional at in 2020?
God, I don't know if I ever reached that, I think that might be the reason for my longevity is just because I still feel like the kid that came into the gym on that first day.
Really?
In
That's
many
great.
ways, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, people ask me what my favorite match ever was of mine, and I always say the next one, because I mean it all goes by so fast, and I don't really I don't think of, you know, myself historically in that way, like my own timeline, like checkpoints that I've reached is just, I still feel like first day, you know. I'm still looking forward to Fridays, you know, all week long. I just think, man, I just gotta get to Friday night.
It's a little easy to get to the shows now, though.
A little bit
easy to get around from city to city. Now, this is great. Wrestling fans, you've learned a little bit about this tremendous professional athlete, what it took to break into the business at such a young age. I'm enjoying the conversation a great deal. Just want to take a quick time out. When we come back, we're going to learn more about his more well-known escapades in the King of Sports. We'll be back after this brief time out. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back, Wrestling Insiders. I'm Dan Marty. Tony Atlas is, I guess, best said on assignment this episode, and we have a great conversation with Mr. TJP. Do you get that a lot? Do they throw the Mr. in before the three letters?
Give him the old Mr. is my father's name, you know.
Oh, there you go. All right, so he's Mr. P then. All right,
Yeah,
we'll give him the
actually,
respect he deserves.
It is my father's name. Teddy, I got this here on my hand because it's I'm a junior, so it's my dad's name as well. So he's also TJP, but I'd rather him be the Mr.
You know, relatively new to your body are all these tattoos. What got you to the point where you wanted to ink up?
Well, you know, it's funny. We mentioned me being, you know, trapped in the mainstream machine for 10 years. And that's really what the deal was. When I got early 20s, I'd already knew what I wanted to do then. But, you know, you get in and, you know, some places want to make action figures and have reference shots and things like that. And then they ask you to hold off. And then pretty soon that job leads to a new job. And then they're the same way. And they got shirts and figures and things they want to do, and then the next place, and then the next place. So pretty soon, you know, before I knew it, at 23 became 33, and yeah, I finally just knocked on the door of the office, said, "Guys, I'm a grown man. I got to be able to handle my own life." And they said, "Sure, just you know, let us know what you want to do." And so I told them and started getting it all done.
At one point in WWE, the tattoos were really hated. So that's one thing I've seen kind of evolve
They might
throughout
still
the
be,
industry nowadays.
And they might still be, but for me, it was always fine. You know, I wasn't going to get like the F word on my eyeball or something like that, but yeah, so.
I like the Welcome to Vegas one. I noticed that in the picture when we were building up to the show.
Yeah. This arm is all landmarks of my life and career, and things like that. You know, I have you know, LA right here, the Philippines. I have Vegas and Kansas City on my arm. I have something for Canada, Japan, and Mexico. I have the Santa Monica Pier. I have the freeway sign from the town I grew up in Southern California right here. And then on my chest, the script is actually writing from Antonio Inoki. It was written on the wall in the dojo. You know, when I was recruited by New Japan, I was 17, and that was really like I'd already been traveling and wrestling for maybe 3-4 years at that time, but that was like really like my first big break into like, you know, the road. And coincidentally enough, the name of the writing is titled The Road. And it's really just about, you know, taking your first step and not being afraid, not even knowing your destination, because, you know, pretty soon your path will forge itself, and you know, you're going to have this life story. And that's really what it's about. It's not having any fear and just moving forward and letting that path take shape. And that's really what all of this is all about. And everything on this arm is all inspirations for my life. You know, obviously I have my dad here, and you know, different stuff. I have, you this one is for my wife, and I have different things. I have like bands and movies and different stuff like that. I wish I had gotten a chance to catch Vicky, because I have, Eddie Guerrero's Fire from his tights right here.
Really?
Yeah, I have Eddie and Sean, Tiger Mask. That's really like the guys that had the biggest influence on me creatively and like that sort of thing. And
Remember to show that to her tomorrow, because she's very interested in having a chance to talk with you. I was kind of, not that I'm an expert on your story by any stretch of the imagination, but she's much more old school than you might ever think, based upon her history and life history. And I was talking a little bit about you, and I said, I think you'd really enjoy having a conversation with them. And she said, I think so too. So especially having that right on your arm, I bet she'd enjoy it even more. I was a little disappointed, though, where you are, Mr. Las Vegas now. We had this beautiful mural across the room from us painted, and you didn't even notice it. But, we wanted you to feel like you were at home.
Yeah,
People at home have no idea what we're talking about. We'll have to take a picture, but that's got to be...
There's a giant mural for people that can't see it, but right here where my hands are pointing is a giant mural of the Strip in Las Vegas.
It's got to be about 20 feet, right?
Yeah. The thing is, I'm always going to be an LA boy at heart. So, when I see Vegas, it's like seeing the New York skyline. Like I recognize it as a landmark. I don't recognize it as a landmark that I actually live in. At least not yet. Maybe I need to be there for 10 more years or something before it kind of hits me.
What made you want to move there?
I just, I owned a home in Southern California, and coming out of the recession, flipping that home is actually what really kind of got my family back on its feet.
Really?
Prior,
Okay.
when I was homeless, getting back to California and God very much blessed me with being able to get some of my wrestling jobs back, and that permitted me to get a home, and then flipping that is really what kind of saved us a lot. And I just needed to pick a new place to live, and told my better half she can pick.
So it was her pick, really?
Yeah, she's
All right.
got a best friend out there. So
were you hesitant at all about Vegas or no?
no, I just needed as long as I have an airport. LA is always going to be home for me. Family's all still there. I'm still in LA half the time in my life. It's almost like it's not really my home in Vegas, but
It's not that far away.
And yeah, that's the thing, is it's literally the next closest big city. It's only a couple hours away.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was an easy choice.
Do you enjoy living there?
Yeah, I like it. Speed of life is nice. It's quiet and slow when you want it to be, but obviously it's a big city in a compact form if you want it to be exciting. So yeah, it's a nice mix of both things.
Were you happy you didn't leave the West Coast when you gave her that option to pick?
Yeah, I'm glad. I don't like humid weather,
Yeah.
It's weird though, for being a California boy, I don't really like the sun that much. I like gloomy weather. I just like it, but I like it dry.
Okay.
So as long as it's not humid, I'm fine with it being hot. I can't stand humidity. So
I was kind of blown away when during the commercial break you mentioned that you had snow out in Vegas
yeah,
last
we had
year.
a little
I didn't
bit.
remember seeing that on the
Last
news.
couple years, yeah.
When I was with your buddy Rich Swan a few years back for, I think it was New Year's week in 13, I couldn't believe how cold it got at night.
Yeah.
But I never had seen the snow out in Vegas, and that's other than when I take the kids on our Orlando trips. Vegas is my favorite destination, and that was odd to hear.
Yeah, the people don't realize how cold the desert gets.
Yeah.
Like that wide open plain and the valley. In some cases, the temperature really drops in the wintertime. I mean, it's not like it's like 18 degrees or something like that, like it would be in like Chicago consistently, but 30 degrees kind of.
You need a winter coat.
It shocks you
Yeah.
when you're on the West Coast. It kind of shocks people's system a little bit. Yeah.
Now, I know you're a big hoops fan. Do you think
Very
now
much.
that professional sports have kind of taken over the city, do you think eventually beyond the summer league they have at MGM, do you think there'll ever be an NBA team in Vegas?
They should just move the Suns there. Phoenix is such a bad sports town. I hate saying it, but it is. Like, they always struggle with their teams. I feel like the Cardinals kind of do okay. Man, like, the hockey team and the basketball team, they could find me places. Or the Kings. I think the Sacramento Kings need to get out of Sacramento.
Yeah, you know what? That's another one that's not too far away.
Yeah.
Is Raider fever hit the city yet?
A bit, yeah. But Raider fever is kind of already there because, I mean, like I said, we're so close to California, and you know we're only a few hours from LA, and it's really close to the Bay Area too. It's kind of like a weird triangular in between, and so we have a lot of Bay Area fans there too. So you know, there's a lot of Laker fans, there's a lot of Raider fans there. So there's kind of a seamless transition for the Raiders, I think, for to go into there because a lot of their people are there.
When I was out for the CAC this past year, I drove by in an Uber, I think, and looked like the stadium was coming along. I saw a video within the past week, I think, on maybe YouTube or Facebook or something like that, and it looks really nice.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. They have this window, this automated window where the actual wall of the stadium opens up, and it's a direct view of the Strip. So
really,
you know, it's right across the freeway, so you can see the Strip right through the window. So they can open it and close it. You know, I figured you just leave it open the whole time, but yeah. So the night games are gonna have some incredible like camera shots and different things.
Oh, the TV networks will love it.
And the atmosphere inside the stadium is gonna be awesome.
Oh, that sounds. Now I want to go. Is it 2020 or 2021?
Next season, Raiders.
2020. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they just shut down Oakland. That pathetic baseball park they play.
That was a rough send-off for the Raiders there. Yeah.
Well, you know, about as sincere as a mother-in-law's kiss. There were a lot of people that were hurt by that one.
They wonder why they're moving.
No kidding, right? No kidding. All right, well, we do tend to shy away from wrestling sometimes when different topics pop up. But, again, you mentioned teenager, New Japan Dojo. That's not like a cut and rank professional wrestling school where it's almost like signing up for Little League Baseball. You pay a couple $100 and you're guaranteed to play a couple of innings. What led such a young man at that point to be able to even make his way into the New Japan Dojo? And we'll take a long dramatic pause for that water sip. I'll cover the dead silence there right now. I'll keep talking. You can have another gulp if you want.
No, it's fine. I really it was just kind of serendipity, so to speak, I guess. At the time, when I was about, 15, 16 years old, I was in UPW. That's where John Cena got his start.
Okay, yep.
And for those that are younger wrestling fans, before NXT, there was a series of developmental places that were basically what NXT is now, but they were just in different places. And originally, one of the very first ones was, UPW in Los Angeles. And I was lucky enough to get in and be there. I was training in the facility, and I would do the local shows. So it'd kind of be like having a 15-year-old kid on NXT on USA and then in the PC. But obviously, I wasn't really in line for contract being just a kid, but I was good enough to it was like being on scholarship, you know. And shortly after, a few years later, shortly after UPW and the WWF at the time cut ties, UPW being business-minded wanted to, sister up with another wrestling, tentpole, so they chose 01. And 01 at the time was a brand new company from Japan, and it was kind of created from offshoots of New Japan roster, and the Inoki family was sort of a business go-between, and they had wanted to open up an extension of New Japan, which was still Antonio Inoki's company at the time, and they basically just kind of recruited guys to be the first class, like X-Men first class, I guess. They just looked for guys that had the traits that kind of resembled really what their system was all about. And myself, Rocky Romero, Ricky Reyes, we were the first guys. And then a little bit later, Brian Danielson, or Daniel Bryan, as people know him, joined us. And we were the first group of the new generation of Gaijin wrestlers. So,
did you realize then what an honor it was? Were you smart enough for the business at that point? Yeah.
When I was getting into wrestling, I was a fan of, WWF, WCW growing up. Some of the later NWA stuff before was really like WCW. But what I really, really liked when it came time to do it was New Japan. Like, I didn't grow up wanting a WrestleMania moment. I grew up wanting to be in the Super J Cup. I grew up wanting to be in a New Japan Junior. To me, and to this day, that's still, I think that's like the greatest thing you can be in wrestling. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think that that's something everybody should or would think, but for me, that's it. Like, being there, doing that, to me, that's playing for the Lakers. So getting to do that right out of high school, I mean, that was like, it felt like I was like Kobe Bryant. Like man, I just got drafted to the team I grew up watching, wanted to be part of, and here I am doing it. Like 18 English class to the Tokyo Dome, like that, you know. And so it hit me like a ton of bricks, but yeah, I knew exactly, you know, what it meant to be there, and still what it is, you know, for anybody who can be there, because it's one of the very few, I think, systems left that still has a certain, I don't want to say prestige, but, you know, like a prestige to it. There's a certain discipline and prestige with it, and it's sort of timeless. I feel like CMLL is kind of the same way too. But yeah, I knew at the time the gravity of it. I was very much blessed with good timing on that.
So you were already so familiar with it. At what point in your life did you start to come across New Japan Pro Wrestling? I mean, I can't imagine that every kid in your middle school were fans of New Japan back then. I mean, I'm sure it took a little effort to try and get to it.
Well,
Was it on TV?
I mean, you get a little bit of exposure from seeing guys like Great Muta and Chono on like WCW television, you know, so stuff like that. And you'd see like Sting go overseas, and it's like, well, who's he wrestling for in Japan when you see him in magazines or like some of the footage? And then so you sort of start to connect the dots there, and then you see the coverage in the magazines and then the video games, stuff like that. So then, you know, through that is really how I got exposed to it. And then, you know, just like like anybody else, when you're into wrestling, you seek out as much of it as you can. So I would get a lot of tapes. So I get like some of the first ones I would see is like, you know, Dynamite Tiger Mask, the early junior division there, and then like, you know, the Super J Cup and stuff like that. So then, you know, that's really what, you know, that's why Tiger Mask is on my arm. Is just really what that really forged my like permanent love for pro wrestling is that, because it's like, this is attainable for me. This is where I fit in. This is my lane, you know. So it's kind of like, you know, like to use another sports analogy, like if you're a smaller basketball player in later generations, you know, the land of the giants eventually became a league of point guards. So then, you know, guys like Russell Westbrook, who maybe grew up watching guys like Shaq, and then, you know, they see a few guys like Kobe and Allen Iverson. It's like, man, that's the league I want to play in. And now it's his world,
right?
You know,
yeah.
So it's like,
that is a good analogy.
Yeah. So that's kind of really what it was for me. So,
how long were you in the dojo before you finally get a chance to experience New Japan overseas?
Well, let's see. I came in during the summer of like the tail end of my senior year.
You're still in high school?
Yeah.
When you get booked to go to New Japan?
Well, they couldn't, because I was too young to get a visa.
Well, you mean when you started at the dojo?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay, I'm sorry.
They opened up the first one in LA, or rather not the first one, but they opened up, you know, a dojo in LA, and so I would go there after school, and then I would spend the summer there. And God, I mean, literally, it's like they were just waiting for me to turn 18. 'Cause I remember as soon as I turned 18, it was September, they were like, all right, here's your tour contract, here's your visa, and your plane ticket, you're going on the October tour. I mean, it's literally weeks later that I, like, as soon as I was able to go, they shipped me off. I mean, and it was like the military, man. I mean, you go from boot camp to being stationed somewhere, I guess. And then it was like another boot camp, and yeah, it was just another experience of right into the fire. So,
did you come up with Puma before you went over there, or was that something New Japan developed?
That took about a year or two. At first, I was just what they call a young boy, and that was just, you know, their authentic way of breaking in people. A lot of the other guys, you know, Rocky, Ricky, and Dan O'Brien, like they were older than me, so their maturity level, we all had about the same level of experience, but their maturity level and having already been like higher on the card as far as American wrestling goes independent and stuff like that. They weren't really a feasible option to try to like strip down and break in that way. So for me, being so young, they were like, we can do the same with you that they did with a lot of guys. Not a lot of guys, but some of the guys, like the way that they brought Benoit up, the way that they brought a lot of the guys into the dojo, and they lived there and really kind of became transplants for their system, and they gave me the same experience. So carried bags, cooked food, did all that.
Brought in the right way.
Yeah. I mean,
So you appreciate it even more once you actually have the chance to do it.
Yeah, going through the airport, somebody was trying to help me with my bags, and instinctively I got my bags and right up the stairs just because that's just I'm programmed to do stuff like that. Like nobody carries my bags but me. Sometimes I'll offer other people. It's just the way it is.
It's an experience you can't buy.
Yeah,
Being broken in that way.
It's a mindset, it's mental strength and discipline.
It's the mindset I think is missing when you look at some of the wrestling schools that there are nowadays, because when you are being taught by guys that have never advanced beyond weekend independence a couple of times a month, how are they going to teach that mentality? How are you going to teach the professional wrestling business when you never really experienced it yourself? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, there's there's two kind of elements to that. I mean, there's a disciplinary side and a hard work, like dojo training, things like that. And that's very much like being in the military. But then there's still a different element to it. Like they used to say, you learn wrestling in the back of cars.
Right.
That's also how I learned wrestling. You learn how to do it in the gym a little bit, but you really learn it. Like every time I would ditch school for 3 days or spend a weekend, traveling, jumping, car hopping like that, that's where I really learned.
You sponged it up.
Yeah. And, you learn it on the tour bus. You learn it in the vans. That's how you learn it. So, I kind of got broken in both those ways. I was disciplined by by New Japan, and I learned, the old school way from old school guys.
Best of both worlds. How long were you in Japan? New Japan as a regular.
Let's see.
Did you ever live there, or were you always traveling back and forth?
I would always kind of go back and forth. I would spend some stretches where it'd be like maybe 3-6 months, maybe. So I kind of had that schedule from 2002 till 2006 or 7, something like that. Yeah.
And in between tours, you were still getting a lot of exposure. I remember you were in, you did at least several shots with TNA when they were down in the first incarnation in Orlando.
Yeah.
Didn't you do some of the B pay-per-views? Or?
Yeah. After like my first year, what they do is they send you what's called on an excursion. The young boys will go on an excursion. Usually they'll send you to either Mexico or England. England it's different now. It's not the way it used to be when it was like, World of Sport, or guys would do like the camps and stuff. It's very, wrestling is very unified now. So it's kind of the same style everywhere. But Mexico is still kind of the same. Mexico, Lucha Libre is still Lucha Libre. So, they would send the young boys out to, America. That's when you'd see guys go to WCW or something like that, spend some time there. Obviously, you saw like Okada, for example, in Impact. Guys go to England. I went to Mexico, so they sent me to CMLL. So I was there. Basically, 2003 was my excursion in Mexico. And
But you lived in Mexico full time?
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I lived in the Hotel Montemar, a dirty little hotel in Mexico City by the Revolution Monument. And after I got home from that in late 2003, it was like that was like the start of the indie boom. So like a lot of wrestling had changed. I went into New Japan, and it was like there was just WWF and like the remnants, or whatever, of WCW, ECW. That's what the wrestling world was. After the first year, and then CMLL came back from Mexico, and it was like Ring of Honor had come up, TNA had come up, and like the independence had started to grow. So there's all this stuff to do. So then my schedule was now divided between all these different things. But it was, it was a wonderful experience being 18, 19 years old and doing, national pay-per-view for Impact or, big shows for Ring of Honor. It's a fun time.
What was it like down in Mexico? We've had some very different answers from different guests over the years that have been with us here on the show. What was Mexico like for TJP?
I mean, I loved it. It was, Lucha Libre is really like, to me, that's the best wrestling culture. I love Mexican wrestling so much. If I had to pick one, that would be it. And I loved it down there. I mean, I wrestled every single day. You're always in an arena, and you really learn how to be a superstar down there. A lot of people think that it's just about the athletic stuff, the moves, things like that. But I mean, you really learn how to carry yourself, as a performer, and like kind of carve out your niche and who you want to be there, because you're able to apply yourself every single day. So I loved it. And I love the style of it and all the nuances and stuff. So yeah, for me it was a little bit of heaven.
And then from Mexico, you started doing a little Ring of Honor. You started doing a little bit more Impact from time to time before that long stay you had a decade later. But what were your initial impressions of going to work with Ring of Honor? I think you were there a little sporadically at first, right?
Yeah, I always kind of looked at it as like, I still kind of see it this way. Not in its current form, but that time anyway, is like, it kind of was the supplement for the void that ECW left when it went out,
I can see that, yeah.
Obviously, there's some similarities, like same region, and a lot of the same people involved in ECW as a project were involved in Ring of Honor. Gabe Sapolsky, for example. A lot of guys that were utilized were guys that I feel like would be earmarked for ECW had they still been around. They're very much prided themselves on being the alternative in wrestling at that time. So that's kind of how I saw it, was that. I didn't really, other than that, I didn't really have, I was kind of indifferent to any place I would go. I just kind of took it all in and tried to have fun.
I think you're right as far as with the ECW and Ring of Honor statement. Especially if ECW was ever able to obtain another national contract, how far could you go with the blood and the guts on many cable TV stations? You know what I mean?
Well,
if you look at where the in-ring product has kind of gone over the past 20 years, I think you would, maybe out of necessity, you would need to have gone to a more unique hybrid in-ring style as opposed to thumbtacks, blood, and fire and things like that.
I feel like it was the natural progression for ECW had ECW stayed around.
Right.
I think that's kind of why it was formed. Perhaps that's the direction they would have headed in. But, you had guys like Guerrero, Malenko, that were, Tajiri, Psychosis, Ray, that were putting on matches that, felt like that is what Ring of Honor sort of made their foundation on those types of guys. So, you when you think about it, like to me, I feel like it's a natural fit to have seen like a CM Punk or a Colt Cabana or like the Briscoes, Bryan Danielson in ECW had they continued on into that like timeline. Just they would be seamless fits for that atmosphere.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think it would have been interesting to see an ECW that was a little bit less extreme as far as the weapons and things like that went, to see how fans might have reacted to that. I'm sure it would have been, it would have taken a little re-education to the diehards down in Philadelphia for it to not be, that violence that they thirsted over so much. But it would, again, retcon, as you said, as we talked about earlier in the show. But,
yeah.
Did you have a preference, TNA, Ring of Honor? Did you enjoy working both over the years?
I feel like I always really enjoyed TNA a lot. And really what I think it came down to is the locker room is always been so great there. Like, there's always such good camaraderie there, and guys are always really happy there. Like, there's, people have their individual stances and gripes with, say, like, management in any place. And I feel like any time that there was something negative with TNA or that place, the atmosphere is really just like a peer to management type of thing. Like the locker room was always amazing there, and that to me that's always the most important thing. Because if you're not happy and you're not having fun, it's just not worth doing, you know.
Right, and that's not just wrestling. That's if you sell shoes or any avenue in life.
And that's not to say that other locker rooms were bad or negative, because they're not. But TNA always had you know, a really exceptional camaraderie to it. Everybody I always felt was really good there, and you know, to this day they still got the magic. They have a great locker room still, and I love it there.
That's great, and the fact that even in 2020 now you're still being able to be active within the organization. Now it's got that little tweak of the name that I'm still trying to get used to calling it Impact.
Too.
It'll always be TNA to me, I guess.
We all would like it to be TNA again too.
Yeah, everybody loves a
anyway.
little TNA, I guess. But you know, before we go to the break, you had mentioned a couple times now in the story, you at one point, you became homeless in your journey in professional wrestling. With someone that was so skilled, that had so much to offer the industry. How did that come to be?
Bet the farm, man. I mean,
do you remember the year, the time?
Yeah,
this was.
Yeah. It was really just a perfect storm of elements, because it was about 2008, 9. So I was like homeless in like 09, 10, around that time, and I mean, it was really just, you know, like I've always been, like we said, like my upbringing in wrestling. It all in 100%. If I was told to do something, I'd do it. And a lot of that was ingrained in me from New Japan, like to always do the work. And I always believed in, you know, you got to get out of your own backyard. You got to go after your opportunities. They're not going to knock on your door. You have to knock on their door. And so, you know, when I was told, you know, maybe you should go to Florida and try to pursue opportunities with WWE that way, didn't have to be told half of once to pack up the car and do it. But, you know, you're betting the farm. So, you know, walking on at FCW and going into camp there, you know, I have to leave all my other wrestling jobs behind. And I did. And the world is full of really talented guys, you know. The Kevin Steens and Genericos and Young Bucks of the world were all coming up at that time. The Adam Coles, all these different guys. And, you know, those spots don't stay open in Ring of Honor, Impact,
right,
you know, New Japan, wherever. And the opportunity didn't pan out. The recession hit. I couldn't get my old jobs back. And I was a 23-year-old young man with no secondary education and zero work experience in anything. So, you know, it's just a perfect storm of, you know, anything that could go wrong did go wrong.
So were you in Florida when it happened?
Yeah.
The Tampa, or were you in
Tampa.
Were you still able to work at wrestling events, or?
Yeah, I mean, it was literally just starting all over again. You know, even the big indies, their spots, their cards were all full. And they're like, you know, the new generation is in, and so for me, it was back to doing, you know, the same type of shows I would do when I was, you know, 13 years old. I would do these, you know, bar shows on like Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and then some like, you know, Legion Hall type shows on like Fridays, Saturdays locally for kind of $10, $15, just enough to eat that day.
So was it you couldn't even get back to California? It was that tough?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
That was primarily the reason why I was out there for more than a year, was because I literally couldn't put away a few $100s just to drive home. That was the tough part.
Yeah.
And, you know, during that time, like, you know, when that recession hit, my parents split up. They lost their house. They went. They filed for bankruptcy. They were homeless too. My dad lived in a trailer in a field for like a year. My mom lost her job with the airline and had trouble getting a regular like minimum wage job. She eventually got a job as a barista like almost a year later.
Wow.
She had to move in with a friend for a short amount of time, and so, you know, was couch surfing herself, you know, and so I didn't have a home to go back to either. That was also
another
issue.
problem, right?
Yeah.
It's like you said, a perfect storm. It wasn't just you. It was, you know, family members at the same time were going through some challenges.
Yeah, and it, you know, it was one of those things like without all those details, and there's a lot more too. I think a lot of the narrative of it, like people assume that it was when I was like young and in wrestling school that I was like, that's what I'm referring to. And that wasn't the case. Like, I wish it was as easy as me having been like a young adult, like no, Mom, Dad, I want to wrestle. I'm going to sleep in my car and eat ramen, and I'm not going to come back until I make it. Like, I wish that was the problem. Like, I didn't even want to wrestle anymore. Like, I used to pray to God, like, I don't want this. Don't make me do this. Please.
You were ready to give up on the business.
Yeah, please just let me get any job, pumping gas, janitor at a high school. I applied everywhere, and I couldn't get a job anywhere. And it felt like, cause I was raised Catholic. I'm a very religious person. It just felt like every single night I was having the same conversation. God, I don't want this, and the only way I can eat every day, you're making me you don't want me to wrestle. If you did, then you would have me doing it the way that I had been doing it for 10 years, but I'm not. So you don't want me to be doing that. Don't make me do it like this just so I can not starve to death. Just let me be something else. Let me clean pools. I don't care.
Must have eaten away at you mentally.
I mean, you just kind of wonder why. But I think, like,
And this was, you said, it was a year?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's probably, we spent an entire summer where we were, like, truly homeless, where there wasn't a place to go. I remember sleeping in laundromats and stuff like that.
Really? Sleeping in laundromats? Wow.
Yeah, first couple nights I remember very specifically. I didn't know, that was my quick fix. Like when they put the steel boot on the door handle when you're evicted. I remember sleeping in the laundromat of the apartment complex for the first night. Mm-hmm. And then down the street there was like a laundromat by like a Papa John's or something like that. And I just slept there the second night. And then it would be like, you answer room for rent ads and then skip out in the morning. And
really? Wow.
Yeah, so just whatever I could do to get a roof,
So there was a time, there was no home. There wasn't bouncing from place to place.
Literally
there was
nothing for a little bit.
Isn't that, who would have ever thought that two former WWE superstars would come to the studio? I don't know if you're familiar with Tony Atlas's story, but he was homeless for a period too, not too far removed from a big run on national television. And yours, it's almost on the opposite end. Before you really got that, where you were known as a national television star, you're trying to struggle for survival in a state that was, somewhat new to you and with nowhere to go.
Yeah, it was tough. And I remember I did nail down a small room for rent, splitting with, some complete stranger. And after a few weeks, or after a couple of days, we had no power. So we went like 2 or 3 weeks without power in the middle of summer. I remember, showering by candlelight. And police kicked the door in one morning at 7 or 8 a.m. It turns out that whoever we were renting from, it was a foreclosure. So we were technically squatting.
You had no right to even be in the home.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be rented out in the first place, or sublet, I guess. So we were kicked out, and I was homeless again for a little bit. And then, thankfully I got to couch surf on Sal from Evolves. He had a townhouse that was vacant and let me kind of stay there and pay rent as I go. And
good.
got me off my ass a little bit, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just there's a reason for everything, and now like the back half of my career, that 10 years before that led to that, and then the next 10 years after it, it's like mirrored. All the same places I went, I went again in the same order, just about, and now like I have this new platform to be able to speak about my culture, my heritage, and do better things with it. I really kind of think that maybe it was God's way of saying, I gave you all these gifts when you were young and you wasted it. It's not enough to just be good at it and have fun. Like you have a purpose, and I don't know, I just felt like now that I know what it is, that happened for a reason. He took it from me for a reason, but he wouldn't let it, he kept me in it for a reason too. So every day I would beg him, like, please, I hate this, don't make me do it anymore. It's like, no, I just want you to see how you can do it a different way. So.
Well, you know what, hopefully there's going to be a lot of young people, whether they're trying to get involved in professional wrestling or not, that'll hear this story and say, you know what, you're going to run into your bumps in the roads. There are going to be difficult times, but look at how things have turned out for you. You survived. Hopefully, knock on wood, will be the worst challenges you've had to face. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse than that. I wouldn't want to see what the earth would look like at that point.
Yeah,
and, really do something fantastic with yourself, is look at where you are right now.
Yeah,
there's always hope, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Yeah, everybody has an Everest, as they say. So, I think it was just all about finding mine. And, hopefully I'm inspiring others to, make the best of whatever they do, even if it's not wrestling. You know, that's really been my
Right.
goal.
I mean, it doesn't have to apply just to professional wrestling, but it's certainly easy to resonate if it's someone going through the stress and the challenges that I think almost everybody goes through at some point when they get involved in this craziness.
Yeah, that's the goal.
There you go. All right, wrestling fans, there's no way we could cover everything there is to go over in this man's career. These are just a couple of newspaper headlines. We're going to take a brief timeout. When we come back, we're going to wrap up the show. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger outprint, one of only 50 made. A great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Third part, the finale of this great interview with TJP. Again, I think if you look at it, we almost had some newspaper headlines in our conversation as opposed to the stories. We've probably had Tony Atlas in studio now 50 to 60 times. I can't imagine the different type of full-depth stories you could present from your life in this crazy sport. Not just wrestling. I mean, like we talked about, we had to have taken time out at that point. I couldn't see talking about wrestling after your real-life experience down in Florida, but it's been awesome.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad you find it so amusing. That's great. We love to find good guests. We've had some stiffs before, believe it or not. We won't go there on this episode.
You got to smile and have fun, you know? It's the key to life, not just the business or whatever it is you do. It's the key to everything.
There you go. There you go. Now, you talk about the flip side of being happy. You were in TNA known as Suicide.
Yeah.
Now, how did that come to be, and what did you think? Debuting as a man that was named after a pretty grim fate in life.
Funny story actually. When the Suicide was being kind of created, let's see, 2007 or 8, something like that.
I think the game came out in 7.
Yeah. So when the concept was coming up, I remember doing we had a Destination X, I want to say, in Houston. And I remember that exact night being in the locker room part of the way through, and Frankie Kazarian had been pulled aside into the production office or something so they could kind of tell him, this is what we would like you to do. And Frankie at the time was really starting to kind of come into, I don't want to say come into his own as a wrestler. He was always a great wrestler, but really starting to kind of find himself and be who he wanted to be going forward. And that's so important for all performers. When they reach that point, to just get out of the way, you can't interrupt them, And he was so bummed out that they wanted to go in this direction because he's a unique guy, and seeing what he is now, of course you understand what he wants to end up being. And I remember sitting in the locker room when he came back and he told the guys, and he was kind of bummed out, and everybody was like, they should just have TJ do it. He's already wearing a mask, because I was Puma at the time. We all joked, and yeah, they should. And fast forward 6 years later, 5 years later, and I was sitting at home and I was already kind of back in TNA, and they said, well, we just got to think of what we want to do with you. And I remember sitting and watching the bumpers. I was watching Impact at home, and Suicide is coming. Suicide's coming next week. Suicide's coming 2 weeks, or whatever it was. And every week I'd see that, and then I remember calling the office and talking to Al Snow, and I said, I don't know.
Al.
I don't know if you guys have a plan for this, because they kind of had a rotating door. They could never really nail down who they wanted to be that guy.
Kind of like Doinks, yeah. There were a lot of suicide.
And
imagine what people flicking the channels might have thought. What's this? What's on this show? Suicide stuff. Okay, this looks like a good show.
And I remember calling and saying, I don't know if you guys have a plan for that, but I can do that. I'd like to do that. And they said, okay, that's a good idea. We'll think about it. And then they said, we'd like to do it. And it was just going to be one night. And
really?
that one night, that we did the one, and they said, Dixie, the office, everybody was like, this is what we had always wanted this character to be. Like, and it's nothing against the other guys. They're so monumentally talented. Christopher Daniels, Kazarian, like all the guys that played it before. But I just think the way that it was portrayed with me was what they had always envisioned it to be, from the beginning. And so they one day turned into 2 days, turned into 2 weeks, turned into the next 3-4 years. So that was cool. I mean, it was already part of wrestling history. It's something that a lot of wrestling fans thought was a really cool character. So, to be part of that, it's not quite Tiger Mask, but, to be in the lineage of something that is kind of a landmark character for American wrestling fans was pretty cool.
I think it's safe to say it's one of the few TNA original characters that ever get any real steam behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it was a mascot for the company, but I think in a lot of ways, when people think of Impact, like they sort of, for at least a certain amount of time, they kind of think of that character. It's like
maybe Suicide and Abyss. Other than that, they're kind of few and far between.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, the relevancy is obviously like, a different context, but I just think a lot of people like associate one with the other. It's just like, if you grew up in the 80s, WWF, Hulk Hogan, that's what you see, that's what you think. A lot of people, they saw Suicide as like the mascot, so to speak. Like that was what you saw when you thought of Impact. So it was cool to be part of that.
It had to have been. Especially I thought it was, rather than the name, I thought it was a great fit for the amusement park, too, for down at the TV tapings. Yeah. It was kind of, superhero-like.
Yeah,
at least in your presentation of it.
Yeah, when we would do the New York TVs, I used to want to go and try to grift as a street performer on Manhattan and see if I could trick people.
Really?
They wouldn't let me do it. I thought it would make for good content to dress up as Suicide and go out there and pretend to be a fake Suicide.
How did it ever gravitate from Suicide to Manic?
I remember we had to do a pay-per-view here, actually. We were in Boston, and
I remember that. Yep, it was Slammiversary, right?
Yeah, and it was shortly after the bombing, the marathon bombing.
2 months after the fact.
Yeah, yep. And I remember thinking, that like it's kind of a bleak time in the current events, so to speak, and the company was evolving into being a full-fledged touring company and wanting to kind of expand and grow, and they had brought in Hulk Hogan at the time and Eric Bischoff, and they were really thinking more globally and a little bit more bigger nationally as well. And I remember asking them, I didn't change the name, but I did kind of put it on the table, do you guys maybe think that maybe we should change it? In my head, I just kind of didn't want to go to Boston and call myself Suicide after there was kind of a big tragedy and it was kind of a bummer month, but overall I just thought maybe there's a better direction for it. And then they said, we'll kind of think about it. And then they came back with the character change as far as the name goes, and I thought that's cool. I could run with that. And Suicide character by name is still cool. I think I just thought at the time maybe it was shake things up a little bit.
Kind of limits the merchandising maybe.
Yeah, it's
Suicide.
Hard to market it
to a kid's T-shirt.
I mean, I think in 2013 it's hard to market it to kids, but now with the way that DC and Marvel movies and things are, and there's a
I got Suicide Squad. Yeah, that's a good point.
There's a bigger understanding of what is fiction and not, and adult themes I think are understood by younger generations more so than they were 10 years ago. So it's like now I feel like there's less of a need to tiptoe around that, whereas at the time it was like a little bit different.
Could you ever see you doing it again?
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
Would you want to?
a lot of people ask. I don't know. I mean, it was fun to do. It just, I guess it would depend on the context, you know. I liked it in its original form, which, you know, it was nice to be able to spread my wings creatively as it started to evolve. But I always really loved it in its original form. So I don't know, maybe we'll see.
And you were with TNA until 2016, is that right?
14, 15.
14, 15.
Yeah, 15. I kind of spent the summer just
not doing a heck of a lot with them.
Yeah, I was out. Well, no, I was out of my contract then.
Oh, well, that would explain not doing much.
Yeah,
with them.
yeah. 2015 was kind of like a free agent period until the Cruiserweight Classic in 16. So.
And let's do a touchstone or two from that. You mentioned earlier in the interview when you originally went into the Cruiserweight Classic, you didn't think it was going to be a long-term deal?
No, yeah, I didn't really, like I said before, I didn't grow up with a WrestleMania moment in mind, so it was, you know, cool to do, and I knew what it would mean in history. Like it's going to go down as this generation Super J Cup, the CWC was. Yep. I knew that the importance it was going to have to the wrestling community going forward, and like 20 years from now, that's still going to be a landmark in history. I mean, it changed the way WWE did business because now, you know, before that. The whole reason I was homeless in 2009-10 was because their idea was we have an Evan Bourne, we have a Tyson Kidd, we don't need another one. And now with the Cruiserweight Classic, half the company is people like that.
That would fit into that category.
And they didn't used to be open to that narrative until around that time. And so being part of that, I knew being part of that was going to be a major, like, kind of landmark. But I didn't, you know, care that much about staying. I remember, like, very specifically during round 2, they gathered us all in the theater in Full Sail and one by one called us to different stations at the front of the classroom theater and made contract pitches to all of us,
everybody.
Yeah, I guess 29 of us that weren't under contract or whatever. And I remember saying, I don't know, I got to think about it. You know, I at the time, I really wanted to do like Lucha Underground. I had gone in and done a dark match with Penta and had a meeting in LA, and it just seemed like a really fun and cool project to be a part of, even if just for a short period of time. I really wanted to go back to Mexico and Japan, and which obviously now that I'm free, that's exactly what I did. But you know that I remember expressing that at the time, and it was really Regal that kind of like pulled me aside and I don't know, talk sense into me, maybe just like saying that you've reached a point where you should, you know, not bounce around so much, settle down a little bit, and, you know, apply your craft, because, you know, you've learned so much, and let the world see who you are for once instead of being so quick to run.
Did you know at that point that you were going to go over in the tournament?
I knew from round 1 because they asked me who I wanted in the finals. So.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah.
You know, that was a pretty good hint then.
So I knew I was at least going to the finals, so they asked me, do you want Zach or Metallic? I asked for Zach, but I think they felt like it was going to be a more diverse match with Metallic. Right. Stylistically, me and Zach are really similar, I guess, in that way. So.
When did they decide to incorporate the championship belt into it? Because at first, wasn't it just a tournament, or am I not remembering?
No. Yeah, you're remembering it correctly. I didn't know. I found out the same way you guys did when Hunter's music hit.
Oh, really?
I didn't know.
Well, okay.
Yeah, there was no title in the locker room or anything like that. I just thought I had to go out for 25 more minutes and walk out with a trophy. And then they came out with that. So. Did
you get to keep the trophy?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know if I might have if I wanted, but that thing was as big as these.
It was a big trophy. That would have been hard to get home.
Yeah, I'm glad that that's at the PC somewhere.
Wherever it might be nowadays, yeah. And I think the brand extension is something that should never depart WWE. I think it makes the shows much fresher when they focus on so many more unique talents. And in 2016, after the tournament, right around the same time, they began to push a Stephanie McMahon-led Raw, a Shane McMahon-led SmackDown, and with that third hour of Raw, it was a great platform for the cruiserweights to get a match or two each and every week on the show, and you as the first champion, a great way to showcase you on the platform.
Yeah, it was a unique place of history I found myself in to kind of be the face of that movement, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, to this day, like a lot of people that are think about cruiserweights and cruiserweight, they're into it now or whatever, they're like stop me all the time, like, man, like they associate me with that. So I mean, I'm blessed with that, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, it was exciting. I remember they had an impromptu kind of like backstage content with me and Hunter when I first came back through the curtain with the medal and the title, and him kind of saying, you know, blah, 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 congratulations, whatever he says to people. And, you know, hope you're free Mondays. And I remember thinking that's funny because it happened so fast, you know. And it's really rare for guys to kind of skip the system there, you know. Even guys with tons of experience.
Right.
Like,
right. Look at all the talent that's there right now before it became, you know, its own platform on USA Network.
Yeah. Finn Balor, Prince Devitt, you know, Nakamura, Bobby Roode, all these guys that like they still spend time in their system, and at the time it was still really very much like a system for them. Now it's really a full-fledged third brand, so it's totally different now. But so yeah, it was kind of rare, like not most people don't leapfrog it, you know, like I did. But it was cool, you know. They gave me an opportunity, and it was fun to do.
You know, isn't it funny? Right now, there's little TJs running around the world that, like you and I were talking about, looking back at Saturday night's main event. But 20, 30 years from now, they'll look back at TJP as the cruiserweight guy. To them, you'll be the personification of what it was to be a cruiserweight professional wrestler. And that's going to feel pretty cool somewhere inside.
Well, I had an icebreaker for it with the X division.
Well, sure, right?
And it really ages me a lot when I meet.
You're a young veteran.
Well, because it's like 10 years ago, I would meet, you know, young wrestling fans, maybe 21 years old or something like that, and they would say, man, I grew up on the X Division watching you as Puma, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wow, okay. Like, and I'm, you know, to me, I'm like, I'm 28 years old. You grew up watching me? And it's funny. And then later, and then now there's people like that are like, man, I've been watching you ever since the WWE Cruiserweights. I'm like, ever since then?
How old are you really?
Yeah,
come on now, that was 3 years ago.
Ever since 3-4 years ago. I used to get a lot of that with the X Division too, just because, you know, fans that were like, you know, 15, 13 years old in like 2003, and they would see me come in as Puma doing Victory Road and stuff like that, and you know, the Motor City Machine Guns and the guys who were kind of the generation at the time, Sanjay Dutt, Petey Williams, and then, you know, fast forward to like 2012, and I'm there as Suicide. I'll do like, you know, meet and greets and signings and stuff, and man, I grew up watching you, you know, 9 years ago or whatever. Now they're like 21, 22 years old, and I'm like, wow, like, kids are actually growing up watching me, so it's weird because, you know, like I still feel like the 13-year-old kid that walked into the wrestling gym for the first time, and I grew up watching Eddie Guerrero and Chris Jericho, and it's like, you know, so it's weird to kind of hear that, but you know, that's what they were though, you know, that they were the cruiserweight division, you know, long before Latino Heat or, you know, The List and Paragon of Virtue and Y2J. They were just the cruiserweights.
Yeah,
that's what I grew up watching. So it's weird the way that history kind of repeats itself, and like, you know, then you get exposed to that, and you get, you know, shuffled into places that are now people have moved on to bigger and better things, and it's weird, surreal.
Imagine how successful that 205 live show could be if they actually presented that show with the rule that was originally in place. Everyone 205 and under. I mean, look at so many of the guys now that headline both shows that could fit into that category. If they ever gave it a chance to be a real 205 live, that'd be the best show in the company.
The moment, just for anybody watching, the weigh-ins were real. They really weighed us, which I thought was funny. One, because there's one or two guys that could barely make weight. But two, is also funny because they weren't going to take them off the show anyway. But we used to think that, like, God, you're really weighing us. just give us all the real 205ers. Like, that would be incredible, the amount of guys that we could have had there, you know? To have, like, a Chad Gable or Finn Balor.
I wasn't even thinking along the lines of Gable, but another one that you could just add to the roster, yeah?
Probably Seth Rollins, depending on the day of the week. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of guys that are, like, right there around that, you know, that could be in it. It would have been amazing, you know? So, but, you know.
First champion, a couple of months, dropped the title. You were involved with Kendrick. You were involved with our buddy Richie Rich. And then it almost seems like you fell off the face of the planet. What happened? As someone that enjoyed seeing you on the show, that enjoyed good professional wrestling on a sports entertainment program, what happened to TJP?
I don't know. I remember me and Lindsay Dorado got sent home for 3 months. Not together at the same time, and not necessarily together. It wasn't for discipline, or at least not me, or anything. But yeah, it's just like creative ebbs and flows and stuff, and it's kind of hard to come in at the top, I guess, of a card, because then it's an odd progression. I remember asking, like, because, you know, like with the brand split, for example, I would ask like Road Dogg or so. Like, I remember Road Dogg, I remember pulling him aside at Raw one time. I said, you know, some guys, they'll come in, they'll get drafted to, I don't know, SmackDown, and they'll do like 6 months, and then, you know, they become a bad guy on SmackDown. Then they do like another, you know, few months, and then, you know, when they progress through, you know, these various arcs in their character, you flip them over to Raw, and then they kind of carry through that. Then maybe you flip them back to SmackDown, like what's old is new again, that sort of thing. What do you do with the cruiserweights? And
right, they only had one.
That's
home,
what that's what I used to ask. I asked him just point blank one day, and I said, and I remember asking him secondary. I said, secondary question. The reason, or the point is, the reason why I'm asking is because, unlike the other like 12 guys or whatever that made up the 205 show, I'm the top of this list. So when I'm done creatively with what I'm doing now, what happens? Everybody else has a progression upwards. But for me, like, there's no secondary show to flip me to. And so, you know, I ended up getting a few weeks off for a while. But then it was funny, because then when I came back, they just kind of put me right back at the top of the card with like Neville and Aries and stuff like that. So, you know, I guess it was just a matter of, well, we don't have a place to flip them, so what do we do? And then, okay, let's just tell a new story up here at the top of the card, and we'll do it this way and whatever. So, but yeah, and like as an LA boy and a diehard LA sports fan, it was really, 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 really crushing to lose a title in the Boston Garden. So,
we don't call it that.
Well,
though.
the TD
Garden.
Yeah. So yeah.
So you know how you could resonate with Magic a little bit, for at least in one thing, right?
Yeah, I felt like Kobe in 08. And I was like, man, I'm a disgrace to LA sports. I just lost a title in Boston.
Did that twist the knife a little bit when you found out it would be in Boston?
Actually, it was funny because I had asked if I could drop the title because I felt like the group needed a rotating door to create interest. Because normally this is just kind of a side note, and the reason why is normally you have a guy like, say, Elias, right? And they're in the system, and then they get called up, and they get, you know, their first exposure on the show. They're by themselves. They're integrated right in with a guy like, say, Chris Jericho or Jeff Hardy or something like that. Most of the time they get the better of them, and there's a lot of residual you know, equity that they kind of glean from that, and it helps them. Whereas when it's the other way around, we had 10, 12 guys that we're segregated. We can only associate with each other. There's no Chris Jericho for us to rub off on.
Right.
You know, and we have to share that stage and spotlight with the other 10 guys. So I remember thinking at the time, like, the worst thing in the world that we can do is have this be built around one guy. And since I was the guy in that spot, I remember asking, like, can we flip this title around a little bit? And so I was hoping that was going to be the case. So when they said it, I don't know if it's because I said that or not, but when they made that decision, I was fine with it. I was happy because I thought it was the right thing to do. But the only bummer was maybe losing it in
In Boston.
At TD, yeah. Which is actually one of my favorite arenas to perform in.
Why? Out of curiosity.
I just like it there. I mean, there's a lot of lore with Boston sports, especially being an LA boy. I can respect it a lot, and even though that's newer generation stuff for you guys. At this point now, it's aged to the point where there is some history that's gone on.
24 years, almost 25 in late 2020, yeah.
And even just as a wrestling fan, I remember Sean having his last match before his first retirement.
The only Mania we ever had here in Boston,
yeah,
right?
at what was it called? The Fleet?
It was the
Fleet Center?
The Fleet Center. Originally, the original name, it was going to be the Shawmut Center after a bank with an Indian face on it, but the bank went out of business or went through some kind of a merger, and then it became Fleet.
Yeah.
And now it's just TD. So I guess whatever bank wants to spend the most money on the sponsorship can be the Garden.
So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why I think it's a unique place to be. And I have a short list of places that are like that I enjoyed while I was working with WWE. Barclays was one, TD was one. Staples Center obviously is going to be one for me. But yeah, I enjoyed it. And I had other matches there that I enjoyed a lot. So, it's just a competitive gripe that I had losing a title there.
Well, I mean, beggars can't be choosers. You did tell them you wanted to get rid of it, right?
Yeah, I was ready to fall on the sword for my city. So,
did you think the 205 live show, when it became its own weekly entity on WWE Network, the way it was presented, did you think it had a fighting chance, or did you think it would turn to, I mean, I don't want to call it an embarrassment in 2020, but when you have 3/4 of the audience get up and walk out when the show begins, well, I mean, that's tough.
They preempt the show.
And preempt it too, and I guess the weeks they decide to tape it, 3/4 of the audience get up and leave.
Yeah,
it's tough.
If you preempt a digital content show, that doesn't say much about the show.
Right.
But no, I mean, I always look at things optimistically. So when the project first came up and what they wanted to do, I thought that, obviously there's a lot of potential for it to be really great. I mean, obviously we really needed to not be segregated, and I think it just tells a big story when these kids are separate from the cool kids. These kids are not going to be the cool kids, and that's just, you're programming people to think that, and I think that's 99% of the battle right there. We lost because of that one decision, which is tough.
Do you think it's a good idea they've kind of morphed that belt with NXT now?
I don't know.
I think it's actually called the NXT Cruiserweight Championship.
I think if the progression went one way to the other direction, then it's a great thing. But I think that it's just fodder for people to kill it on narratives, And the narratives don't mean anything, but that's still going to be created, Like it looks like a downgrade when they do that.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad thing what they're doing that, but it will be looked at as that. So historically, it takes an odd turn for viewers,
It's not what it could have been, I think.
I mean, it could have been a lot better, but that's same could be said for a lot of
For
stuff.
a lot of things, you're right. No,
but I will say this, so like a lot of the cruiserweights who were part of previous cruiserweight divisions in the company, or have since moved on to be like producers in different entities within the infrastructure of WWE, and they really envied what we had. So, I guess, thinking like, man, if I were in their shoes, it would have been so much better than what we did. But apparently, to them, in a lot of ways, it wasn't. So, I guess maybe later on down the road, I'll look back and it's like, wow, this was actually a lot more special than I think. And I do think it was a special time. Obviously, it laid the way for a lot of changes in future progression for what wrestling is. So
when the weekly show first kicked off, that was getting a lot of publicity on both Raw and SmackDown. The little theme song and the different little quick clips to show that it was fast-paced.
We didn't have the best soundtrack.
Yeah,
it was great.
I just to see what it's turned into though. We were down in to do some video work for the event tomorrow that you come in for. Yeah. Obviously, people won't see this tomorrow, but they happened to be in Fayetteville, and I didn't even know that. And a friend of mine said, "Oh, you think you get tickets to take my kids?" I said, "Yeah." And so WWE was nice enough to have us as the guests. And then as soon as SmackDown ended, You know, they don't even do the purple ropes anymore.
Yeah.
And they just did 3 matches. And I love little Leo. He's been here in the studio with us before and part of our MWF, but just there was just no reaction, and the fans were just basically there to see Bray Wyatt come out as the Fiend in a 2-minute match after the 205 Live taping ended. So when you look at the sizzle that it started with, it just, to me, it's so disappointing where it's wound up 3 years now, more than 3 years now.
That's what happens when you segregate guys and teach them that they're not, you know, okay to associate with people that they're familiar with, you know. And I think that's why initially, and even to this day, like I remember the last Access I did, you know, at the beginning of this year, Royal Rumble. You know, and that's, you know, year 3 of the Cruiserweight division, and people in my line were still like their idea of the Cruiserweight division was still me, Spanky, Swan. You know, that was still their idea of what the Cruiserweight division was, and it's like, but we've had so many guys kind of carry the mantle and different guys come through, but it's like that's still what they associate, because to them, and I really think that having that rotating door would have saved us when we started kind of building it around individual guys, and they're all great individual guys, but I just think when you do that, you know, we're all still new to the WWE audience.
Right.
So
there's a lot of new guys all at once.
Yeah. So when you build around one guy, you're teaching them, one, to think we're not good enough to associate with the cool kids, but 2, out of our specific group, we're all a bunch of losers, but this one guy's a winner, and that's a tough narrative to push.
Yeah.
So that's why in the beginning I thought it was great, because it was like, you know, I was a champ, but it's like Rich Swann could beat me, but I could beat Spanky, but Spanky could beat me, but Rich could beat Spanky. And Cedric is moving up, and then guys will look at the next, like all the down the roster, and it's like, man, I can't wait till Arya kind of comes up and has you know, higher stake matches, and Jack and Tony Nese, and you know, so on and so forth. And so it was, for what it was exciting because it was unpredictable. But I think it started to become predictable, and then the segregation really started to be super obvious. You know, and they gave it a shot to, you know, different times. You know, they had Cedric and Bobby Roode do some cool matches in NXT. They had me work with Andrade. I had matches with. I
would have liked to have seen that. I never saw that.
Yeah, we had a few untelevised ones, and then I did the special main event with Nakamura down in NXT one time, and that one was actually on NXT programming, and that got a lot of great reactions, but they just didn't see the need to incorporate us into other stuff, and I just think, you know, that's you know, what it was. But I mean, you kind of see it after the first few months. Like all my matches were like on pay-per-views, and then we got relegated to the pre-show, and then it was like you maybe weren't even on, and then it was like, it was tough. So,
did you think maybe, like when you talked to Brian or maybe some others in the company, when you saw maybe trying to figure out longevity-wise, where is this going to go? You're not a small person. Did you ever think about trying to push yourself on to Raw or SmackDown?
Yeah,
I could see that fit easily. You know,
some of the producers had thought that, you know, if they had to like dissolve the division for whatever reason, that I was one of the guys they felt could kind of fit in anywhere. I mean, I am light, but I am kind of a taller cruiserweight.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it would have been a stretch to see you on either one of those 2 shows.
Yeah, and there, you know, I had pitched at different times to do different stuff. That's actually one of the reasons why I left, was we just couldn't find a fit for me on one of the other shows, and they didn't want to kind of put me back on the bench, so to speak. So, you know, I wanted to start doing other things then if that was the case. But yeah, I mean, that had been on the table, but I mean, like any television show, and WWE very much is that. It's a television show. And that term is used a lot, and a lot of the time it's digested by wrestling fans as, oh yeah, I get it, because they're not about, you know, the cool wrestling you see in other parts of the world, and it's more about, you know, promos and drama and stuff, and we all know that, but I think wrestling is that way everywhere, so they just have their own style of incorporating those elements. What I mean by TV show is, it's literally a television show, like you would see a Walking Dead or The Simpsons. It's about 10 characters that are the main characters, and everybody else is not really on the show. They're on it, but they're not really on it. And so it's like in The Walking Dead, there's, you know, a set of main characters, and you see a cop might come in episode 2 of season 3 and have a pretty good run during that episode and save Rick and everything is cool, then you don't see him for 4 seasons. He comes back one more time to have a cool match. That is like 70% of the WWE roster. They're on the show, but they're not really on the show. So it's hard, I mean, because there's only a finite amount of stuff you can do with a TV show about 10 people, you know?
Exactly.
Growing up, watching Raw, anything like, you know, like in '93, I mean, when the show wasn't as long and wasn't as big, there was, you know, that 5 to 10 guys that it was revolved around. Now the company is just so big, I don't think they know how to kind of evolve it in a way that incorporates everybody. You know, it's still a show about just, you know.
And that's usually, I think, when any wrestling company is at its best, is when they have the most amount of bodies involved on a regular basis.
Yeah.
It keeps the show as fresh as possible. I think the shows nowadays are just, it's so, not that there's anything bad about what the guys are doing, but there's nothing that stands out as, well, this is different, or this feels fresh, or this makes me feel like I have to tune in next week to see what's going on. It's very good. And, but you know, there's nothing all that interesting about it.
I mean, just like any TV show, they also work in seasons too, you know, so it's not just a television show just in format that way. Like, it is just a television show about, you know, like 10 main characters. You know, you have, you know, your Charlotte and your Sasha and your Roman and your Seth and your Brock and, you know, your Kevin and you know, whoever comprises that group of these are the characters on our show. But it also works in seasons. You know, they have their summer season, and then they have their, you know, spring season, and then in between, it kind of just feels like reruns.
There's a lot of other season.
Yeah, which is by design.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Like they have their 2 seasons, and just like any television show, like we have our fall season that lasts about 20 episodes. So does WWE, and the finale is SummerSlam, and then same thing in the springtime. They have this winter-spring season that lasts about 20 episodes, and the finale.
There you go. Mid-season finales for some of them too.
Finale
with
is
the B
WrestleMania,
pay-per-views, or the in your houses as you call them.
Yeah.
The in your houses.
Yeah. So the rest of them might as well be reruns, because that's kind of a downswing creatively. And that's just the way it works. It's a television show.
I was at my desk. I remember the day it was scrolling up and down on Twitter that TJP was going to be gone from WWE. Like most in wrestling, I had to see if there was dirt to be had. You know, is there something wrong with this man? Would this be someone that would be great to have with us here? And obviously, since you're here now, I'd like to think that was a good move, because there was no dirt. It was a very clean scenario. But online, if you Google it, there's all kinds of different conspiracy theories that have gone on.
Yeah.
What really happened when you left WWE back in February 2019?
Well, let's see. February.
Was it February that it happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So February of 2018.
18.
I think it was February. There's a couple times we go to the UK every year. One time is earlier in the year, and then I think we do like Manchester later in the year, like November or something like that. But we're in London, and I remember knocking on Vince's door, and I said, you know, I don't feel like I'm not having any fun. I don't feel like I'm a commodity to you anymore. I'm just a guy that does good wrestling on a show full of good wrestling, and everybody in your company is a good wrestler. That I have no value to you in regards to that, because you get that value out of everybody. Everybody here can go. Everybody's amazing there, if you let them. But and I said, you know, when I first came in, I was, you know, I used my platform differently, and I was an ambassador for my community as a Filipino and everything, and you know, I wanted to get back to that. I wanted to get back to representing my community and being sort of a gateway for like Asian Americans, and you know, the same way that like, you know, Ray and Eddie like can represent Latinos and sort of like, you know, represent that community, and it's like we didn't really have that sort of representation in the company, and I was it for a little while. But once I got to Raw, it's like I was separated further and further and further from that. And I said, that's what I would like to get back to. That's what my value is to you. That's different than anybody else can offer. And so he just said, well, how can we use you better? And I said, I'll show you. So I spent the rest of the year of 2018 making my own appearances and doing red carpets and community events, charities, different things for the Filipino community. Meeting with influence groups, people that do like, you know, Filipino Heritage Night for the Golden State Warriors, for example, like first, however many 100 people through the door get a special like Warriors shirt with like the Filipino sun logo incorporated into it, and like local charities involved with it, and meet and greets for like Asian American players in the NBA and stuff like that. And I brought all this stuff as a package, and like, this is what we can do. These are all groups that would love to work with the company. They work with other major entities, and this is what I want to do for you. And that was around Survivor Series or so. And he said, great, let's figure out one, we need to put you on a different platform. So I think it was Raw that we thought would be a better fit for me. And let's, make some creative pitches. And the way that Vince sees things, no matter what direction, creative is the horse that drives the carriage. So, we just played tennis with creative pitches back and forth. And I wrote stuff for everybody. I mean, I wrote stories, you name it. You name a person in the company, I wrote a story, me working with them in some capacity.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I pitched for everybody, top to bottom. And they just didn't see a good fit. And I don't think it was so much that the stories were bad, because they started using some of the stories with other guys.
Other people. That happens too when they're really good.
But which was kind of a bummer. But I think it's more so, like I said, it's a television show about, 10 characters. These are characters that they've brought to their sponsor meetings, brought to the television distribution companies to get pitches for the next year, the next season, the next renewal. These are guys that they have listed on all their tentpole shows. They don't know the creative that will get them there, but they know that these are the guys they're going with. And it's hard to go down that list and unseat one just to put a new guy in. And I'm not pretentious to think that like, oh, you should because I'm better than this guy or that guy, or deserve it, whatever the case is. I know I can do it, but that's their decision, that's their investment. So that's where we were, and then it was, I turned in a new round of pitches on like a Tuesday, and then on that Friday, and they're just, Vince doesn't know what he would want to do with you. He has a lot of respect for what you want to do, but he also feels like if you're going to be unhappy, he doesn't want you to be unhappy here either. So,
did you feel unhappy?
Yeah, I made it clear to them I wanted to leave, but I just don't believe in quitting. And I also don't believe in going on social media and like, I'm sick of this and I'm going to ask for my release today. I mean, I just quietly told them I'm ready to go. I'd like to go back to Japan and Mexico and do stuff that I was happy doing before, that I would have done if I didn't stay here. But I'd like to do better. If we can make it more fun, if I can contribute better, let's try to get to that, because I don't want to just quit.
Right.
And we couldn't find it, so
better to leave his friends, right?
Off I flew. But yeah, it wasn't anything to do with like tattoos or
As scandalous as it is sometimes in the world of Google, right?
Yeah.
And now you're into the new frontier. What do you got planned for 2020? Anything cool?
Well, it's just a continuation of more what I was able to do this year. I got to go back to work in May. They let me kind of go back to work a little bit early on my 90 days. So
well, it was
like a 78-day no compete clause, I think. So
they got creative on that end, at least with you.
Yeah, it was cool. They gave me some leeway because there's no hard feelings or anything. And from May till December, I had like 93 dates.
Wow.
On the calendar. So, yeah, some of them were for some pretty cool places. I got to go back to New Japan. I got to do the Super J Cup this year. Impact, I got to return to. I got to do MLW, which was pretty cool. I haven't worked with those guys like Court and them since 2004.
Wow.
When they were first starting MLW back in the day. And I got to do some tapings in Mexico, so that was cool. I got to go over to Japan as well.
Is that not the best name for a wrestling company, though?
What?
Major League Wrestling.
I mean,
I love that name.
Right to the point,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And I got to go abroad a bunch. I made a few trips to Australia and the UK and got to see kind of the new indie scene, which is something that I haven't been able to do, And
it's not so bad.
No, not at all. And next year, it's a lot. I haven't announced it yet. All my schedule is usually up on detonationkick.com, my touring schedule. I haven't put out the next year's one, but like the first 5-6 months is already kind of set.
Really?
So I'm looking forward to it. Some more New Japan, more Impact. Yeah, so hopefully I'll turn what was almost 100 dates into 200 dates if I can.
There you go, right? And be in control of your own destiny at the same time.
I get to use the first half of the year this time instead of taking all those.
That's awesome. Good for you. All right, wrestling fans, you can find him on Twitter at MegaTJP. I didn't want to get the X's initials confused. That's a different story for a different time. I got that in earlier. And you get your own line of the merch. Where can the fans find that?
Yeah, that was actually another cool thing I got to do this year was for Detonation Kick. And I mean, I was always into streetwear growing up, and it's really just modeled after the type of stuff I grew up with. Like, you can find that at detonationkick.com. I think everything is sold out right now, so hopefully everything will be up soon. But yeah, and if you go to detonationkick.com, you can also find my touring schedule and all the dates. Hopefully I'll be in the city.
Next time you'll be back with us.
Yeah, hopefully there'll be a city near whoever chooses to click. So.
Unbelievable. Well, you know what? You can never start your Christmas shopping too early once he has everything in stock again. You know, it's right around the corner. TJ, it was awesome to have you here. I mean, just some of the headlines we touched upon that we probably could have talked about for an hour each. Hopefully we'll have you back in the near future.
Absolutely.
For TJ, I'm Dan Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well. See you soon. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. If you enjoyed that interview with TJP, we have another one with him coming up later in tonight's marathon, and brand new shows coming your way with him this spring and summer. Again, we implore you to help us bring you more great content and keep wrestling legends working. Very simple, so many ways you can help. Hit the thumbs up button on the marathon video tonight. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for free. If you click the little notification bell, you get updates on all the great content when new episodes premiere. And the big one, share with fellow wrestling fans across social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Reddit, wrestling Facebook groups, wrestling websites. Anywhere there are wrestling fans who love pro wrestling, let them know what we're doing. There are millions of fans that gave up on sports entertainment, but love the good old days of the 80s and 90s. Once they find these talk shows, I'm betting they'll love the content as much as you do. Coming up next, our Wrestling Insiders Marathon gets a little nasty. As Nasty Boys, Brian Knobbs returns, shooting on making the big jump from the NWA to the WWF in the middle of a well-received feud with the Steiner brothers. In his early days in the World Wrestling Federation, headed into Royal Rumble 1991. Enjoy. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Very happy to have Brian Knobbs of the Nasty Boys with us here in studio. You guys have wanted him for a while. Here he is.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Hopefully the first of many visits to come.
Yes, definitely. This place is unbelievable.
Awesome
studio.
I hopefully someday it'll be under my name, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be here nonetheless. We've produced a lot of great content over the past 19 years, Brian. Usually in this show right about now, we're trying to take a look at the great times in the what was WWF, now WWE. Of course, almost like a tree, your career has many branches and places and leaves that it's been, so we'll see what direction the great adventure takes us. But we'll start from the beginning. December of 1990, you had the Ultimate Warrior as the World Wrestling Federation Heavyweight Champion. Mr. Perfect was the Intercontinental Champion, Bret Hart, and Jim the Anvil Neidhart, the Tag Team Champions. WWF was in a bit of a rut. 1990 was not a great year at the door, and to try and freshen things up in the fall of 1990, Vince McMahon gave notice to over a dozen stars, and a lot of new faces started to pop up. And as noted,
In December, one of the final TV tapings of the year was the debut of recent WCW superstars, Brian Knobbs and Jerry Saggs. How did it come to be? What brought the Nasties to the World Wrestling Federation?
The match between the Steiners, Halloween Havoc, WCW, 1990. Anybody want to look at that? Go to the network. They have it. Awesome match. We went about 24, 25 minutes, and it was crazy. And a great match. They're great guys. They're great wrestlers, and we had a program going with them. And after that match, about a week later, Hulk called me and said, "Hey, Vince wants to talk to you and wants you to bring you guys up." And I told him he was full of shit and he was bullshitting me. And he goes, "No, I'm serious. He's going to call you." And in about 10 minutes, Vince called me and we had a conversation and said he'd like to have us come up there. And, I said, "Well, they're working on a contract right now and this and that." And then he goes, "Well, I have just no money contracts, but I guarantee you'll make probably 3 to 4 times more than they're offering you."
Wow.
And he wasn't lying. So, we said yes.
So WCW had you guys in a pretty good position, but you weren't under contract.
Yeah, we were just like not like a 2 or 3 year. We were just on a little short-term contract,
one.
And then all of a sudden, right after that Steiner match, they wanted to sign us, and they offered us this, and that was right after the Steiner match, and it happened so fast that before they had a chance to sit down with us and that, we were there for about 6 months, and Vince is calling. That's where you want to be if you're a pro wrestler. You want to be in a WrestleMania.
Right.
That is kind of if you were never at a WrestleMania and you're a pro wrestler, that's what you want to do. And at that time, they were only on 7. Now they're on what, 35?
It'll be 37 next
37.
year. Wow,
unbelievable.
isn't that something?
So 30 years ago we were on, so.
What did you guys, I think Jerry said when he was with us, you had a meeting with Hurd and Jim Ross to try and sign you?
Yeah, then they, Jim Ross kind of, went to the Steiners, and because we weren't going to do the job on the way out because we're going to Vince, we just signed it, and the Steiners stuck with us, said, "Hey, man, these guys did everything we ever wanted. They're great guys. We love working with them, and whatever they want to do and how they want to finish it up." And it was a DQ on us, but, Jim Ross was plugging for us to get beat right in the middle before we go up there, and Steiner stuck with us. And
wow.
Yeah.
Dude, that's impressive.
Yeah. Well, we've good friends with Robbie and Scotty, and been good friends with them a long time. I mean, back in the day, when we first got there, they were supposedly hurting people, and all they were doing was they know how to wrestle. Both Michigan,
Yeah.
And me and Sag were barroom fighters. So we learned from Vern Gagne. So, we knew, from Vern and getting taught by Brad, we knew how to brawl and fight. And plus, we knew how to work.
Yeah.
They taught you how to work, every day working, these different territories, then going down to Jarrett's territory and working every day, and then driving on the road and talking over your matches. And that really helped. I mean, it really toned you up. So by the time we hit WCW, we were ready. We were ready to, we've been there. We've been Florida Championship Wrestling. We were in South Atlantic, and then,
Memphis.
Memphis, that's Jarrett. Jerry Lawler and Jerry Jarrett owned it.
Right.
Mid-South, So, all of these places, you worked every day, even Florida Championship Wrestling with Mike Graham and Steve Kernan, and Dusty came in, and that was before Dusty left to go up the WWE or WWF, and then they put the polka dots on him and stuff, and he got that over. So, you can't mess with the dream. He's a true legend.
He made it work.
Yeah, he made it work because they're getting funky like a monkey and pumped is real, baby, so. But then from then on, it was, right after that, they brought us right in 1990, November, and I said it earlier that it was me, Sag, and Mark Undertaker.
Undertaker, yep.
We all came in together in November, I think, like maybe middle or third week of November. We signed a deal with them, and then before you know it, we're wrestling the Bushwhackers, and it was all to get us ready for WrestleMania.
Now,
and we didn't know that, though. I mean, we didn't know nothing. I mean, they asked me, and I don't know why Sag wasn't in it, and the Royal Rumble in 1991, and I thought, okay, they need somebody up. And then I look on the board, and the last three in the ring are me, Earthquake, and Hogan. I'm like, are you kidding me? And I found the power of Hulkamania to hearing the fans, and so he goes, well, how do you want to go out? And I said, give me the big boot, and I'll go over backwards like this. And he said, you sure you can make that bump? You're pretty big. And I said, I definitely will make that bump. And man, I didn't even touch that top rope. I was so amped up, you know what I mean? And it was me and Earthquake and him at the end, and then him and Earthquake had a little deal, and that's when they had their little, deal going on. And I think Sarge came in at the end there to make the match for WrestleMania, so.
Now, what were your first impressions of Vince McMahon as you started to interact with him?
Nice guy, knew his stuff, and, like any other boss, he's the boss, so you're listening to what he says, and, we had our own thing, so we would, chime in, and, sometimes they put some of the stuff in, sometimes they didn't, and Pat was there at the time, Patterson, helping him out, so, that was, it took us a while, like 5 years to get our character down, because when we went, when you watch our matches first in AWA, we were wearing spandex yellow and boots and the wrestle thing, and all of a sudden, when we went down to Mid-South, Jerry the King Lawler said, you guys call yourself the Nasty Boys, but you don't look like it. You should be more like a street. And then that's what gave us the thing to put sweatshirts, splash them up, Nasty Boys. And another thing is to cover our bodies up, only our arms stuck out. So this way, you didn't see us being, the fat guys we were. It covered that up. So, we were the first ones that started covering up the bodies, which was good. And the only thing we didn't like is Jerry Lawler's a great artist, so he would paint our faces for TV. When he did it,
you wore face paint?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, he did it. And then when we had to do it on the road, it looked like two kindergarten kids did it, and we didn't like it. Not only because of that reason, because then it's really copying the Road Warriors. Because we came in the camp with these haircuts. So right away people were going Road Warriors, but at the time, we didn't even know who the Road Warriors were, because all we got was WWF, or at the time it was WWWF. I go all the way back to Bruno and Zabisco and Pampiro Firpo and Toru Tanaka and Mr. Fuji when they were wrestling, because they used to do TV in Hamburg, and then Philly, but then the studio burned down in Philly. Then they brought it to Allentown, so they would do Hamburg and Allentown, and then all the guys would be in the back, Chief J Strongbow, and all them guys were still wrestling. So that was when I was young.
I know the contract wasn't for any kind of guaranteed money, but was it for a certain length of time, as far as number of years?
You know what? I don't remember. I think it was. I think it was for like 3 years, maybe. Might have been a 3-year contract. I don't remember. I just know it was no money, but But we made money. Right.
Now, did they ever, where you had prior usage of the Nasty Boys, it would be a gimmick that you could go on to own, as you still do to this day.
Yeah.
Did they ever pitch a character to you that they could own or tweak it, or no? They just wanted the Nasty Boys.
That match said it all. But they must have been watching before that, but that match is what put it over the top. If you watch it, it is good. And then, well, Kevin Sullivan went to me, and I said, well, Kevin, and Kevin goes, well, if I were you, he says, I would take Scotty's finish right in the middle. So he gave me the Frankensteiner and pinned me right in the middle. But then afterwards, we got our heat back. He got, threw Ricky into the steel post, and he hurt his shoulder. So now Scotty's out doing an interview, And he's, going, I'm going to get you, and then all of a sudden behind him comes a popcorn vendor with a beard, and it's Sag going, popcorn, peanuts, while he's talking on the, doing his interview, and all of a sudden, like, Scotty looked at him like, who is this guy? And he went, Nasty Boys if you want, and all of a sudden here comes Sag with the whole tray of crap he had, hit it over, and, knocked him out, knocked him, let him lay, and I came running out, we put the boots to him, Steiners, we're not over yet, and I said it so fast, I don't even know what I said, and it sounded like a big blur, but, yeah, and then another thing we did on our own there was when we had the signing in Chicago, we took their belts and knocked them over the head with them. That's the first time anybody really laid the Steiners out. So that helped to get to that match. So, and it was all about that match. Right after that, man, it wouldn't even take a week, but told you Hulkster called me. I thought he was really, BSing me.
Ribbing you, yeah.
Yeah, ribbing me, like, okay, right, thanks, yeah, right, Hulks. I said, all right, big man, thanks. I said, no, he's going to call you. And he did like 5-10 minutes later.
At what point did you learn that you were going to be aligned at the hip with the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart, to try and give you some credibility?
They just put him with us, and the first road trip, we went on a 10-dayer, and he drove with us and everything like that. And then when we landed in Tampa, because he lived in Tampa too, he goes, "I love you guys, but from now on, you guys can get your own car and this and that," because we were actually 3 of us in the room, we were doing that,
Oh, you were even splitting the room together, the 3 of you?
Me, Sag, and Jimmy, and then 10 days of that, Jimmy went, "You guys are on your own now. I taught you, this is how it is, so be on time, blah, 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 blah." But he's still one of the best managers, and we didn't have too many. We had Missy Hyatt, that Dusty gave us, but Jimmy actually helped us and still helps us to this day. He's still, me and him are still best of friends. We, talk to each other all the time, and I call him the hardest working man in show business.
He's almost 80 years old, and he still goes like he's in his 30s. It's unbelievable.
Still looks, same.
Spends a lot of time on that here. Let me ask you this. Your first TV taping right in Tampa, Florida. Any memories of that day? Did any veterans come to you and give you some good advice, maybe some bad advice, some people that weren't happy to see you come to the company?
No, I would like to, have a story about that, but
what do we got?
I forget what happened last week. Actually, really, because some of the things I see now. There was a 6-man we had, and Piper and the Bushwhackers against us and Molly. And that was in Tampa. Don't remember that. Oh, don't remember that at all. And it was a good match. I go, how didn't I remember that? I mean, and Pipes was in there, So, there's every once in a while something will catch me off guard, and,
well, sometimes you just need to jog the memory. That's all. And that's why these shows are great, because some guys have said they're not only like interviews, but sometimes they're like therapy.
Well, one thing was when we did get there. Kurt Hennig was our mentor, and we did so much stuff. We got fired from AWA a couple times, and it wasn't our fault, but Kurt always had something to do with it. He was the king of the ribs because he learned from Mr. Fuji, but he was up there. The Rockers were there, and all these guys that we grew up with, in '86, 87, AWA, and we were in Mid-South together. So when we finally got up there, all them guys were already there and kind of established. Yeah, a lot of friends that would help us and know and told the other guys that these guys are cool, this and that, and so.
So no one was ribbing you or anything when you first got on the scene?
Oh, please, yes.
Oh, really? There was some ribbing going on.
Yeah, well, Kurt,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I lost eyebrows, and your bag locked to you, ready to leave, and your bag's chained to the seat. You can't leave without, you got to go get the guy, either get a key or a bolt cutter, all kind of ribs, dude. I mean, yeah, but
most of it good-natured.
Yeah, everything was good-natured. Yeah, nothing was meant to hurt. Yeah, it was funny, So, but I miss Kurt. He was our mentor. Miss him big time. I'm glad for Joe. And I'm glad for Bo, Rotundo's kid, and Wyatt.
Yeah.
Because you know, we wrestled. Mike was, you know, good friends with us in, you know, WCW, and then he was up there at his IRS, and, you know what I mean? So we knew a lot of the guys, you know, that were with us, you know, in different places are now up there. So, you know, actually it made the transition very easy.
Easy transition when you knew so many people, right? Right.
But we had a good time.
Also at that first TV taping, kind of a memorable incident for one of the co-hosts of this show, our good friend on Thursday night at 10 p.m., Mr. Party with Marty, Marty Jannetty himself. The enhancement talent, Chuck Austin, took the rocker dropper wrong and broke his neck.
Oh, yeah.
He wound up suing the company and was awarded over $26 million, costing Marty $500K out of pocket. Any memories of that happening on what was a huge night for you guys preparing for your TV debut?
Yeah, but nobody knew how bad he was until
really?
after.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they, you know, they got him out of there. You didn't know. You know, the emergency was right there. They took him and they shot him right to the hospital. So we didn't know till after how bad he really was. You know what I mean?
People knew he was injured, but no one knew to what
nobody
extent.
knew how bad it was. Yeah, you know.
And
I mean,
what I found was kind of amusing, and this is a question they always want us to ask. His partner that night was the genius Lanny Poffo, a Florida man himself. What are your thoughts on Lanny? The fans love this. I'm not quite sure why, but Lanny has a special skill. The service, you know what I mean? The fellatio. What is it about the self-service with Lanny that he enjoys so much? Did you ever witness it in the locker room?
No.
You never witnessed it?
No.
No, all right.
No.
Well, many
if
have.
you're talking what I think you're talking about.
Yeah, servicing.
Yeah.
No. He said he never had to quarantine from himself this year. He was never alone.
No, I never, no.
I just couldn't imagine trying to get my body in that position, but that's just me, I guess.
I don't know, but no, he didn't, you know. Lanny was on with other guys. You know, we had our crew, which was, you know, Kurt and Taker and, you know, Yoko and, you know, Godfather or Papa. You know, we knew Papa back in '89. He was Baron Shemidi in South Atlantic. John Studd was there.
Oh, wow.
George Scott started it up with Ringley. And,
oh, yeah, okay, that's right. What was his name
we had Paul
again?
Jones.
What was Papa Shango's name there again?
Baron Shemidi.
Baron Shemidi. I never knew that. Okay,
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, and then he told me all the character's real name, how they got it, and it was pretty amazing when I just talked to him. I still talk to him all the time too. He's a true brother.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's a good guy.
True brother.
He's been here in this studio too.
Yeah, he's funny and good guy, man. Good-hearted guy.
After they get you over on TV with a few enhancement match wins, you started the house show loops at first with a couple of good friends of ours, Luke and Butch the Bushwhackers. Memories of your house show runs with the men from down under.
Awesome. And they never complained because we were stiff. I'm just going to tell you, that's what made we got so long so good with the Steiners, but we were young and stiff and never complained, ever. And we used to have some awesome matches with them. You know, we had some, you know, great. I mean, we were the first match at with 94,000 people at Wembley Stadium. Nobody knows it because it wasn't on the pay-per-view, but it was them and Hacksaw against me, Sag, and the Mountie.
Yep.
And when you're the first match, man, nobody did nothing yet, so the people were going nuts. And 94,000, I was like, you know, you just think about that. You know what I mean? Like, wow, what a amazing,
what a memory.
What a memory, and what an amazing event to be at and be involved in. You know.
And they went from being these ultra-violent sheep herders to the fun-loving bushwhackers.
Yeah.
Talk about a transition.
Yeah, they used to be crazy. You know, back in the day.
Just look at their foreheads.
They were, I think, what did Luke say? Over 45 years now. I think they've been
in his
early
60s. My God, yeah.
60, the early 60s, and all over. You know, started in New Zealand. You know, and with Steve Ricard and them, and you know, him and Butch and two of the greatest guys, and they lived down in Florida too. We all lived down there, you know, so it was, you know.
Bushwhacker Beach.
Yeah, so we could always get down there and, you know, get together. So we always got together for, you know, different affairs and birthdays and stuff like that, you know.
With Bushwhacker Butch, I don't know if you heard about this, but he's actually coming back to the States for the first time in quite a while to do a little mini tour this spring.
That's what Luke told me.
Yeah, that'll be great.
I talk to Luke all the time, too. Yeah, Luke's a good guy.
Oh, Luke was supposed to be with us for the drive, too. I was disappointed that we weren't able to make that happen, but I'm still hoping that as the day we tape this, that magic package arrives from Tampa, Florida, that he sent up that's been delayed because of the weather. But Dan Luck, as I call it.
Yeah.
Dan Luck, as I call it.
Well, the mail's been screwy, too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we are, so. But, yeah, Bushwhackers were great. We loved working with them. We had... I would say up to, so we started in December, like going with the routine. So we went with them December, January, February, March, and then right there at the end of March, that's when we switched over to the Heart Foundation,
Right,
and we didn't know
program.
that. And a lot of guys, I think, got mad. I know, like the Road Warriors were there for a year and they still didn't have the belts.
Right.
Power and Glory, they were kind of, well, these guys just come in, they're young, and, so. But no problems at all, but it was just,
Jealousy.
But, we were just listening to Vince. He's
Right.
the owner. Hey, we didn't say nothing. We didn't know we were going to win or anything till, like maybe 2-3 days before,
Oh, you had a heads up that you were going to go over.
No, we didn't
Oh,
know.
you didn't have a heads up.
No, we didn't know what was going to happen. And we wrestled them only like 2 or 3 times before then, like at different house shows. But
Couple of tune-up matches, right?
Brett Stoll tells me that that's one of the best tag matches him and Jim had.
Really?
Was at WrestleMania 7.
Oh, that's quite a compliment.
Yeah, it is, especially coming from him.
The Hearts had a lot of great matches.
Yeah, excellence in execution, and he said that. And then when I watch it back, all the spots we put in there, and with Jimmy involved and everything, and yeah, it was good. The only thing I regret is that the war broke out there,
Right.
And then it took us because that was supposed to be at the LA Coliseum.
Right.
So that would have been like 90 or 100,000 people. But they went to the sports arena, which was still good. You still had Collie McLaughlin in the audience, and you had all these movie stars, Fonzie, and Regis Philbin was there. He was on the show actually.
Yep.
Willie Nelson sang "America the Beautiful."
Oh, we're going to get to WrestleMania 7 sooner than later. I can't
Okay.
wait for that. One that I wanted to ask you about, you mentioned that you debuted right around the same time as The Undertaker. What were your initial impressions of a gimmick-wise, of a dead man come to life, and did you think it would have a 30-year main event shelf life the first time you saw it?
I thought it was special.
Did you?
Yeah, and that was totally made up from Vince. Vince made that character, and the way Mark could work, I knew he was going nothing but up. You know what I mean? And you never know, knock on wood, any times, he went through some injuries too. But,
Lots of injuries.
he went, just kept going, and, he let him heal on time. But back in the day, when we were young, we never, like you said, if you didn't wrestle, you didn't get paid. So a lot of guys wrestled hurt, just kept going.
You had to.
So now when you're older, you're going, wow, maybe I shouldn't have did that. But I don't regret anything, man. I had fun, and the fans enjoy it, and they still come up and tell me today. And you're talking 30 years ago. We've been in the business now, I think 35 years. We got in 85, 86 when we first broke in. So
35 years of the Nasties. Wow. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
What about, as you were entering, a man that was on his way out, the greatest intercontinental champion of all time, the Honky Tonk Man. Did you have any interactions with him, or were you just kind of crossing like chips in the night?
Just knew him, yeah. We just kind of, bypassed him, like missed him, this and that, you know what I mean? And he always says nowadays with the internet and stuff and some of the stuff he says, I just, that's honky.
He always has a lot to say.
Yeah, that's honky. Can we take a break here in a minute? I got to take a leak.
Well, you know what, wrestling fans? Beautiful. Right now, we'll take a brief timeout. We'll be back with the nasty boy himself, Brian Knobbs. Stand by. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yes.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because he got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
Welcome back, wrestling fans. More great wrestling talk as we wrap up the Nasty Boys initiation of sorts into the World Wrestling Federation. Another gentleman, as you guys were coming in, 2 were headed out, Dusty and Dustin Rhodes. Dusty had a plum job waiting for him in WCW as the booker, but I mean, you talk about doing jobs on the way out. As Ted DiBiase needed knee surgery, Dusty Rhodes was doing clean jobs to Virgil on the way out. I was kind of taken aback by that, to have a legend like Dusty Rhodes putting Virgil over clean.
You know, Dusty was a businessman, so to him it was nothing. You can't take a star off, especially if it's a house show or whatever. I mean, you know, because he went down there and then, you know, when he went to WCW, and we did the War Games with him and you know, Dustin and me and Sag against Terry Funk and Bunkhouse Punk and Arn and did you see
Haku
that?
was the other one?
Haku was outside being Colonel
Robert
Parker's
Fuller?
manager.
Oh, he was the Haku is the bodyguard.
Yeah,
That's right.
the bodyguard. But to be in that deal and sold out, and to see at the end when the Dream comes in at the end to clean everybody's clock, and to be actually out there in the match, what a you know high that was for me and Sag, you know, because you could actually see the Dream, you know, and this was years past his prime when he was, you know, NWA, you know, doing his thing and all of that stuff. And they were crazy for him, man. It was just unbelievable, you know, and that was awesome. And another good one was me, Sag, and Rick Rude against Flair, Steamboat, and Sting. And that was another classic, you know. So
all available on WWE Network now.
Yeah.
All the classics from that era.
That's one good thing. Like I said, it's at least he didn't buy them. He just didn't put them out, and people can look all that stuff up. So the people that liked you or hated you during the day, they want to show their kids that like the newer wrestlers. Well, this is what I used to watch. You know.
The legends never die, as they say, right?
Dude, when we did that hardcore against Max Payne and Cactus. We came back to the locker room. We thought it was such a great match, and Rick chewed us a new one in front of everybody, you know, the whole locker room at the Rosemont Horizon, and said, "What the F are you doing? Hitting each other, you know." And then that Tuesday, we had what was it called? Center Stage. And in front of all the boys, he apologized to us. He says, you know what? I was wrong. Because when I landed and got off the plane, the first thing my son Reed said was, hey, how is the Nasty Boys and Cactus Jack and Max Payne? How are they doing? Because it looked like we killed each other. And Zag hit Cactus over the head at the end with the shovel because the finish was supposed to be him going, doing the pile driver through the table, but the table broke. So then Sag pushed him off that ramp and jumped down and hit him over the head with the shovel while I'm still doing something with Max in the back there. But when you know Rick came home, that's all Reed wanted to know about was that match. And he wrestled, I forget who he wrestled that night. I don't know if it was...
Steamboat.
Yeah, he wrestled Steamboat. So, you know, so he said hey, and I thought that took a lot, because Rick was the booker at the time, and he said, hey, I have to apologize to you guys for doing what I did at the Rosemont. He said, because that's all my son could talk about was your match,
Respect.
Yeah.
Very good. And that was a great series of matches. And then the next month after that, it was Cactus and Sullivan.
Yeah.
So those were really some great brawls.
Sully got himself in there.
Bye-bye, Max Payne. Yeah.
And I guess me and Cactus went through something, and Kevin grabbed Sag and said, do the finish to me. And no, the finish was supposed to be with Cactus, and Cactus is getting the win because Cactus was, in the program with us all in months. Kevin just came in, And then with Dave Schultz, I don't know if you're a hockey fan, but
not Dr. D,
the Hammer Schultz, Broad Street Bullies, So that was another awesome deal, And then commentating it, Jesse the Body, and I think Tony Schiavone. Schiavone, this is the craziest, wildest match, wilder than the Crusher and the Bruiser ever thought of having or something, and gave us really good compliments.
It was a great soundtrack to what you were trying to do.
Yeah.
Almost instead of a theme song, you had two great announcers describing to the fans at home what was going on. Yeah.
And I mean, even back in the day when, Gorilla and them, you can't take nothing away from the announcing teams, you know what I mean? Then when I was small, Vince was the guy doing the interviews, When his pop was still living.
Came full circle, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
All right, wrestling fans, that pretty much brings us to the conclusion of basically how the Nasty Boys came to be in the WWF. We're going to start to take a look at the World Wrestling Federation in 1991 when Brian Knobbs joins us again. For my new partner in crime over here, the Nasty One himself, I'm Dan Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy.
And nasty.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. The Nasty Boys went on to have a huge 1991 and look forward to Brian sharing more of his stories from the WWF that year a little later on. Hope you're enjoying WrestleMania weekend as much as we are here in the Big Guava, Tampa, Florida, and our Wrestle House that has had a human sea of guests joining us for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. Don't forget the WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe will be with us live tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pre-order your autograph photos now at bostonwrestling.com. For fans that have asked, we do have a few signed photos left of some of the superstars that have been with us this week. Again, check out bostonwrestling.com for availability. Up next is a man that was a monster in the ring, but a gentleman outside of it. Someone I've really enjoyed to get to know over the past few months. I'm talking about the massive Warlord. Coming up, Warlord shoots on leaving the NWA when he was part of the six-man tag team champions in 1988 to jump to the WWF. He discusses his early days in the new company that summer, an early rib from Mr. Fuji, Haku biting a man's nose off, early matches with Demolition, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another special edition of Wrestling Insider. A special guest, the Warlord, is with us once again as we continue to break down what was a very memorable career. Now, as we start to dive into that late 80s period that I love so much with all the great guests we've had here that have tried to dissect it from their point of view, it's going to be very interesting. Again, if you're joining us live, we want you to
to join the conversation. On the right-hand side of the screen, we have the premiere going where you can be respectful to your fellow fans and share your thoughts about the time period we're discussing, as well as the Warlord. The Super Chat is always open if you want to tip the bartender and help us keep the lights on. If you're not watching during the premiere, leave your thoughts in the description box below. We love to know what you guys think of the guests. We love to know your reactions to the stories we tell so we can bring you the best possible wrestling shows we can. I don't know when live wrestling events are going to be coming back to Massachusetts. Indoor capacity for gatherings was cut from 25 to 10. So it's not looking good anytime soon. So the one thing we can do to try and keep eyeballs on our product and our presentations are great talk shows like this. Not only that, we're helping keep the wrestling legends working, and a lot of these episodes are being taped during our 9th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Cyber Fanfest. So there's good vibes all around. We want to go back to the good vibes of 1988 with the Warlord. You were in a very plum position working for Jim Crockett down in the NWA with the Barbarian, feuding with the Road Warriors, the Legion of Doom, and then almost like when I snapped my fingers a few minutes ago, with the snap of a finger, you were gone. You talked a little bit about it during the Pat Patterson episode. Rick Martel went down with injury. Strikeforce was out of the tag team title picture feuding with Demolition. WWF needed a new top tag team. Take it from there.
Basically, they, as I kind of said earlier in the Pat Patterson interview, is Grizzly Smith, who was, of course, Jake the Snake's dad, gave my partner a call, Barb a call at his house in Charlotte, and talked to them that they would like to meet with us and that they would like to fly us down the next morning from Charlotte to Atlanta. So Barb, the way he talks, calls me up and he says, Teddy, you know, Grizzly Adams, WWF, they would like to talk to us. You know, I said, all right, Barb, cool. When do we go? He said, tomorrow morning. They have tickets waiting for the airport in Charlotte. So we went to the airport, picked up our tickets, flew down to Atlanta, and come outside and there's a limo waiting. So limo goes ahead and picks us up, takes us to a hotel. They give us a key to a room. We open up the room with the key, and there's Pat Patterson, Vince McMahon, and Hulk Hogan, all in the same room. So we go and sit down with them. They go through their spiel, and they go, well, what do you think? And, you know, they didn't give a timetable, and Barb said, you know, looks around, he said, when do we start? And they said, we'd like you to come in Monday. Now, this is a Friday. Now, usually you don't, in a big organization, you're not somewhere else and you're there a couple days later.
Right.
You know, they do it through a little process of time. I'm like, oh, all right, Barb, I guess we go there Monday. Now, you know, the next day we're supposed to be in Baltimore for the NWA working, holding our 6-man tag team belts with Ivan Koloff against, it was actually against Paul Ellering, Dusty Rhodes, and Hawk, because Animal had been hurt. So we go to the show, and I'm gonna take a little bit further here. We go to the ring, they come to the ring, Hawk and Barb are ready to start the match. Also, the Road Warriors music came back on. Now, I didn't know this at the time. Animal was there, and curtains open up, there he is with a hockey mask on, with his face paint. So he comes down the ring, and I'm looking at Barb, I said, Barb, I didn't know Joe was here, you know. And he comes down there, he gets in the ring, you know, he goes, no, he always does that stuff.
Yeah.
And he tags Hawk, so he's gonna start the match with Barb. Just about ready to lock up, he pulls back, he rips the hockey mask off, because his eye had healed, and he's got his face paint on there. Now, he took him through that hockey mask. Now, you can imagine what happened to that hockey mask. You got 20,000 people in Baltimore Arena. Yeah, we had to wait for a while to start the match. They were fighting for that thing. The police had to go over there, everything else. We just sat in our corners and waited, you know, till they got all settled out, you know. And, you know, we ended up just disqualified, but we still had the belts and that stuff, you know. And we come back, and Barb goes to Dusty and goes, Dusty, we go to WWF Monday. And I hear jaw drop to the ground, because we had all these ladder matches with the Road Warriors coming up. For Starrcade, right? Scaffold matches with the Road Warriors coming up. And Animal just came up and he shook our hand and said, good for you guys, because we weren't going to take the bump you guys were. You guys are going to fall every night, you know, and we already knew that. So
what a waste, not to digress, but I found those scaffold matches kind of boring. No one was really going to do anything on it.
You can't do any
other
bumps.
than fall.
Other than fall. That's all you can do. I mean, it was just a waste of time. It really was. And like I say, from 30 feet up and you got 300-pound men, yeah, you're going to get hurt sooner or later.
You saved yourself some wear and tear.
Yes, I did. And I made a good decision by going to WF because they were the hottest thing going. That's where everybody, if you actually became somebody big when you make it WWF. I mean, that's elite. That's elite. You know,
that's the brand name.
I said that in college one time when I was playing football. We used to watch the WWF when it first came on TV and cable at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, wow, just shocked. This is glitz and glamour. Look at how big this is compared to the wrestling I'd seen, AWA and all that stuff. My God, look at this. And
were you a fan as a young person?
Yeah, I watched AWA in Minnesota when I grew up in that. So I used to watch Vern Gagne and all that stuff, you know. And then, I didn't really know what NWA was at that time, you know. But I remember the first time I was going down to the NWA, and I had to stay over in a hotel one night, and the WF show was on. And that's when it was going to be Hogan against Andre. And I just looked, I said, man, I would love to be there someday. I really would. I'd love to be there someday. And I made it down the road. Here I am in college watching Jimmy Superfly Snuka, watching British Bulldogs. I'm watching all these guys. And all of a sudden, years later, I'm like, wow, this is cool, man. I'm here.
It's almost like a dream.
I'm working with all these guys that I watched in college. You know, I mean, it was fun. It was fun. It really was. I enjoyed it. In fact, Hogan, being in Minnesota, you know, Hogan being a big Minnesota guy too and that stuff before, you know. I went to the old Met Center where they played the hockey and that stuff, and they had a show there. And the wrestling school I was going, they invited us to come to that night. So I got to go backstage and meet Hulkster and everybody. And he looked at me and said, brother, you're a big guy, man. I might see you here someday. That's what he said. I might see you here someday. And I made it. He kind of looked at me and he just shook his head. I think he really remembered. I really do. He just shook his head just like that. It was cool. It made me feel good. It really did.
Why do you think he was at that meeting?
Just to kind of show their power.
Mm-hmm.
Why not bring your biggest star there ever is? He's the biggest star in the business forever.
Did he help and make the pitch to you guys, or did he just kind of sit and listen to McMahon and Patterson?
It was mostly those two.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was presentation. That's all it was.
And respect even. That they thought that much of you to take Hogan from a rare day off to come to meet with you guys at the hotel. Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool.
Did the NWA want you to drop the titles on the way out?
No, because we didn't have a show that Sunday, so we were.
Oh, okay.
We were gone. And the funny thing is, I gave my belt back that night. Barb kept his.
Did he?
And if Barb would have told me, I would have kept my damn belt. Those are nice six-man tag team belts.
Think of what those nice belts would be worth nowadays too. I know what Bill got for his WWF tag team title.
You know
belt.
what? I would have never sold it.
You would have kept it?
Yes, because that's special.
Yeah,
that would go down to my kids. It's like my W staff that I have. That's one of a kind. I've had so many people offer me such big money for that staff. So I'm never going to sell it. It's going to go to my kids. I love my one pair of special tights that I wrestled so many guys in. I sold two of the others. My one special one, I'm keeping that. My Powers of Pain ones I have with Barb right now, I'm keeping those for my kids. You know, there's no amount of money. That goes to my family. It gets passed down through the generations.
There's only one of things like that.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
And they're very special.
Once you sell them, you're not getting them back
That's
again.
right. And all the people you wrestled in those things, there's such good memories looking at those things. You know?
It's like a library of memories.
Yes. You can't take that away.
No.
Can't take that away.
Not at all. So you wrapped up with NWA. That Monday you put on the road. How did the WWF fans take to you right away? You were heels in the NWA. WWF was looking to have you take Strikeforce's place as the #1 babyface tag team. What was the initial reaction like to the fans before you even debuted on television?
Well, the first couple of weeks, because we didn't do TV yet, so no one knew we were in WWF.
Mm-hmm.
We went to do the house shows, and the people are in awe because we had music coming out when we came out, and as big as we were and that stuff and what we could do, the people were just like, wow, Powers of Pain or WWF. And the people went nuts. They went crazy. I mean, our first show was in actually in University of Notre Dame, South Bend, Indiana. And of course, those, the college kids are great. They went nuts on that stuff, And next day we were in Syracuse, New York, and then we had 2 TVs. Now, this was a Fuji rib. We didn't really know Mr. Fuji. So we're looking around and we asked, where's a good hotel to stay here in Syracuse? Well, who'd we get? Fuji. We asked Fuji. A mistake. So Fuji goes, I have very good hotel. You know what I'm talking about. You go to this hotel. Oh, very good. All the boys stay there. So we get done. We go to this motel, and I was like, Barb, how come there's no cars in the parking lot? Maybe they park somewhere else. I don't know. So we park there. We go and get a room. We go to the room. We open the door. Now, there's no air conditioning in this place. The air conditioning is broke.
And you went in the summertime.
Yeah. 95 degrees out. All the mosquitoes. Yeah, humidity. So we go ahead. We get in, we turn the TV on. It's fuzzy. So you can't even get a TV. Now, we try to go to sleep. The beds are like sagging to the ground.
Oh, my God.
So I'm just like looking at it. So we got to open up the doors to try to get some air in there. Now you got the mosquitoes coming in. This is the night before our first big TV for WWF. So we're up every hour fanning each other off like this to try staying cool because we're dying, Next day we got to drive 3 hours to Glens Falls, New York, and we're just dying. We're tired. We get to Glens Falls, and this was cool. We come in with our bags, and all of a sudden we stop, and all of a sudden here comes Andre the Giant, Ultimate Warrior, Randy Savage. All of a sudden he stops, he turns and looks, "What's up, big brothers? Welcome to the WWF." The way I said it, I'm like,
this was Randy that said that?
Yeah. I drop my bags. I look at Barb and said, "Barb, that's his real voice." That's his real voice, So we go and get her, and then of course Fuji sees, how was hotel last night? I just shook my head. He goes, "Oh, no. We all stay at Super 8. You gotta be kidding me, man. Fuji got us.
Forget about Super 8. If that was a downgrade from the Super 8, I can't imagine what that place was like.
It was brutal. It was brutal. It was rough.
What were your initial impressions of the WWF, your first big television taping, compared to your experiences in the NWA?
It was night and day. It was like taking from wrestling to stardom. Glitz and glamour. It was just a different atmosphere. The WWF was a different atmosphere than the NWA. NWA was great wrestling. Mm-hmm. This was entertainment. It was entertainment. Entertainment at its best. Entertainment with great athletes. Entertainment with comic book characters that came to real life. They were real life comic book characters. It was fun. It was fun just to see that big WWF logo. It was cool.
How would you compare your initial impressions of Vince McMahon to working for Jim Crockett?
Vince was just a larger-than-life person. Jim Crockett was never... You really didn't see too much of Jim Crockett. Mm-hmm. Vince you always saw. Vince was a person that was larger than life too also. He was just a person that when he come around, everything kind of... Everybody had to look.
Yeah.
That was Vince. And to this day, still the same way. It's just larger than life. It's Vince. It's just Vince.
What about your early memories of a team that you'd feud pretty much the majority of the time with for the next year and a half? Axe and Smash Demolition, Bill and Barry.
Great tag team. One of the best, probably I would say behind the Road Warriors. Great gimmick. The outfits were cool. Great music. Powerful music.
Love the song.
Powerful music coming to that ring. I am the Axe, and I am the Smash. I mean, just great music, And they both went together real well. And they were old school type wrestlers. That's what they did, old school type wrestling. And it worked well, It worked well. I mean, they should be in the Hall of Fame. Of course, it's all political, We all know that. It's all political. They should have been in Hall of Fame right away. They've had the tag team. They held the tag team longer than any other tag team titles, longer than anybody else ever has.
Well, New Day actually broke it by about a week, so they could say Demolition
It's
wasn't.
still Demolition. I don't care. It's still Demolition. That's just political, too. That's all.
Demolition worked on top with those belts.
Yes.
The big difference between that and how they're presented on TV
and tag
nowadays.
teams were totally different back then than they are now, too. Totally different. Tag teams back then were unbelievable. They were one-of-a-kind tag team. Everyone was a one-of-a-kind tag team. You know, today now they just throw guys together.
Yeah.
And these, in our time, everybody complimented the other. Everybody complimented. So that's what made the tag team so unique.
I'll say this, I've done very few things right in life when it comes to wrestling, but one thing that I put a feather in my cap on is that I don't know if you're familiar with the fact that after Survivor Series 90, Bill and Barry didn't speak for 16 years.
Mm-hmm. I know.
I went on a manhunt to find Barry Darsow. A manhunt. Yeah. And I was unsuccessful for a long time. But I finally got him in late 2006 and got the two of them to reunite and speak to each other again the morning of WrestleMania 27 in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And they were my favorites as a kid. And I like both of them personally very much.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the few really great things I've done in wrestling is to take a tag team that meant so much to so many and get them on. And now look at them. They're on the road together a few times a month and they're making more money.
Yeah.
Easy money. You know, it's not like they're in the ring bumping around anymore. So I was very happy I was able to do that. As a kid, I had that big 24 by 36 inch Demolition poster on my wall. I had the Axe.
Where's the Powers Paid one?
They didn't make one, did they?
No.
I had the Axe LJN, but they didn't make a Smash LJN because LJN cut the line. It was almost like they made a Warlord LJN, but poor Barbarian got jobbed out of his.
Yeah. Same as Hasbro. Hasbro didn't do one of Barb.
Yeah, that's right.
They
You
didn't
have
do
a
one of
Hasbro.
Mattel for Barb. You know, they didn't. I don't know.
They really
why.
like you.
I don't know. I'm lucky, man. It's thank God because I love those things. No matter whatever happens to me in life, I live forever. I'm immortal. Like Hogan said, we're immortal.
Yep.
We're immortal with those action figures. We become immortal. And that's
Action figures, now with the advent of the internet, the old video footage and the pay-per-views, and like you said, I mean, when your physical body is gone, your spirit and your presence will live on for eternity.
Yes. And like you said, you know, I'm very glad that Bill and Barry got back together because they're kind of like Animal and Hawkwood. They weren't talking for a long time, and then they got back together. It means because those are just tag teams that actually need each other. They actually need it. One with the other is not the same. Together, they can do whatever. They can do everything. So I'm glad because they're both good men, and you know they look great together.
How did they like working with you? Any idea? I mean, did they think you were these kind of younger guys coming in from NWA compared to working with vets like Tito and Martel, someone that they had to carry a little bit?
Well, I was always the greenest of everybody. I was a young boy yet of everybody. You know, Barb had been there for a while.
Because you must have been pretty young at this point.
I was young.
Mid-20s, right?
Of course, Bill's a veteran. Bill had been around forever and that stuff, you know. But no, I know they enjoyed it because we had very good matches together with those guys. Of course,
believable matches.
Yes, and of course,
credibility.
Yes, and of course we got to do work for the titles for a long time, which was very enjoyable. I mean, just a lot of fun.
Yeah,
a lot of fun.
I really like that feud.
Yep.
Well, I'm sure we'll get back to Demolition as the life of the Warlord in WWF continues. But another new babyface tag team hit the scene right around the same time you guys did. They were with the company for one single day in 1987 before they got fired in Buffalo, New York. Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty, my partner in crime each and every Thursday night here in the seat at 10 p.m. The Rockers. Your memories of the Rockers early on in the company when you guys were both all kind of new.
I tell you what, the Marty and Shawn were a lot of fun. When they were young, they were wild. Like you said, their first
Marty
time,
now.
Yeah, like I said, into the territory the first time they get fired the first
one night.
Not very many people could do that, you know. But they were a great tag team. I mean, we had I think some of our best matches ever with those guys because them being small, us being big the way we were, they knew how to work with big men. They knew how to. I mean, they could fly, literally fly.
At that point, you know, while they'd probably be considered about average size today in WWE, back then they were looked at as pretty small.
Yeah, they were small at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, like I said, you know, the WWF at the time was comic book characters brought to life. You look at a comic book character, that's what we were. Except we were real body, we were real people. And everybody was so big, strong, everything else and that stuff, you know. But those two guys had the great looks. And they had all the women.
And they fit the gimmick.
Yeah, yes,
they lived
did.
the gimmick.
Yeah, they lived the gimmick. But you're talking two great workers. And at that time, I think actually, to tell you the truth, Marty was a better worker than Shawn at that time. Marty was a hell of a worker.
I think
he was good.
Some people may make that statement even now. And I think
that's my feeling. And I like Shawn a lot, but Marty was good.
Marty doesn't have the body of work that Shawn does. That's the problem.
No.
Marty never had the big world title runs.
No.
Marty never headlined the pay-per-views.
No.
But I'll say this. I think match for match, as far as variety, freshness, working with small guys, big guys, great workers, greenhorns, certainly not the biggest star in the history of the industry, but if I was to sit down and you could say you could have one collection of one guy's matches, I think Shawn Michaels might be the best of them all.
Yeah, you're probably right. Shawn's had a great career. And, you know, Shawn adapted to every change he made, whether it be how he worked, which was always great, whether it be whatever rig attire he would wear, which was always unique.
Yep, definitely.
You know? Yes. You know, Shawn adapted to the business, and he changed with the business all the time, which, you know, was very unique. You know, whatever it took, he did. Shawn did. You know, and like I say, Shawn was kind of like Bret Hitman Hart that I worked with for a while. If you couldn't work with him, you didn't deserve to be in the business.
Right.
You did.
You can't have a good match with one of those guys.
If you couldn't have a good match with it, you'd get out of the business because it's never going to happen. Never. But like I say, you know, Barb and me had incredible matches with those two guys. And it was believable what we did. Very believable. I remember in Madison Square Garden, I think it's on YouTube yet, where I gave Shawn a backdrop, and he got so high, I actually turned around. He wasn't down in the mat yet, and he actually, that little microphone that's over the thing up there, the little light that sits over,
thing, yeah.
it hit him. He hit it. He
Wow.
got so high, and I was so strong at that time. I could toss anything at that time, and he knew how to come off the back. Amazing, amazing. And those guys, they made everything you did to them was so believable, and they knew how to, like I say, they know how to work with big guys. They would, to get you down, they would use double team. They would double something with that double kick to the face, super kick. You know, whatever they did was always a double to try to get you. Never single, always a double, always.
And it made sense from a psychological point of view, where they were smaller guys in the company that you'd think, in theory, if it was a real fight, you'd need two bodies to take down some of those bigger guys.
Yes, you would. You know, and like I said, you know, they could work together very good, very well.
You mentioned it on your way out of the NWA in June of '88. You were in Baltimore, Maryland. Before the end of the month, you were back in Baltimore, Maryland, with the World Wrestling Federation.
Yes.
House show, nondescript, you'd think, until the after events that night, when the International Hotel near the Baltimore airport, Haku bit off a man's nose. Were you in the vicinity when this night took place?
Yeah, I'll add a little more to that there.
Okay.
As you said, we were in Baltimore that Saturday before. Mm-hmm. And we were bad guys. We were the heels. We had the 6-man tag team belts. And the people wanted to cook us, you know, they wanted to kill us. They wanted us destroyed. Now, we come back the next week, same arena. And I'm looking at Barb and said, Barb, they're not going to like us. Because we were just here last week, you know. But now they hadn't seen us on TV, and they didn't even know we were in WWF yet.
So it was a surprise just to see you, yeah.
So Demolition went to the ring with Fuji. All of a sudden, we hit out there. We hit that ring, and boom, boom, boom. They take off, boom, they're gone. The people went nuts. I'm like, Barb, they like us. Look at this. I mean, one week they want to kill you. Next week they want to marry you. I said, only in wrestling, man. Only in wrestling, you know. And so that night afterwards, you know, we went to back to the Holiday Inn, and we went across the street to this one nightclub we always went to all the time. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's on the tip of my tongue. The Safari Club. A lot of fun. Always
That was
packed.
it, the Safari
Yes,
Club.
Safari
Yep,
Club.
yep.
Always packed, always. So we're having a great time, just walking around, and I didn't drink or anything. I never got into the drinking or anything else.
Good for you.
So Haku was just having a beer, and if you know anything about Tongans, Samoans, if they have one extra 2 beers too much, they're another people. They'll give you the shirts off their back. They will do whatever for you, anything. So I just get done seeing Haku, and I go, "You okay?" So, "Oh, good brother, I'm with Tonga Kid and that stuff, And all of a sudden I turn around, I look, and Haku's staring at this person. I'm like, trying to figure out who he's staring at. And all of a sudden he just starts going like through a crowd, like nothing's effective. He's just walking right through, like he's like a knife going through butter, He goes to this guy, he grabs him, and just literally, boom. I go over, all you see is blood everywhere. The guy's nose is like, yeah. So,
like a dog's toy.
So we get Haku with Tonga, we get him back into the car, take him back to the Holiday Inn, get him up to his room. Please stay here, Haku, please stay in your room. We come back downstairs, we go towards the front entrance and that stuff, and here comes all of these police cars. I went, oh boy, they knew where we're staying, So, of course, Haku sneaks back down the elevator after us and goes to the bar. So he's at the bar. Now, all these police officers come in, but I'm trying to think, man, if these guys go, no, he's going to fight. He's going to fight. And someone's going to get hurt. And Haku can go.
Now, did you know he was at the bar at this point?
I knew he was at the bar because I just turned around and I saw it. And then I looked at all these police come. So when they came in, I'm like, when they come in, I said, where's Haku? Where's Haku? Guy, just like thinking, guys, give him a minute. If you give him a minute, he'll calm down there and that stuff, because he's talking to some people, So we sat there for like a minute, and it was kind of like the movie The Blues Brothers, where they were in that elevator, going up with that little elevator music going. That's what it felt like to me. Doing all of us sitting there waiting. All of a sudden I go, yeah, it's cool now. And they went over to him, tapped him on the shoulder, he turned around, he goes, oh, he just, very simple. Very
really?
easy. He wasn't, no,
wow.
Because he was relaxed now. It was, everything was done. He was very relaxed and that stuff,
Do you know what led to the incident with the man?
No.
Huh.
Just a
dirty look?
Yeah, maybe a dirty look. It is something that he got a fix on, and that was it. Nothing was going to stop him to get to that.
Wow.
Nothing.
Do you consider him, I know there's a list of usually 5 or 6 that get tossed around, but the most dangerous man, the toughest man you were ever around in the industry?
Yeah, him and my partner. Those two. Haku, the one thing you got to realize about Haku, here's a 300-pound man, had legs like this, leg trunks, just trunks for legs. He sumoed in Japan for years, so he knew the center of balance. He had unbelievable balance. That's why he do all that stuff so well in the ring.
That's interesting, train of thought. Yeah, I never thought of it like that. Yeah.
And then also his punches. You can see how good he could punch. And I mean, he just had those big, he was just a natural big man. And when you're in sumo, they punch those posts to practice punching. So he knew how to do that really well, And the guy was fast as a gazelle. He could move. I mean, this guy could fly. And I mean, he had a head like that on him too. And just, big hands, strong hands. And and the thing is, they fight to the death in those places. They don't quit. There's no stopping them. And Barb was the same way. They like me. They call me a Howley.
They call you what?
I'm a Howley.
What's that name?
That's a white boy. Howley.
Howley?
Howley.
Howley.
Howle, I pronounce it. Howley. We're Howleys.
Oh, okay.
Because you always complain. That's what it is. White people complain. So we're Howleys.
Oh, howling. Okay,
Howleys.
I got you.
Yeah, howl,
okay.
howls, But they love me, and that's because I was Barb's partner, And, but those two, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't want to have been the guy giving him the dirty look, that's for sure.
I'll take Haku over anybody today. At his prime, I'll take him over anybody.
Did you run into a lot of nightclub tough guys from time to time that had a few too many, and you'd see, oh, you're one of those
fake wrestlers from TV and?
Not really.
No?
You know, only one time is at Denny's. Some guys, a couple of us guys were sitting down having a meal, and some punk kids came in and said, "Oh, look, it's a professional wrestler. That's all fake." Blah blah blah. Man, I wasn't in the mood, you know, and that stuff, you know. So whatever, I just kind of grabbed by the neck and squeezed. He starts crying, you know. So you have to call the police, and the police took them out.
Really?
Yeah, took them out. They were the ones that started the whole thing.
Good. You were just trying to enjoy a meal.
We were just trying to eat a piece of that stuff, man. You know, whatever you think of it, think of that stuff, but keep it to yourself. I don't care what you think, but keep it to yourself.
You know what I've never understood? Do you think anyone has ever gone up to Arnold Schwarzenegger and said, you know what? You're that fake Terminator. You know what? I've never understood the mindset, why people come at it from that way, especially those that don't understand it, that don't understand what the bodies go through. Is just as physically grueling as just about any other major league sport that there is out there.
It's because
But I just don't understand why, like I said, I don't think anyone's ever gone up to Sly Stallone and said, there's that fake Rocky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just because they don't understand, and that's
Yeah.
they don't know what we go through, what we put our bodies through.
Right.
I would love to put them in the ring for one day through a session. And I'll have them do all those rolls, all those things you learn. So by the time you're done, your neck is like this for the next week. You can't move your neck because it's stuck because doing all those rolls. Then I'm going to have them hit those ropes a bunch of times so you get that rope burn here so you can't even touch it. It's like you got to walk around because you can't even touch your lat because it's all black and blue. After they'll quit. The first day they're done. I had a guy who was in the Gold's Gym in Vegas. He comes to me, man, you're the warlord. I said, yeah. He says, man, I respect, man. He says, I'm a big guy. I went to the school. I lasted 1 week, and that was it. Man, I couldn't take it. The things you guys do in that, I have all the respect in the world. All. You know, that's why I say, just put these people in the ring one time and put them through some of the things we go through. Put them through where you give a person a slam. You got to get up, and you got to know right where you're at when you get up. When you get up that first time, if you take a slam, you're going to be so disoriented, you're not going to know where the hell you are in that ring.
I remember I started doing this when I was 13. I worked for a guy named the Boston Bad Boy, Tony Rumble.
Yeah, Tony Rumble.
One of the guys took me in the ring, 13-year-old, 9th grade guy. I was pretty big. You wouldn't think I was in the 9th grade, but they scooped me up and slammed me. And it was like the cartoon with the yellow bird.
That's right.
All I saw was stars, and I'm
Yes.
like, you got to be shitting me.
Yes, and
this is the big trampoline
Yep,
that
and just
everybody
think about
talks about.
When you got to get up.
So I learned the respect.
You gotta
first
know,
night.
When you get up from that, you got to know where to position
Yep.
yourself right in that ring again for boom, 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 boom. When you're doing things, you have to know yourself. Everything in that ring, you got to be right there in a second. Boom, boom, boom. It's like that. And people don't realize how hard that is. They don't understand.
Well, I know a lot of the old timers used to love to teach it to them.
Yeah. The biggest thing I always remember about the old timers, the first time I ever did a TV, they said, kid, don't worry about it. If you screw up today, only about 5 million people are watching. I got to run back to the bathroom quick, man. They know how to get under you, They know how to get under your skin to get you really going and that stuff, But that's all it was. That's all it was.
That was the nature of the beast.
It was all about respect to that business. Respect it. Respect.
And it's a business that deserves it.
Yes,
As you well know, even far better than I do, with what you gave up in your life to be able to do something that you loved and excelled at so well. Yeah. As you guys were coming into the WWF, I don't know if you had much of a chance to engage with them, but Bam Bam Bigelow and Sir Oliver Humperdinck were on their way out.
Yeah.
Bam Bam was in a great spot just a couple of months before you got there.
Yeah.
Him and Hulk Hogan were teaming against Andre and DiBiase on house shows. A young guy. And now in the summertime, he's out the door.
Yeah. The biggest thing I remember about Bam Bam, it wasn't WWF, because I really didn't know Bam Bam there, because like I say, he was out there before we got there. But it was in my first time I went to Japan, and it was for Antonio Inoki, which was so cool. 6 weeks, tour, And Bam Bam didn't come there right away. He came about a week after we were there. And he came in, bigger guy comes in, all the tattoos on the head, all that stuff, And all I remember is WWF, all they did leading up to when he was in Japan, working in Japan with us, WWF was putting him on TV, just his head with all tattoos, saying coming soon, coming soon. I mean, they would just get him over so big before he was coming to WWF and that stuff, And, Bam Bam was huge in Japan, big name in Japan. you know. And you know, the guy for a big guy, he could move for a big man.
Sure could.
He could move for a big guy. You know, I enjoyed watching his matches in Japan. I'd watch all the times he would work in Japan, so I could learn more. You know, because you never know when you watch matches what you can learn from somebody else.
Yeah.
And not to copy what they do, but like they do, but change something a little bit.
Modify
and
it.
make it yours. You know. But yeah, Bam Bam was big man, good wrestler.
It was disappointing because as a kid, he was someone I really enjoyed, and then without knowing, you know, what went on behind the scenes and such, just vanished overnight like that. That was always confusing, I guess, is the best way to put it. And then you'd see them show up in other territory, because back in those days we had WWF, NWA, AWA, and World Class on TV. So then they'd show up in another promotion, and it was kind of cool. When I first started watching, you know, I didn't quite understand it at first. I'm like, oh, they go to these different places. I didn't quite get that. Another guy that came in and came out quickly, almost right around the exact same time you were there, was a man that was filming a part in the No Holds Barred movie, the veteran Joss LeDuc, who came in as the Butcher. I think he had on brown overalls.
Yeah,
and
he was brown overalls.
Dynamite Kid made sure it was a quick trip for Joss.
If Dynamite Kid didn't like you, it was gonna be a rough life, especially in WWF. I mean, he was big time ribber. He'd make sure you know about it. You know, I really, like I said, I didn't really know him too well either. You know,
Talk about Joss LeDuc?
Yeah, I didn't really
He
know
wasn't there that long.
I really didn't know him too well and that stuff. And you know, I know there was some heat there. That's all I know and that stuff. But I really can't tell you much.
I was told that he would go out and befriend Joss, and then at the restaurants and whatnot, if Joss would go to the bathroom, something would accidentally fall into Joss's drinks. So
you're on the bad side of you're on the bad side of Dynamite. Yeah, it's not a good side to be on.
And Joss was closer to the end than the beginning to begin with. That wasn't exactly a young guy that WWF was putting on the road, but he must have made a nice impression on people during the No Holds Barred movie for them to even take kind of an older guy and give him that position, attempt to give him a position in the company like that.
No, just try. It was good because, you know, off the No Holds Barred, give him a little something to do on that stuff, you know, which is good. It's good to do that stuff for the business.
Like you said, you can learn something from everyone.
Yes, you can.
And variety, you talk about today when it looks like, again, I hate to be too stiff with what's on TV nowadays, but a lot of the guys, if you found out they were in high school, you wouldn't be all that shocked.
That's right.
Joss LeDuc was, he may have been an older man,
yes, he
but
was.
he was a very tough, dangerous looking man.
Yes, he was.
Just his forehead alone.
Yep.
Just that forehead alone, those Canadians up there.
Yep, you're right.
I lost my train of thought for a second there. July of 1988. This had to have been a memorable one for you. You guys, when you started your house show runs, as you filled in for Strike Force, you worked a bunch with Demolition. But as July and the rest of the summer started to take place, you worked what must have been probably 100 times with Nikolai Volkov and Boris Zukov, the Bolsheviks. Your memories of two men that probably didn't move at the speed of Sean and Marty.
No, a little bit different speed.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, they went well together. I mean, it was a great Russian gimmick. You know, it was always fun to see Nikolai get off and sing the national anthem of Russia. And of course, an honor to be in the ring with Nikolai because I watched him on TV when I was in college.
Yeah, so he was a legend, and he still is now.
Yes. I mean, that was fun working with Nikolai and that stuff. You know, I mean, Nikolai was a lot of fun. You know, Boris was always the bumper. If you try to get Nikolai to do a bump, it's like having an octopus wrapped around you. You try to go give a slam, boy, those arms are wrapped, the legs are wrapped around you. It's like a fly. I mean, you can't get him off of you.
It was awkward looking.
Or you give him a clothesline, he would actually take a forward bump through the clothesline. You know, that was Nikolai. I remember Barb gave him a big boot. And Barb's big boots are incredible. Nikolai actually walked to the rope and threw himself over the top rope to get over the top rope. He didn't just take it, boom, over. He actually walked over and then kind of just leaned over the top rope and went over. And this was great because Chief Stray Strongbow was great at Chief would always put his hands behind his back. So, big man, what was that you just did in the ring? That stuff, you know. I mean, but Nikolai was he was a nice man to be around. He always had good jokes. He always had little card tricks or tricks he'd always show you all the time, you know. He loved my wife at the time. Always would talk to my wife all the time if she'd ever come around to the shows and that stuff, you know. And just he was an all-around good man. And Boris is a very good person too.
Nikolai worked almost up until the very end. I think in his early 70s he was still doing indie shows. This is a guy that either really wanted the money or really had a passion for the business to still want to get in the ring at that age.
Nikolai he enjoyed it, you know. He just enjoyed being around the guys.
Yeah.
You know, another one of the best ones of Nikolai is when he do that spinning kick. Oh boy, he do that spin. Nikolai, what's that scream? You know, or God, where's that scream come from? You know, but Nikolai was always a pleasure to be around. Always had garlic breath. Always had garlic.
The Sheik mentioned that before one time when he was here. Yeah.
Garlic breath coming or through his skin.
Did he really like garlic?
I guess he loved garlic. Either that or he's trying to ward off vampires or something. I don't know. I don't know, but it's something.
You know, and in this industry, you never know.
You never know in this industry. Maybe Gangrel was coming around and he wanted to put some garlic on him.
There you go. He was preparing a decade early. Wrestling fans, this is what this program is all about. The great memories and legends, the stories, the experiences, and just some of the unique human beings that have flowed through professional wrestling over the years. As we wrap up this program, I thank the Warlord for joining us. We're going to be back with more great content on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well, stay healthy, get ready for more tales from 1988. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. You can add this to your collection.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. As the great original in-studio shoot interviews from our Wrestling Insider series keep rolling along, help us keep the shows on the air, folks. Our eBay store is packed with awesome merchandise with superstars from every era. The link can be found in the description box below. We're also looking to add to our growing Boston Wrestling MWF family over on Patreon, where you get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insiders in-studio shoots. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon-exclusive video and news, plus knowing that you, yes, you, are helping keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times during coronavirus. Head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Join the family tonight for just a couple bucks. Up next, we heard from Brian Knobbs a little earlier. Now it's his championship tag team partner, Jerry Sagg's turn, as we get his point of view on the Nasty Boys leaving the NWA for the WWF, early days in the World Wrestling Federation headed into 1991, and more. This is a good one, fans.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, we continue to be nasty here on a special edition of Wrestling Insiders. I'm Dan Marty, along with our new friend, Jerry Saggs. We continue to break down a tremendous career that is still going strong in 2020, 2021.
Yeah, I like doing what we're doing. I mean, these circumstances are fucked up a little bit, but not a little bit, a lot with the virtual signings and stuff like that. At this point in the stage of the game, we like to get out to these Comic Cons and shows and whatever live events to see our old buddies, and it's almost like everyone's a reunion.
Yeah.
We can hang out and party together and have fun. And the fans get to see us too. I miss that. The virtual thing is okay, but hopefully we get back to normal here.
Knock on wood, believe me.
The sooner the better. But let's talk about December of 1990. In the World Wrestling Federation, Ultimate Warrior was the World Heavyweight Champion, the late, great Mr. Perfect, the Intercontinental Champion, Bret Hart, Jim Neidhart, World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions. And enter into the equation, it was kind of a lull in the company at that time. If you look at the house show business in 1990, it was starting to drop a little bit. When the Hulkster went off to do a movie, Warrior as the champion wasn't exactly lighting the place on fire. Dusty Rhodes headlining the B teams really wasn't doing much. He had Tugboat headlining some house shows. So WWF, they decided to freshen things up in late 1990 and early 1991. And something to help the cause was to bring Brian Knobbs and Jerry Saggs into the company. How did it come to be? Who reached out to who? What kind of a contract was offered and for how long? And so on.
Well, if you take, things can't just run forever. And, Hulk obviously was cutting off to do those movies and get another shot in the arm there, because nothing could top that, that early 80s, that all through the 80s run.
Right.
Those first couple WrestleManias and whatnot is what made the wrestling business what it is today. Back to us, I can't tell that whole story or start with all that. We just talked about that in the other thing, but we had paid our dues pretty much. We're taught the right way. We broke in via Vern Gagne's camp. Brad Reagan was our coach, sent there by George the Animal Steele. Matt Millen made the call for us, our hometown good buddy. Brad introduced us to the first person we meet, living in Brad's basement, Kurt Hennig. The next person we met was Hawk, two of the greatest guys in our life. And then we went AWA down to Tennessee, did a year down there, back to AWA, met Steve Kern down there, and then he brought us to Florida. While we were in Florida, we got to be friends with Greg the Hammer Valentine. And his wife, Julie, was friends with Brutus and Hulk, and a lot of the guys at that time lived there while we were wrestling for Florida Championship Wrestling. The Bushwhackers, Hulk, Brutus, Macho, everybody lived in that area down there. So we'd run into each other and that type of thing. But we were on our way doing things, and Greg the Hammer said, "Hey, we were wrestling in Florida." Said, "George Scott's a good buddy of mine." We were talking about Pat Patterson also before. George Scott was the booker for WWE prior to Pat Patterson, and him and Johnny Walker, Lou Thez, Paul Jones, and those old timers were bringing back the NWA in Charlotte. And so we started flying. Me, Robert Fuller, and Knob started flying up and taping TV up there, and ended up living in Charlotte and coming back and forth to Florida. Well, we met Gene Anderson there. And at that time, Ole Anderson came in to book at the WCW. Now, this is the late 80s. And Gene told Ole about us. We went back to Florida for a while to wrestle. Ole Anderson showed up. And at that time, as you're saying about the WWF at the time, he was looking to bring an influx of new talent into WCW. He saw us wrestle at the Sportatorium, and Ole went right to Mike Graham and said, "I want to bring these guys up," and asked them all about us. And Mike was like our dad. Steve Kern, we were there because of him. He weaned us and took care of us because of Kurt telling Steve Kern about us, and us meeting Steve Kern in Tennessee. We went back to Charlotte, where we lived at the time. And Gene came up to us, Anderson, and said, "Ole wants me to bring you guys down to tape the television show." We went, "Okay." Little did we know it was Clash of the Champions.
Oh, wow.
And I think it was Clash of the Champions in Asheville, North Carolina. So we went from Charlotte to Asheville in Gene's old car. There was gas pouring out of the carburetor, no air conditioning, clunker. We thought it was going to blow up. We get there, and we're going to put you on the Clash of the Champions, Ole says. I mean, this is how things went back then. Because a lot of it was off the cuff. And I'll tell this again, when your time comes and you're handed that ball, you better be fucking ready.
Right.
Because it might not come again. So he put us together with with Terry Taylor, and I think it was Bobby Fulton. Okay, or was there two Fultons, right? Bobby's kid just did somebody. I think Bobby Fulton, Terry Taylor. Terry Taylor goes, hey, we were very close. Sean told me a lot of good stuff about you, and really Terry took care of us. We developed a match where we took some double hellacious bumps and stuff, and we were nervous as hell, but it was a live Clash of the Champions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what match we were or whatever, but it got over. And then after it, thank you, but that was mainly because of Terry Taylor and them guys working with us, because they could have dumped us at that time.
Right.
And but he took care of us, and we really, it got over. The match did good. We go back to Charlotte with Gene. We wrestled there a little more, and we go back to Florida. And come back again to Charlotte to tape TV, and Gene goes, hey, Ole wants you guys to come to Atlanta to tape television. And we said, great, and we'd have no deal, no nothing. That's how it was back then. He goes, I'll give you $300 for whatever a day to tape a TV. We said, great, it was good money to us, all right. Like you were talking about contracts, how that went.
Yeah.
We were just glad to have the break, so we'll put you on TV. So then we wrestled, and we just went out and went, this could be our chance. We did our whole nasty shtick and went crazy. Next thing, we kept coming in, and he brought us in. And then we came and moved that we were WCW. He goes, listen, I'll give you so and so much a night, not much money. And he brought in, I think, at the same time, Art Barr, which was Jesse Barr's younger brother. He was going as the juicer. Roddy Piper broke him into business. We met him in Japan when he was just a kid. Eddie Guerrero was just a kid, and Chris Benoit were young, just starting. And they were wrestling lightweight in Japan. So we knew Art Barr. And another kid from JW Storm, a couple other guys. But the ones that made it out of it were, out of all the people Ole brought in at that time, were just me, Knobs, and maybe he was a juicer. He's passed away since then. But we started doing TVs. And we land in Chicago. We're doing the Pavilion. And this is another thing. He goes, Ole calls us over and says, I want you two to go out before the show and do a live interview these people. Okay. And there's another thing. When you're handed the ball and you go out there and you take a shit,
yeah.
I go, we were nervous as hell. But we've been through this before because of their experiences, how we were taught. Our experience at AWA and Tennessee and everything down there. We go out and like we owned it. And basically I started the thing, first of all, in a way, roundabout way, we ain't no South Side scumbags. We're New York City prime. You're deserving, and the place is to rot. Me and Knobs cut an interview, come back, and it got over. The people wanted. We were almost murdered because of calling them Southside scum. And we knew how to tweak them. We wrestled in the AWA in Chicago, different thing. That Pavilion was a close thing at the university down there. You know what I mean? And then this is how this whole thing progressed. It was not like it wasn't written down, no writers, no nothing. Old school. Ole goes, he seen it got over, and he saw what we were doing on TV. So he calls us again. He goes, we're gonna tape something. I'm gonna set up you to wrestle these Steiner brothers for Halloween Havoc or down the road. Let's do a signing, contract signing for the belts.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe mix it up a little bit, like the old boxing things. You go and Muhammad Ali, and we go, okay, we'll mix it up a little bit. So this is all just the Steiners. We walk out, the people are already mad at us. We just keep getting the heat, screaming at them, F you, tell them to F off and that kind of thing. And they're throwing shit and everything. They have a table set up with the contracts. And now the Steiners come out, big pop. Oh, they're barking. You know, we never worked with them yet or nothing like that. And, you know, and Ole in his head thought, you know, these amateur guys, these crazy bastards, with these crazy bastards, he's thinking this could work. So we go out, they sign the contract, we signed the contract, and the Steiners didn't know this. We didn't tell them not anything we were going to do. And me and Knobs picked the belts off the table and look at them, and you know, we hold them up, the people boo, and then we just turn, and I hit Ricky Steiner in the face as hard as I could with that belt. Blew his eye open from here to here.
Really?
Busted him open, bam, knocked him, and then just Knobs went right over the table and punched Scotty in the face. But same thing, whapped him with the belt. And it was a crazy flurry of intense fighting that hasn't been seen like that on TV in a long time. And
it's missing from the business right now.
And it got over. It was so real and so intense, it got over. Okay, now we go and start with the Steiners wrestling around the horn. All the way up from that time in spring, or whenever that was, all the way through to the apex of it, which was the Halloween Havoc match. That match, nobody could follow. I think Rick and Randy was there, or it was Rick and Lex, the matches that had to come after it, because at the end of that match, Knobs got beat with the Frankenstein. It was such a brutal match. And at then, to get our heat back, we took and bludgeoned him, and then we posted Ricky 5 times or so, or into the steel post, double posted him, and then Scotty chased us, we ran off. And it had such a overwhelming, I mean, the noise, you would not believe, it could hurt your ears, the reception that match got. That was what propelled us to the next level. After that match, now in that match, Scotty got me back in a way because he pelted me with on the back of the chair. The top of the chair put a 2-inch gash in the back of my head.
No, jeez.
When I got Scotty in a Boston Crab, I'm like this. All of a sudden I see blood dripping down the blood's coming from back up here, but I'm like this, choking him in a Boston Crab, or the Camel Club, whatever it was. I think I had his legs in the Boston Crab or the Camel Club. And I'm going like this, and there's blood there. But what the hell? Where'd that come from? I got hit in the head, but late I realized there's a big cut in the top of my head. After that whole Halloween Havoc match, Ole goes, now he's really thinking. He's putting it together. He goes, all right, Scotty Steiner, you're gonna do a live interview about us hurting your brother and the Nasty Boys. He goes, Sags, put this on. I go, what? He goes, I got this cut in my head. He goes, fuck that cut. And I go, what about they wipe the blood off his face? You know, they put he gives me a beard and a vendor hat, and then hands me a big bin like a vendor with popcorn. He goes, when Scotty's doing an interview, you come up like a popcorn man, and then you guys beat him up. I went, okay. My head's bleeding. I'm straight after the match, and there's Scotty. Spit flying out. Eric Bischoff, I think, did the thing. You nice, because we knocked his brother out after the thing. We're coming back, and I'm in popcorn, you know. And then all of a sudden, they're talking there, and I'm in the background. You see me back there, raise up the thing. I had a board. I put a piece of plywood in the thing, in the bottom of it.
Yeah.
So because I had something to hit a plywood under there, thick piece I found backstage underneath, so I'd have a board to hit them with the thing, and then put the popcorn on top. And bam, busted over Scotty Steiner's head. He goes down. Now Knobs comes out and joins me. We beat the living shit out of him. And it just went from there over the top. And this is how fast things happen in the business. And like I'm saying, we paid enough dues, 5-6 years, territory to territory, learned, worked with the right people around the top of the business at the right times to learn off of. When that ball was handed it to us, we knew what to do with it. And that's because it was still territories to go to and work and learn. And that match put us in a whole nother light. And it was seen at that perfect time you're talking about when WWE wanted to revive their thing. Now, they knew, well, what's it, the LOD against the Hearts or this, we fit a void to come in there and mix things up. And at that time, now that got over, here we are getting X amount of dollars per night. Now we got a contract that nobody would turn down. And it came down, I think we were in, what town? Somewhere in Georgia at a TV. And I think it was Jim Ross, was Paul Heyman, was Paul Dangerously was there. I'm pretty sure he was there. But he had nothing. But Jim Ross was with Jim Hurd. He was Turner's head guy. Came and they put us in a room. And they puts the contracts down. You know what I mean? Well, we want to have you here. You know, it was probably 3-4 couple year deal for a lot of money. Low end, $300,000 to $500,000 each, which where we are making a couple hundred, $300-400
$300 a night. You said.
And now that's how this works. It goes. But they didn't already know. After Halloween Havoc, we went home. That we had already met Hulkster in Florida, and went to his house. He came to our restaurant with his family. He invited to the house. At the house, when we were at Florida Championship Wrestling, was Vince McMahon, Shane, Pat Patterson, the Bushwhackers, Greg Valentine, Macho Man, Brutus, all the gang was there. And we were just at Florida Championship Wrestling, and he invited us over. You know, because we had the nod from Greg. Hey, these guys are pretty cool. Yeah. We were being in a room with movie stars at the time. We were this lowly Florida Championship Wrestling champs, you know. But we were there. Hawks come over. He came to eat at a restaurant. Said, come over to the house. All the guys are coming in town. And then so we met and that type of thing. So after Halloween Havoc, we went home. And then Hulk calls up Knobs, goes, hey, it was a great time. He goes, listen, Vince wants to talk to you guys. Knobs goes, shut up. That's what this is after the Halloween Havoc. Before we went back to get those contracts put in front of us. And Knobs will tell you the story too, but Hulk goes, no, I'm serious. And go, okay. So Vince called me and Knobs and said, I want you guys to come in. And laid it out. And we went back to TV, and we went back to television. But before that, we talked to a few people and some guy said, don't go. Take this money. You can't pass this money. You take it. One guy, and I'm pretty sure, and it was the same guy again. It was Terry Taylor. Goes, listen, I know what these guys are telling you. I know that money sounds good right now, but if Vince McMahon's calling you at this point in time, this could make and break your career, because you got to make it up there to make it everywhere else.
Right.
So me and Knobs said, all right. Me and Knobs talked about it a little bit, so we knew what we were going to do. About an hour later, Jim Ross and Jim Hurd and then pull us in the office and go, here, boom, they put the contract down and glad we want you to be here. We go, we're sorry, but we're going to turn this contract down. We're leaving to go work at WWE. And that Jim Hurd went, God damn it, and fucking threw the contracts in the air. And Jim Ross goes, you're making a big mistake. And then he went to this, and I think it was Jim Ross went to the Steiners and said, fucking beat him. Fucking, they said, I have no problem on the way. The Steiners said, and the Steiners actually said, respect. Said, no. They said, we'll do what we want to do. Because we had that bond with them. We put them over everywhere and worked. We're the only team that they not only did they put us to another level, we by having those great matches put them as a tag,
hot angle,
tag team to another level. We did that together, and there was a bond with us and the Steiners ever since that time. So we did it, and that was the last time we saw them. You know what I mean? Until we came back, when we came back to WCW in '94 or whenever the hell it was.
Yeah.
After our run with and then going in to WWE, which I say now, but it was WWF, and there was no big. Vince McMahon told us outright. He said, "We don't sign guarantees here," and it was at the independent wrestling contract. You sign, I give you the ability to work, but he goes, "I guarantee I'll make you more money." And we took his word, and we did. We took his word for it, and we just did it. You know what I mean? It's a risk, but the timing is everything.
Right.
That match pushed it to the next level, which led us to the biggest match of our career. If there's one match, people always ask. There's a lot of great ones in there. The Rockers at Royal Albert Hall, and Macho and Ultimate Warrior, and so many. All the tag teams we wrestled. The Bush. Tag teams were huge back then. Integral part of the whole card.
An important part of the show instead of an afterthought like it is now.
Yeah, or just throwing two guys that don't know each other. Hawk and Animal
chemistry.
grew up together. The Harlem Heat grew up together. Brett and Jim were brother-in-laws. Sean and Marty were together for years before we worked with them in WWE. We had some of the greatest matches, but that led. We first worked. Undertaker left. He was Mean Mark. He left a month or so before us. We came right after him. We came into WWE at the same time, mentioning our great old friend there, the bearer of the urn, Mr. Bear himself, at the same time. And so we were sort of coming up at the same time. Undertaker stayed there for 30 years. We were asked politely to leave. He had a little longer of a career than us. Maybe made a few more dollars.
Couple, one or two, yeah.
Yeah, a couple bucks. But it is what it is. We are who we are. But that led to one of the greatest matches ever. And I talked to, not becoming friends, and I'm talking the Hart family's like family to us. Brett, Davey. We stayed at Stu's house with Davey, and we were ribbed by him there, and Brett and Owen and all the Harts, and Diane and Ellie, and I knew Harry, Natty when they were little kids. They were at my house. You know what I mean? But to wrestle, even Brett talks today. He goes, "Yeah, I watch that over and don't realize what a great match we had at WrestleMania 7." And it was the highlight of our career. You know what I mean? It was wrestling the Harts, and we wrestled them up through the whole loop around, coming all the way up to that final match, and nobody called that one. You know what I mean?
I don't think a lot of people expected it. As a young fan, I didn't.
And we had tremendous amount of old school heat by stealing those belts because they loved the Anvil and Brett were over. You know what I mean? But our job, I knew, in the long run was to get as much heat as we can. And that Pat Patterson was a genius by throwing us in there with those mixes with Macho Man and all that stuff. And anytime we could catch heat. And when we won, we go back in the backstage area at WrestleMania 7. Who's standing in front of us is Donald Trump and Vince McMahon. And who's doing our interview? Trump's wife, Marla Maples. Vince goes, "Nobody touch Marla, and take it easy." And that meant, to me, I saw Vince's eyes, meant, rough her up if you want, And then so Donald Trump and Vince are standing there, and Marla Maples is doing the interview. Who walks in with champagne? Roddy Piper, the Mountie, Dino Bravo, were all heels at the time. Yeah, and we're screaming, dumping champagne, and just getting furious amounts of heat. And that heat carried. I mean, coming to Boston and Chicago, and then coming with the LOD chasing us, it was selling out everywhere. A tremendous amounts of business.
Marty said that she was pretty pissed that she got doused with the champagne.
Who? Oh,
Marla Maples.
Yeah, she was. Because she didn't know it, but I think Vince and Trump were laughing.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And now I'm sure Don would, after he leaves the White House, go, "I'm glad you doused her in champagne. She divorced me a couple years later." You know what I mean? I'd like to see that over. I've never seen it since. I don't know if it's on those old WrestleMania
Probably
things.
on the old WWE Network.
Yeah, it might be on there, but it was classic. I'll tell you that.
What were your first thoughts of Vince McMahon when you met with them?
Just very, very business. Like a straight up, straight talking, no nonsense, just businessman. You know what I mean? But it didn't take them long to get tired of our antics. You know, we were at a stage of our life when we got the hit stardom when we were young there, and we were pretty, you know, we had at this right here in Boston, we had Shane with us along on the road, a lot of our road trips, and we were in a crazy time, 300 days a year on the road, and partying with Hawk and Sean and Marty and the whole gang, Kurt. I mean, it was a rough road, and we got into some crazy shit. I mean, crazy stuff. You know what I mean? But back in the day, the name of the game wasn't going somewhere and sitting there for 90 years. You did your run, which our job we did was we wrestled with the Hearts, and then our run with LOD. When that came to an end, we were going to do like a babyface thing, and the thing on it was, on the end of that, was WrestleMania 10. We got bumped out because...
Or 9.
Or 9, but it was in Vegas. Yeah. That was our last WrestleMania, which we were gonna work. We worked the program all the way up with Money Inc. And at the last minute, I think Hulk had gotten an accident or something happened, but he that same night, the same thing, Brutus got in that accident and hurt his face. His face got torn off of his face on the parasailer hit him, and he wanted to come back. So Hulk put Brutus with him, and it was a last minute thing, and they bumped us out of the spot and put themselves in there with things. So Hulk that night beat Yokozuna, and they beat Money Inc. for the belts, which was our spot. And after that, we were pretty much, you know,
you were gone within a month or two.
Yeah, we were. No, not because because of the way we acted. We were called into the office, and we said we want to, you know, we were being. It was pretty much known. We knew we were going, and they knew it was time, you know. And Vince gave us a full release. We flew right from there, and flew right to Atlanta, and drove right to one CNN Center, and went up to Dusty's office, and said, "Well, we're done up there. Here's a release." You know, and the rest was history. That's how it worked.
And you were in pretty quick.
Yeah,
yeah,
we were
you were
right
real
there.
quick.
We knew what we wanted to do. It was time to go, and that was the norm back then, because you don't want to sit in a place for long. The guys that could, like Sean, Brett, and Taker, there was guys that two guys that should have never left WWF was Kurt and Brett, because they were born and bred
Brett for sure.
WWF guys. You know what I mean? They should have never left there. I wish they would have never, but they did, and stuff happened. But we did. And I'm glad we did, because those are the best times we had in our lives, or those next years coming into down to working back with Turner. We had different clout. We had that run behind us. Ric Flair did the same thing. He jumped up, had a run, and came back the same time as us. We were all back together. And right after we got there, believe it or not, then that revivement thing of the 90, now in 93, 94, was sort of fizzling again. And Vince was then now saying, let's telling Randy and Terry, you know, you're sit back, your careers in the ring are over. And they're like, no, they're not. You know, it really made Macho Man mad. I know it made Hulk mad. Now all of a sudden, here comes our old crew. Now all the guys, we're down there ready. Here comes behind us, Hulk, Mach, Duggan, Boss Man, the whole, you know, all of us, Haku and Barb.
Do you know what I think?
You know what I mean?
Even more credibility was before you had those guys make the big jumps. You had Bobby Heenan and Mean Gene come in first to give fans the soundtrack that they were familiar with before you saw Hogan, before you saw Macho and those types of guys. And then I think that really helped.
And then once that was there, the company really changed a little bit. It was becoming of its own. It wasn't like it's all the old WWE guys, but it gave them new life. You know what I mean? And that led into the Monday Night War start. You know what I mean? A story I could tell you is we came back from Japan, and we spent time in Japan. I met Chris Benoit with Davey Boy because he came from Calgary, and earlier, and Chris had a long mullet, and we wrestled him and that kind of stuff. And Chris spent time with us and Rick Rude on the road in Florida, and then he left for Japan. So we were in Japan with Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, and we just flew back, and we were already contracted. We signed a big deal with Turner after WWE. We came back from Japan because we were allowed to go both. We had it in our deal. We go to Japan, we wanted to go back and forth. And I walked in the center, I came home, and the phone rang, and it was Eddie. And Eddie was living in El Paso, Sags. Do you think, you know, and this is the God's honest truth, I'm not just saying this. He goes, do you think you can, you know, mention my name to the guys there? I'd like maybe to try to come into WCW. I go, oh, for sure, Eddie. Hell yeah. We knew Hector, Mondo, and Chavo from AWA. Who brought them in. We wrestled them and all that kind of stuff. And I think Hector was with us he was down there with Bobby Jaggers and them in Tennessee with us. So we knew the whole Guerrero family. So I walk into center stage, and I had that in my after Japan in my head, and who's standing up next to the ring? It's Arn Anderson, Kevin Sullivan, and Ric Flair. And Rick came back with us from his run up there. And I said, they go, hey, well, you know, welcome back, the whole thing. I said, yeah, a great time over there. We're all telling stories about Japan. I go, listen, I wanted to tell you, you know Hector, Mondo, and Chavo. They got a younger brother, Eddie. And I said, you got to see these guys. And him and Benoit were tagged up over there. You should see these guys work. And I told Kevin Sullivan was booking, and Rick and Arn go, you kidding? Oh, yeah. I goes, they want to come in. You ought to call them. Sullivan goes, and we were standing, us four, next to the ring. Kevin Sullivan goes, you know, we're making this new show on, it's going to be called Nitro, to go against Raw. And what I was telling you in another interview, we're looking for the quick-moving, lightweight guys to put in between the big matches so people don't flick the channel back and forth. To keep them in thing. Don't go to a boring.
Great variety.
They'll turn on WWF's show. You know what I mean? Back. Then he goes, that sounds really good. So here comes that same day, we wrestled on TV, and we were up to re-sign, and we just got back from Japan. Who's sitting in the audience with Ted Turner and Jane Fonda at center stage? And we were, you know, coming off a tour of Japan. You're like a machine. A whole different style of wrestling, close to AWA, amateurish, but I mean, you're like a maniac machine as far as wrestling goes. And we came out, and Chris bought it off the boat from Japan. We were over there for 2-3 weeks, just annihilate, bam, super, and over, action packed. Turner sent his guy back, gave me a card, the head of Turner Sports. Mr. Turner wants you guys signed back, re-signed as soon as possible.
Wow.
Go to the phone, and once we had Ted say, you know, these guys are here, and I don't care what anybody says. Me and Knobs had a ticket to steal. We could do anything. Anything we wanted to do. No, we could say, F off. We did whatever we wanted to do. But a long thing out of that came, and that's how the business worked. Eddie comes in. I said, hey, you happy? And he was just working by himself in that thing. Not a year or two later, Eddie, Dean Malenko, and Chris Benoit turning down $500,000 to $800,000 a year and telling Turner to get screwed. We're leaving for WWF.
Oh well, no, they
you know what I mean?
quit.
And the rest of that's history. And to come back to that same scenario, who came in when we came back from WWF, who came in and he wrestled as Paul Levesque, like a.
He was Jean-Paul.
Jean-Paul, yeah. And it was Triple H.
Yep.
And he was, we became real close friends. And he was either with Arn and Rick and that crew carrying on, or he hung out with me and Knobs. But he never wouldn't drink or party or nothing, but just want to be around all the screwing around going on. laughing and having a fun time. And the same thing happened. And I told him that at Ric Flair's birthday party, because it came all of a sudden, his turn came. And he called me and Knobs to the back. And he goes, hey, I want to ask you guys, because you guys did this before. He goes, Vince McMahon's calling and wants me to go up there. And it was me, Knobs, and him in the back, behind the curtains and all that. Well, I said, well, this is what happened to us. All these people said, no, 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 stay and everything. One guy told us not to, and we went, and you got to go. We said, you got to go. And I said, if you go up there, hang around our two best friends. You go and talk to Shawn Michaels, who we brought up in the business with, and Shane McMahon, and you get with him. So I joked with him at Ric Flair's party and said, wow, we never told you to swoon the boss's daughter and take over the company. We just told you to be friends with our buddies, you know. And that's the God's honest truth. And I swear, we sent them up. You know what I mean? Now, you know, that's how things in the business happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Another story like that I could tell you that's funny as shit. Me and my wife, we just broke into WWE. And now we knew Diamond Dallas Page because he managed Paul and Pat Tanaka and Paul Diamond, who we had a big street fight run with in Tennessee. It really got over. We were selling out Mid-South Coliseum. When we went back to AWA, they followed us in to AWA. And Diamond Dallas Page managed them. And what's going on?
He was just giving me time cues, and I can't see without my glasses.
Okay. So should I keep talking?
Keep going, brother.
Yeah. So Diamond Dallas Page managed Paul and Pat in AWA. Wahoo brought him in because he knew him from Florida and stuff like that. And Dusty had him manage the Big Steel Man at Florida Championship Wrestling. That was Tugboat. He was Big Steel Man in Florida. Me and my wife were leaving we weren't even married yet. We're leaving the gym where all of us worked out there. You remember Johnny Green?
Johnny Green?
Johnny Green was a Macho Man's sidekick. He was a manager in WCW. He owned a gym in
Johnny
in
Green.
Florida.
No, the name doesn't ring a bell.
We were leaving there, and I heard a horn blowing. It's Diamond Dallas Page and Kimberly. So they pulled me over in the car, and he goes, "Hey, brother, I said, how you doing?" He goes, "I see you guys are up in thing." He must have been leaving the gym or something. He goes, and he asked, "Can you get me?" I said, "Page, you just can't go right up there." I know he was really trying hard to go up to the WWE. And I go, "Listen, because I said, we just got in there and we're working. Dusty just left and he went back to WCW. Why don't you call him, because he's, that would be a better start." That's how we went WCW then there. So Page did that, and Dusty's wife ended up renting him or selling the house right next door. The guy who we met that came in after being living in Chicago, worked for AWA in the little office, Eric Bischoff. Page moves next door to Eric Bischoff after I told him, and then, how it happened to DDP.
Yeah.
He ended up the champion, the whole deal on Jay Leno, the whole 9 yards. You talk about how things happen in the business.
Oh, and from what I was told, things were really happening between those two homes.
Oh, yeah.
Things were really happening between those two homes.
I don't know anything about that kind of shit, but I just know that his career blossomed then.
It sure did.
But that's how, like I'm saying about the timing is everything, and that's just the nature of the business. And you got to be. That's why I feel bad sometimes for the younger kids, because sometimes they end up hot-shotted.
Right.
Where they go through the training center, and whether you like it or not, you're coming up. We go do this, and if you're not ready, you might, although you didn't work, you might not ever get that chance again. It's hard, because now I understand what we were talking about, the old timers, down to television and pay-per-views. There's no more small territories. They tried to recreate that with Louisville in Florida, Championship Wrestling, and small territories. Booker T had one that the kids could go learn, but it still wasn't the same as like when we went to Tennessee. You were really on your own.
Right.
You know what I mean? You were making only this much money, and you had to do what you had to do to survive. You're working, driving every night to a different town. No time off. Every day of the week, not a night off for a year in Tennessee.
Wow.
You know what I mean? That's how you learn.
That's how you
That's
really,
how you know what I mean?
pay your dues, break in and learn.
And not only that, but the what they got to go through just getting through the airports now.
Right.
We used to come flying up with the Sheik. Sheik Bubba would take his bags, go hold the gate up. I'd go return the car. Niles would check us in, and we'd all run like OJ to the damn gate, and through security. Now you got to show up 3 hours early and go through this and that, and this just when you're on a plane every day at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, every day you're meted with a flight. Think of putting up what they have to do now, right?
I couldn't imagine having to do that 3 or 4 days a week.
They got a hard. The young kids don't have an easy road ahead of them with the way the business is transformed. Like I said, it's
the corona has almost been like a vacation for them, where they camped out pretty much.
Yeah.
For the one event each week in the same city. It makes it a little easier.
Yeah. And you're just producing television.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
When you first got to WWF, when did you learn that you were going to be paired with Jimmy Hart to try and give you a little bit of rub?
Oh, that was awesome. Jimmy was a great heel manager. I mean, he was with Adrian. I think he was with Earthquake.
Yeah.
And that was that. I'm almost certain it had to do with Pat. We had a long talk about Pat Patterson, and God bless him, passing away and stuff. But it was the thing, the old school way. How much, the more heat you get on you when you're a heel, the more money you draw. And the money's made by the baby faces chasing those heels. And some of the greatest heels in the business are what made the most money in the business. Roddy Piper told us early on, says, listen, there's no medium. They got to hate you or love you, but you got to do one or the other. If you want to hate, you got to really make them hate you. You can't be in the middle or you're nothing. He told us that. Another thing he told us, Roddy, coming back to Roddy, was going to the ring. Something that was never he said that. He goes, when you walk out, the one time that camera is only on you is that walk from the curtain to the ring and what you do. The rest is on a match and everything else. Take your time. Do what you want. And the rest of that came, coming back to the old story about Gorilla ribbing us, and that was when we were in AWA. Snuka was already there. Adrian Adonis, we picked up at the airport. Bob Orton, we picked up at the airport. Coming off that hot early 80s run, they came in and branched off, took a break, and came into AWA after that run to work on Vern's TVs. One of the first TVs in Minot, South Dakota that Adrian actually worked on with us. I think we might have drove together or been with him and Kurt or something. Adrian came up to us after a match, goes, so, you're saying you're nasty boy. Well, you're out there grabbing headlocks and thing. And he goes, well, we're like, what do you mean? Well, you take a pin out of your pocket, stab it in their eyeball, spit in their face, kick them in the balls, take somebody's face and rub it in your partner's armpit. And we went, that's how we got the armpit, by guys like that saying, to make our nasty gimmick, you know what I mean, about the thing. And as coming into WWE, how do we dump more heat? With squealy Jimmy Hart, hey, baby, baby. And Jimmy is like a real manager to us. You know what I mean? As Fuji was to guys, as Bobby was to guys, mentor. Jimmy was a stickler. We'd be, no matter how hungover, whatever, we would be at TV the first ones and get in the interview. Because there were 16 interview booths, and you had 60 interviews to do, 15, 20 in each booth for around the world and all the shows and everybody wrestled in every town. And me and Knobs and Jimmy, we had a click where we were one-take wonders, man. You had to blast those son of a bitches out. If not, you'd be there all day.
All day, yeah.
Because you had Jimmy would have us there early, on time. And he was a stickler for all that extra stuff, the music, the pictures, the photo shoots. Jimmy's idea was he drug us out of bed in Paris, took us down, then he ribbed me, get all dressed up for this thing. We went down and had I forgot his name, the old WWE photographer, met us at the Eiffel Tower.
Steve Taylor?
Steve Taylor, great guy. He was responsible for all those pictures. Jimmy had the idea of us standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. He got on the ground and did an upshot of us and our nasty shit at the Eiffel Tower. It was one of the most iconic, I think, photo shots we ever did for WWE, that one. That kind of stuff Jimmy put together. All that music, that tape with Simon Cowell, the WrestleMania, the Nasty song. All that was Jimmy, and the heat that he dumped on us, a pile of it, and that was all Pat's thinking in the old school way, and also with keeping us in stuff with attacking Warrior when he's going to the, us doing it and dumping more heat on us and adding more excitement to their angle for Warrior and Macho Man going into that SummerSlam match and all that stuff. That's the old school thinking, just like Ole was doing. We were talking about it was just done off the cuff like that, thinking how before the match, no writing 3 months before, nothing like that. Pat thinking, we need to how do we get more steam on the situation? We need to put some match under the son of a bitch, and he throw us into there. When Warrior's ready to beat Randy or Sarge or whoever it was, bust into the cage and just start going crazy. And it was crazy. And we got heat and tons of heat. People wanted to kill us. That meant as far as, remember what Roddy said, we were doing our fucking job.
Right.
Okay?
Exactly.
That's what we were there to do. And we did it well. Sometimes too well.
Maybe a little too well. Hey, but that's all right, living the gimmick. Your television taping debut, Tampa, Florida, December of 1990. An infamous incident took place with Marty and Sean. They took on Lanny Poffo, and I believe the man's name was Chad Austin. He broke his neck in the ring, taking the rocker dropper the long way.
Yeah.
Several years later, he was wound up awarded $26 million. I don't think he ever recouped that much, but it wound up costing Marty $500,000 out of pocket. Any memories of the injury that took place to the man that night on your big debut?
That may have cost Marty $500,000?
It cost him, yeah.
Why?
Because he sued, I think, both Marty, Sean, and the company.
Well, it was our first TV in. And at the time, when it happened, we were so enthralled in what we had to do and what we were doing. I didn't realize something that serious did happen that night. Because we wrestled, it was North Tampa at, I think, a USF Sundome.
The Sundome, yep.
The new center where the Lightning play wasn't built yet. Down in downtown Tampa, and the Sundome was the spot. And we were so hung up on what we had to do and get done in our first TV, I didn't know that it happened. I know for a fact that I could say Sean and Marty never hurt anyone in the ring. They were just too good of workers. I know they did some type of high risk move. I never seen it over. I don't know if the kid did something wrong.
It was just a rocker dropper, which you see often enough.
I did see the thing, and it was a very unexperienced kid in the ring. I saw it was something where his head's down, right? Before whoever comes off with the rope with the last punch, but he does something first. They do to him. The way he almost positioned his head, like it looked like to me like nobody would want to break their neck, but I'm like, what the F are you doing, kid?
Right.
There was nothing else that could happen but you to break your neck. Because you just put your face and take the flat face bump. But like when I remember seeing it now in a replay, it was recently it was shown over on I don't know, on YouTube or something.
Really?
But I remember seeing it, and it's almost like when he was ready to do it, he pointed his head straight down. And it was, in any instance, you got to protect yourself and take your own bump. Because they're just doing their move.
Right.
Was it with their feet or something on them?
You run up and you put the leg over the guy's head. The head would be kind of under the knee, and you go straight down.
But I remember seeing him putting his head to where nothing could happen but an injury out of it. You know what I mean? Now, whose fault is that? The kid was green, and back then they used those type of guys in those enhancement they called it, matches. Do you want to see somebody get hurt like that? Fuck no. It's a horrible thing. But I know in my heart that Sean and Marty would never hurt somebody purposely, and they never. I mean, them guys were such good workers. You would never even know, you know what I mean, that you're getting hit or anything by them. You know what I mean?
$500K even now would be a lot of money. Never mind 1990.
I didn't know that cost him that kind of thing. I thought that, you know, because it happened in the ring. I don't know the laws back then. You know what I mean? I didn't know that. But that's a lot of cash that if Marty had to pay that, it sucks.
Yeah.
It does suck. Because I don't know why it would be on him. You know what I mean? I don't.
Right.
But I don't. But actually, at the time, I don't remember it. I don't remember it happening.
The trial and whatnot didn't take place until you guys were already back in WCW. It was '94 when it was all settled.
Oh, we were gone.
But the incident took place like you said, the night you debuted in December of '90.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you started to work the house show loop after you did a few TVs to become familiar with the fans. Your first regulars on the house shows were Luke and Butch the Bushwhackers.
Yeah,
Your memories are working with the friends from down under.
Well, at first I was worried, you know, that coming off of, you think about, because really, Butch and Luke were great. They were the sheep herders.
Ultra-violent.
They were doing like what we were doing when they were younger.
Right.
But, you know, the Bushwhacker thing was more of a little, the yay and thing like that. But, so I thought, is this going to be like a more of a joking around to take off the seriousness we had going with the Steiners and in the kind of thing. So we just did our nasty thing on Butch and Luke, and we became best friends, and it even got more heat because those assholes, they're just these guys that want to have fun and love the people, and we beat the living shit out of them. But I'll tell you what, those Scud missiles were coming, you know, because the war happened and all that. And Butch came back and goes, "Mate, I thought I got hit with a Scud missile." So we were the whole thing. We were called. Then Butch started Luke Scudda. They call us Scudda because we would attack them from behind. It felt like because they were used to that. It felt like someone like a Dick Butkus was nailing them from what they're used to working as. But we had great matches with them. It got over, and to this day, they're two of our best friends. They're two of the greatest guys you ever want to meet in life. And that's how we started. But it was a stepping stone to learning how to get heat on that type of guy. And it was basically, you know, ripping them apart. You know what I mean? We put over their stuff for, you know, and then we did our thing. And it just built heat and made the people mad that what we did to them, you know. We were pretty violent. So
perfect. They were kind of the undercard of the name tag team, so to speak. So
yeah,
they were I would say probably the best team for you to work with to get you guys over at first.
Yeah, I like I said at first, I'm like, well, I don't know how this is going to work, but it ended up being okay. You know what I mean? Because we moved on to other stuff, but it was just a getting starting type thing around the loop and getting to know the company and working and stuff like that. You know, but we had some tremendous matches where, and I remember one in Chief J Strongbow coming up and going, "See what I told you?" Because we were, you know, at first we struggled with a little bit doing they would do the running, you know, the headbutt stuff and the different things, and we were in Hershey, PA, which is close to our hometown. That where it has that like 4,000 seat hockey arena, the close up field people thing. Where it came back to me watching Buddy Rose and the Rockers, that type of thing, and where we were allowed to do that, even in the house show, you could do that type of match.
A little more liberty.
I said, that's the way we got to go. You know what I mean? Walk and talk and thing, and we don't want to get in there. We're scared, and then when we do, we lay into them and let them, you know, and it just flowed and worked. And Chief J goes, "See, you're worried about that." And he goes, "That was a great match." Chief J Strongbow told me that. I go, and it felt good. I know we had the people like this, and it was with Butch and Luke. So after that, it was like we went a couple times, we went a little rough, and then after that, it just flowed. You know what I mean? It was like a day at the park, you know?
Good.
And they're like I said, Sean and Marty, friends for life. Butch and Luke, friends for life. Hawk and Animal, friends for life.
A lot of great teams for you to work with when you came in right off the bat.
Oh God, Coco and Owen. Then
A little
it was
later on, yeah.
Then it was Owen and Jim.
Yeah.
Because Brett went on his own. They branched Jim off and put him and Owen together.
Yeah.
Which
The
worked
new
good.
foundation.
That worked good too. We had great times with them. But the tag team, the whole realm of it, then Ted and Mike, which were put together because of the money thing, which made sense.
Yeah.
When Vince made Mike Rotundo to give him more color to Shyster guy, with Ted with the money guy. You know what I mean? I don't know if Virgil was in there at that time yet. I would think he was wrestling on his own.
He was a babyface single by that point.
Right.
Yeah.
But I remember wrestling Virgil and Kerry Von Erich. Those weren't like Lou Thesz mat classics. Put it that way.
All right, wrestling fans,
Yeah.
I'm getting the cue from the back. Unfortunately, we got to wrap up this episode, but don't worry. Jerry is going to be back with us for more. We want to know what you think. Leave your thoughts and comments in the description below. The more you guys engage with us, the more you want to see Jerry and Brian Knobbs, the more we're going to bring them back. For Jerry Saggs, I'm Dan Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours stay healthy. More important, be well. Good night.
Be nasty.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition WWE NXT Johnny Gargano personally autographed 11x14 comic book style poster, a great addition to the collection of any Johnny Wrestling or NXT fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. As WrestleMania 37 Night 2 continues at Raymond James Stadium, so does our Wrestle House in Tampa as WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe joins us LIVE live at 2 p.m. tomorrow for a cyber autograph signing. Again, you can pre-order your Jerry Briscoe autograph photos right now at bostonwrestling.com. Get a shout-out on air, and he'll even personalize the photo any way you like. We also have photos available from some of the other stars that joined us this week. Best of all, not only are you getting great signed merchandise, but you're helping keep wrestling legends working, and you're enabling us to bring you more great wrestling content. Again, we implore you to help the cause, to help us be able to get the job done. Very simple. So many ways you can help. Hit the thumbs up button to the marathon video. Subscribe to the YouTube channel for free. Click on that little notification bell to get updates when all of our great episodes premiere. And the big one, share, share, share with fellow wrestling fans across social media, whether it be Twitter, whether it be Reddit, whether it be Facebook or Facebook wrestling groups, whether it be wrestling websites. Anywhere there are wrestling fans who love pro wrestling or pro wrestling the way it used to be. There's millions of fans that gave up on sports entertainment that don't know we exist, but once they find our themed programs, usually focused on the 80s and 90s, the in-studio shoot interviews, I think they're going to love us. If we can continue to grow the show from 2021 to 2022 as we did from 2020 to 2021, what we can bring you will be amazing. Up next, It's another new friend of the show, the Native American Tatanka, telling not only great wrestling stories, but great life stories. How he walked away from a 6-figure per year job in the early 90s to follow his dream of becoming a professional wrestler, along with how he entered the World Wrestling Federation. Check it out.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders. I'm so thrilled to be back by a man that we've had such great conversations with thus far. WWE legend, I'd like to think a future Hall of Famer, Native American Tatanka. Back in action, baby.
I think it's awesome to be here on the Wrestling Insiders. It's also a blessing to be on a WWE Legends contract. You just mentioned that. You know, most people, fans are always asking me that. Tatanka, when you go into the Hall of Fame? Tatanka, when you get, well, you know, if you understand a little bit about WWE, that's what they do. The Legends contract is part of all of that. You know, then they give you the elite figure. They put you in the games. They give you the Legends Topps trading cards. It's just, as we always say, it's Vince's show. So just sit back, be cordial, let them do their thing. But in the meantime, everything's been absolutely awesome. So very happy and looking forward to the future. And again, what comes from being on the WWE Legends contract.
And it'll be great once we have Hall of Fame ceremonies for people to be able to go to again as the
there
world
you go.
opens
Yeah,
up,
of course. Right? Yeah. Actually, you mentioned that. WrestleMania was supposed to be in my neck of the woods last year. It was supposed to be in Tampa, Florida. Now, I understand that Vince is trying to bring it to Tampa. It's supposed to be in California. He's wanting to bring it to Tampa, but everything and a smart move because we got Governor DeSantis. It's all about being open, but man, I just don't know if we have time for WrestleMania to actually have fans. You gotta have fans. You gotta have fans. You gotta have that feel. Like when Bam Bam Bigelow, with that great angle we had, get me in that headlock, reverse chin lock, and all of a sudden, here's the fans. Shoom, shoom, shoom. It creates everything, the energy, the connection. And if you know how to work, you know how to tell a story, you know what to do in that ring psychology, my God, what you can do in an audience with a building solid. So I just don't know if WrestleMania is going to happen this year the way that everyone would like to see it with a full arena. I mean, we're only, a few months away?
Yeah. Especially by the time this is, you're probably talking April, 4 months or so.
4 months?
That's not a lot of time to get tickets on sale.
Of course. And most people don't know Vince McMahon. He plans everything. He plans it from WrestleMania back.
It's usually 15, as far as how WrestleMania is mapped out, just going through our friends in the office, it's a 15-month process ahead of time.
Exactly.
So under normal,
that's what I was trying to say, 12 months, but you're saying 15 months, and you're right.
Under normal circumstances, if life was quote-unquote normal right now, there'd be a large group of people in the office not worrying about WrestleMania this year.
Exactly.
They'd be working on WrestleMania 38 already.
Exactly. You got it correct. Exactly. It's always traditional, what I was trying to say, a minimum 12-month project. So, you know, we want to see things get back so we can have those big WrestleMania crowds. You know, I'm so thankful. WrestleMania 32, again, another part of the WWE Legends contract, making an appearance on the Andre Giant Memorial Battle Royal. WrestleMania 32, I was there to be able to walk out and see 101,763 people.
I think it was 102,000.
No, it was 101,763.
All right.
Yeah,
and
unless it's changed, it's 101,763 indoor attendance record that Vince broke with millions watching, but 101,763.
I will never forget. WWE, they, you know, were nice enough to have me as a guest and had me next to the hard camera. And I just remember looking, level upon level upon, I'm getting goosebumps thinking of it
Dallas
right now.
Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah, this level upon level of just, I don't think I'll ever see, well, if they go back to Dallas, I might. But at that point in my life, I have never seen anything like that Dallas WrestleMania. I remember when Austin came out as an unannounced surprise in a little angle with New Day.
Yes.
It was so loud, the building went silent, if that makes any sense.
Oh, yes.
It was crazy.
Oh, yeah, crazy, yeah. It's tremendous. WrestleMania is an event that it's the biggest sports entertainment event of anything. But what you feel that week, You know, the build-up, you know, the electricity, what you feel. You can actually cut it with a knife. And what's happening in that building that night for WrestleMania is absolutely tremendous. You know, I've been blessed enough to be involved with several different WrestleManias. Some people never get that opportunity, but man, it's turned up a huge notch at WrestleMania.
It's akin to me when WrestleMania ends. It's almost like the end of Christmas Day.
Of
You're going to
course.
wait a whole year for it to happen
Yeah,
again.
of course.
You know what I mean?
Yes. So hopefully we get back to normal, fans. That's what we're trying to say. A big filled arena. So again, I don't know what we're doing with Tampa. Have you heard anything yourself? I mean, I haven't heard anything.
Some of our friends in Connecticut, I've been told that California is going to be tough to do much of anything.
And of course.
That may have to get bumped, but if there is a place that may be very welcoming to the idea of having an event with spectators like that, Florida, I think, would be the state. I don't know how familiar you are with AEW, but you know, they're getting in their smaller amphitheater, 750, 1,000 people.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean, would you want to see Raymond James Stadium with 15,000 people, though?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know.
No, I don't. Yeah.
It would be odd.
Yes, it would be very, very odd.
Now, they've done I think, again, we talk about their state-of-the-art production values. I think the whole Thunderdome they've created with all those television sets, it's better than anything else I've seen in sport and entertainment.
No, that is down in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Yeah, now they're at the home of the Rays.
Yeah, home of the Rays. And that's, so you guys know, that's very close to not where I live now, but very close to where I used to live. I used to have a house right on the water for many, many years. I bought back in the 90s until about several years ago, we moved from that area to go up to where we're at now, where we have land and it's spread out. But that area is that's a good building for where they're working at right now. And they weren't doing anything. I think they're there for the next few months.
At least until the Rays start.
Yeah. They're there for the next few months.
Who knows what's going to happen with the baseball season?
Yeah,
that's a different story for a different time. Hopefully they get in more. I don't know if you're a baseball fan, but hopefully more than 60 games. That was kind of...
Well, don't forget Florida, Yankees, spring training place. So, you know, even if you're not a big baseball fan, you got the Yankees spring training there. Plus, the Rays have done well. You know, they've played very well over the last several years. We have great sporting events, you know, hockey. Come on, Tampa Bay Lightning. I mean, just great. I mean, Buccaneers years ago had, again, team went to the Super Bowl. I mean, it's just, you know, great sporting events. It's crazy to see not the fan base. Yeah, it's crazy.
What's that movie that was out when we were younger called The Year Without a Christmas or something like that?
Yes, correct, yes.
The Year Without a WrestleMania. We don't want to have that.
Yeah,
it was bad enough with this year's one. It was just so odd having no fans in an empty, you know, warehouse type setup. But you know what? It'll make us appreciate the fact that we can have it again once we do.
Exactly, and that's exactly how you say it. You appreciate the things that you miss. You got it correctly.
All right, my friend, take us back to January 1991. The War Eagle Chris Chavis, his first opportunity to wrestle a non-televised dark match in the World Wrestling Federation. How did it come to be? What was your impression of this WWE production that you arrived at? I believe it was in, I'm losing my train of thought already. Where was your first TV taping?
You got me where that first TV taping would have been, but I definitely remember it because, you know, I came from working in the Carolinas. Very good area for wrestling. North Carolina had a great area for wrestling. Actually, the guy who was working in North Carolina was George Scott, George and Sandy Scott. Okay, in the wrestling business, the Carolinas was just a hot area for wrestling. And we did TV, you know, and we'd have 1,000 people, you know. So I had been doing TV and had that big enough crowd and going to high school gyms where it'd be jam-packed, maybe 1,500 people. But man, when you came to World Wrestling Federation, it was a total different animal. Total different animal. Before actually getting hired, I had 2 tryouts, which is done on TV. Then I had my 3rd tryout, okay, which I came as War Eagle Chris Chavis, and my 3rd tryout was with Skinner. Everyone remember Steve Kern?
Yep.
Skinner. So that was my 3rd tryout. But my first match, if I remember, I don't know if you might have that down there, Dan, if I remember, it was against Cato, if I remember right.
You're incorrect.
Incorrect? I can't remember who it was.
You worked a lot with the gentleman in the first year, but as far, you talking about your tryouts, your first televised matches?
No, I think one of my first matches it wasn't even a televised event. I think I actually worked with Kata. Who do you have on the list?
Dusty Wolf was the gentleman the first night.
Oh, Dusty Wolf. Yeah, I worked with Dusty Wolf several different times. Dusty Wolf, too, also, if I remember well, he actually came out of the Monster Factory in Paulsboro, New Jersey.
Did he really?
Yeah, I think
Dusty Wolf did?
Yeah, I
I
think
didn't know
Dusty
that.
Wolf. I
Okay.
think he had been through there, Dusty Wolf, and had done some stuff there. He didn't actually train there. He trained somewhere else, but I think he said he had
stopped
been
through. I
there.
gotcha.
Yeah, but great training squad came from him too. Monster Factory too. A lot of great names that came out of there. Bam Bam Bigelow. Of course, Bam Bam.
Yeah,
just
that was one of the most
tremendous.
recognized schools.
But coming to WWF, man, coming from where I'm at, high school gyms, and now you come to this big, huge stage of WWF. Man, I'm not a fearful kind of guy, but man, not fear, it was just wanting to do my best. The butterflies, wanting to do my best, because here's your opportunity. Now it begins.
And you never know if you're going to get it again.
Of course, and you know, and you're correct. In that era, guys, it was totally different. It's not like how you see all the stars today. Literally, 1 or 2 openings might open up, and those openings would be filled very quickly.
And a lot of guys wanted them.
Exactly, a lot of guys wanted them. So when you had the opportunity, you did not want to miss on the opportunity. So I was very nervous to do my best, not nervous to be out in front of fans, because I'd been doing it for a whole year. I was very, very blessed that from the time I made the decision to leave Bally's Corporation, which I was making a 6-digit income, and I'll speak to everyone out there, just like Vince McMahon, I don't care what you do, if you're going to do something great, there's always a risk. You always got to take a risk. I actually quit a job making a 6-digit income to pursue something I had never done, professional wrestling. So it's kind of crazy. Everyone was telling me, you're crazy, you lost your mind. Even my parents, my close family was going, Chris, that's only a dream. I go, yeah, it is a dream. So again, we were on another segment here. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something. All you need to do is, you've got to stand by yourself, is believe in yourself. You can do it all by yourself, okay? Having God with you, it's even more powerful, because he's going out before you. But, you know, so everything I'd done during that time, I'd been in front of the crowd, but to be in front of that World Wrestling Federation that first time, all the cameras, sold out Coliseum, it was very, very nervous. But I just went out, did what I had to do. Of course, if you look at film of everybody, if you look at the greats like Shawn Michaels, you look at the greats like Razor Ramon, Ric Flair, all the greats, when they first started, they weren't that perfected superstar that they were years later. So it really helped me by working a year. Before that, and I was blessed with, is I only had to work 1 year from the time I made the decision to get into the business. 1 year later, I was signed by World Wrestling Federation. Wow. 1 year after making the decision. That's what I'm saying. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do it. I quit a job making a 6-digit income. They were grooming me for $250,000 a year. I was making $100,000 a year. I quit that job. Everyone thought I was crazy. Funny story. Since Dan's Italian here, the company was owned by the Palombos. I can't tell you, after I made the decision to quit, all these Italians came into my office and they sat down in front of me. I felt like it was the Godfather movie. They were making me an offer that I couldn't refuse. They offered me $30,000 a year increase on the spot. You know, so I'd been $130,000 not to go. But as I looked across the table, I told them, I said, listen, guys, you're not be in the position that you are today if you didn't take risks, if you didn't believe in yourself, if you didn't see something that was a big dream that you had, and you went and pursued it. I said, I know you guys can appreciate that. And I says, I have to do this. So I quit that kind of job with the mafia, the Godfather trying to make me stay. I quit that, and 1 year later I signed. So that's a little bit about me. But again, man, stepping into WWF with the production value, it was a total different world. But really, what helped me there, again, we mentioned him earlier, was Chief Jay Strongbow. He was my strong guy that had me by my wing. And plus, also one great thing that I realized, to end with that question, I knew that I was representing a whole nation of people. So I knew that if I could get an opportunity to be on the grand stage of World Wrestling Federation, WWE, then not only could I have a great career, but I could represent my people proudly, which we have, of course.
You were back a month later in Orlando and Fort Myers. Again, you had a victory again over a Dusty Wolf, as well as Brooklyn Brawler Steve Lombardi. What was the communication like at that point? Did they have a strong interest in signing you? Did they say, keep working the indies? Because you were back later in 1991, as you noted, full-time. But what happened at that point, at the end of those few tryouts?
Actually, I signed with them 1991. They were I was already on contract. I had already signed at the ending of the 90s, and I started in 91. But what they did is they started me as War Eagle Chris Chavis until we finally decided, and as things started working, they finally made the decision, we're going to go with this. They seen that I was comfortable in the ring. All the guys, as they report, they put you with good veterans.
Right.
Or guys that know how to work. Yep. They can report back to the office. He knows what he's doing. He's being very comfortable out there. He's easy. Because what they shortly did after that is I went from War Eagle Chris Chavis that I started, my own character that I developed, okay? Then that's when I took on the name Tatanka. If you remember, and we're talking about vignettes, the great time of War Wrestling Federation, going back to the vignettes, we were right to my tribal homelands. Vince loved it, and I think he already knew that. They want to see you work in the ring and see that you're going to get it before they invest all that TV production time in you, which can cost millions of dollars when they're focused on you. So finally, they made the decision that War Eagle Chris Chavis would take this transformation and take on the name Tatanka and be the leader of a new generation for the Native Americans. So that's what happened. We went to my native lands and we had this transformation where I was with all the native people. I was standing by the Lumbee River, where we got our name from. The Lumber River, Lumbee Indians, that's where we got our name from. And I was making this big thing about rising to the heights of the World Wrestling Federation. Also, I had our shaman, our holy man, dancing around me with eagle feathers, and that's where I took on the name Tatanka. And that's where it changed, and that's where they went boom, put the pedal to the gas, put the pedal to the floor, and that's where I went on a 2-year undefeated streak, and it was tremendous.
Do you remember where they taped those vignettes? Was it in North Carolina?
Oh yeah, we did it right on my tribal lands.
Wow.
Yeah, we did it in Pembroke. Yeah,
it
we
was
did
right in Pembroke.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
So
cool.
that's how you know. One of them, again, as we're here with Paul Bearer, when I first came in after I had already signed, okay, and they had worked me as War Eagle Chris Chavis right at the beginning of 91, and they already knew, okay, this is what we're going to do. They already made the decision. Boom. And we switch. Then I'm doing the Tatanka poster, and I remember at the beginning, Undertaker, Mark, who actually I travel with, joking, going, look at this young kid, this young stud coming in. He's already getting posters. I'm doing the photo shoot, and he's joking over here, but I'm doing the photo shoot. Look at this young kid getting posters and T-shirts already and action figures. They started right out of the get-go with me. I mean, I started right with a T-shirt, posters. The T-shirts, the posters were always selling out. Of course, I was part of the Hasbro line, which started in 92, I think, or 93. I can't remember when the Hasbro line started.
The line itself started in 90. I think your first figure would have been 93.
93, correct. 93. It was 92, 93.
Back then, it wasn't like today. It took them a couple of years just to make the model.
Exactly.
So they couldn't get them out right away.
So I transformed from War Eagle Chris Chavis to, again, Tatanka. And as soon as I took that name on, that was it. They put the pedal to the floor, and that was it. Undefeated.
Funny side note, since we know there's a lot of action figure collectors, it's a big thing nowadays.
Yes.
I come across different groups and so on social media, but did you know your original Hasbro figure wasn't going to be in the red and the blue? They actually had a docked up one that was going to be designed with you in the original white
pants. Of course they did.
They never
I've seen
produced
that.
it, but I never knew
produced
that
it.
until
Yeah,
recently.
I've seen that. Yeah. You can actually see the actual artwork done with the white tights with the Native American symbols on the side. Yeah.
That would have been cool to have two different Hasbro designs.
Of course they did.
The only difference with your two figures was the card it was on. One was on a blue and one was on a purple.
A purple.
But
You
the
got
same
it.
figure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Same figure. You got it.
But
correct.
People wanted them, so they kept
Yes.
making them. Yeah.
Everyone loved the Hasbros. They still love the Hasbros.
They're going
It's tremendous. You talk about action figures. We just did virtuals, several different virtuals just recently. My Elite signed, people were buying it at $150. Wow. Everything we had at the virtual, they sold out of everything. Hasbro's, Ruthless Aggression, Jack's Pacific.
That's right. You were around for the
Superstar
Jack's
line.
days, too.
Yep. I mean, everything we have. So get the action figure coming out. Tatanka's got a new figure coming out again, the WWF Legends Elite Collection Series 9 coming out, Target exclusively, any day now.
I know they are coming soon. I think 8 is in the store right now, and I believe yours is it 9?
It's
so
next.
Soon.
Very soon.
Very
very soon.
And like I said, hopefully we'll have you back before the 10th annual Pallbearer Toy Drive, but I think it'd be great for us to pick some of those up, and then, you know, when we do another virtual signing in the future, you know, the fans can have them
of course, yes,
ready to roll.
Of course.
It's a great collectible, but what a better way to have it signed than by the man himself.
Yeah, and they did an awesome job. I mean, it's not the Tatanka, but Matt, they do an absolutely great figure with Mattel. It's tremendous.
So realistic. So realistic.
So realistic. Tremendous.
The scans they do are just...
I mean, you got to love the Hasbro, you got to love the Ruthless Aggressions, you got to love the Jakks Pacific, but the Mattel is so in detail.
Right.
If you look at my Elite, my loincloth is exactly to a T the loincloth that I wore in the square circle. I mean, to a T. They didn't miss any designs. Everything is done traditionally how you were in the ring. That's just so it's great. Defining moments, you know, how they make sure that you had the gear that was part of that WrestleMania, or like me, my original debut, my actual ring gear that I debuted in. Just tremendous. They do a great job.
First-class action figures.
Of course it is.
Figures, I just wanted to throw that out there because I, as someone that had virtually every Hasbro action figure when I was a kid, I didn't know that there was at least a prototype being made for the white-tided.
Yeah, white-tided. Yeah,
that would have been cool to have
it would have been cool, but the WWE fan base has been talking to me for so long. I hope they do one with your white tides. I hope they do one with your white tides. And now this one's came out, so I'm so happy for them because WWE or Mattel or whoever has been hearing, and now they're coming out with the white tides. And it's so great because there's so many options with me. You know, the Tatanka, the undefeated with the red mohawk, of course with the white tides, and of course when we went to Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man, and we joined the $1 Million Corporation.
All black.
So so there's a lot different. That's another thing that I understand with the Legends contract. One of the things they mentioned that there's so many different varieties with me, so you can get more bang for your buck, as they would say.
Opposed to just a one-trick pony.
You got it, of course.
Take us back to the big night, October the 21st, 1991. WWF at the time, things were going crazy with what was going on in the news, but at the arena, it was the night Ricky Steamboat decided to give notice. As punishment, they wanted him to job to Undertaker and IRS on TV in the same night. The Dragon left. It was the same night, and one of the most infamous angles, I think, in WWF history, when Jake's Cobra bit into the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yes.
But it was also the same night Native American Tatanka had his official in-ring WWF debut with a pinfall victory over the veteran we mentioned earlier, Skinner, Steve Kern.
Of course.
Big night.
Oh, big night. Very, very big night. But, you know, again, what makes all these nights so big is just not only having a great victory like that over a known name, a great talent in the industry, but to be there with Macho Man. To be there with some of the greatest stars in the business. Just tremendous. You know, to be there, just to be part of World Wrestling Federation during that time. People ask me all the time. They ask me all the time, what's so special? Everything was special about WWF. I'll never forget, we mentioned his name earlier, the person who took me out after they signed me after my third tryout, and my third tryout was actually against Skinner. The person who took me out in the building that night before the show started was Pat Patterson himself.
Really?
Pat Patterson took me out from behind the curtains and brought me in the building. No one knew who I was at that time, okay? And I already came out of all my, you know, they didn't know who I was at that time. I had only had a tryout. And he had me in the building, like where the curtain, you know, like where you walk out, but actually in the building. He says, I want you to hear this. I want you to know this is what you're looking for. And the guy who was getting ready to come out was, again, the immortal Hulk Hogan. When that music hit, whoa! You talking about a pop? You don't see that anymore. You don't, and it's not nothing against the talent today. It's just a different era. It's different fan base. It's a different response. It's a lot of different factors.
Different presentation.
Yeah, different presentation. A lot of different things. But man, the pop, boom! And when Hogan came through there, it was like electric. You could cut it with a knife. You could cut it with a knife. So again, that first night with me, man, having that pinfall victory and starting and being around just everything and all the great stars. And again, Macho Man Randy Savage, Jake the Snake Roberts, you know, Ultimate Warrior, Hogan, the biggest names, Legion of Doom. Just to be part of all that was just tremendous. You know, just to feel, I mean, it was so special. It was so special to be part of that era. You know, everyone that you looked at, everyone was a superstar in their own right. No one came out looking like Rick the Model Martel.
No.
No one came out looking like Bam Bam Bigelow.
Everybody was different.
Everyone was unique. Everyone was different. That's the reason when you look at Tatanka's action figure, red mohawk, loincloth, beadwork, moccasin boots, but then you look at all the other guys, boots, tights, knee pads, and a lot of it black and dark colors. So again, it was just tremendous to be part of that. And probably the biggest thing for me is just to have that first official debut and to have the ball kicked off for me, to have that victory and all the hard work put in, all the sacrifice, giving up a career of $100,000 a year, $130,000. That night was special for me because I knew you've made it.
I wonder if the Palombos saw it.
Yeah, Palumbo's correct. Well, here's exactly what happened too. It's a good thing too. Where the club that I managed was a 70,000 square foot club. It had an Olympic-sized swimming pool, indoor running track, 17 racquetball courts, a restaurant and lounge, free weight room, circuit training. I mean, a nursery. It had everything in this club. Well, when I made the announcement, everybody thought I was crazy because you're making $100,000 a year. You're doing very well. I'd already
Especially in that time.
I'd already bought the house. I'd already bought the car, you know, in Florida. I was already doing very well. I wasn't one of the guys looking to make money, but I seen the opportunity of WWF taking me to a different level and also giving me a worldwide stage to represent Native American, First Nation, and Indigenous people worldwide. But it was just tremendous, man. It was just tremendous to finally, after all that sacrifice, all that risk, and then have that first boom. Because you knew, because the way the creative, you knew what they were doing. And plus at that time, they had already taken me and done the vignettes.
Yeah.
They had already invested, went to my tribal lands, had all the vignettes on TV, me standing there. They had already introduced me to the WWE, as we call University. They already introduced me to the World Wrestling fans before I'd even stepped out. They had already got you over. Just tremendous how it was done during that time.
To the fans that unfortunately may not have been alive or have witnessed the experience that was the WWF back then, probably for a good 6 weeks before that match with Skinner ever aired on television, there were these great 30-second, 1-minute vignettes of you on Indian tribes to get you over as a superstar. So instead of trying to warm you up in a debut match to a cold crowd, as soon as you walked out of that curtain the first time as Tatanka, that's the guy we've been seeing the past 6 weeks.
Exactly. And Vince was very, very smart too. Great. You guys get to hear all the stories that you don't get to hear. They flew me after the tryouts and everything, and the third tryout, and they said, we're hiring you. Actually, this is what's so special about that time. They flew me from Florida. No, excuse me. At that time, it was North Carolina. They flew me from North Carolina directly to Titan Tower. So here I am with Vince McMahon and who else? Pat Patterson in Titan Tower, okay? And they're talking to me and saying, this is what we're going to do. They say, well, okay, Tatanka, you know, let's walk you over here. We went to the art department. We went to the art department. I see my whole character already drawn out. All in white tights, you know, the beadwork, the earrings, the red mohawk, okay? Had everything already drew. And we walked around and seen all the great posters down the halls of Titan Towers. We went to the gym, sitting in Vince's office, and then one of the things Vince asked me, he says, listen, I really want to ask you something. You've seen your character with the red mohawk. He says, let me ask you something, you know. Was this something traditional that, again, Native Americans would truly have a red mohawk? I go, yes. I said, absolutely, the warrior nation, which is one of the most feared nations, which is the Mohawks. The Mohawks would take red beads, red berry beads, and they would use that to make their mohawk red.
Really?
Yeah, red. I said,
didn't know that.
so he said, it is something that would really be done. I go, yes. He says, how do you feel about that? Now, if you remember, I just came from Florida. I was working in Bally's, a Fortune 500 company, okay? Always in front of business people every single day. Had just flown to Titan Towers on an airplane, okay? Vince asked me, how do you feel about having a red mohawk? But more important than that, just not for the show, how do you feel about having a red mohawk all the time? That was a very important question, guys, because I could have said, you know, Vince, I'm not so sure I like that idea. Would Tatanka even be existing today?
You might have had a long career at Bally's.
Of course. I could have had a longer career at Bally's, correct. But guys, you know, I looked at Vince, I said, sure, of course, no problem. Instantly. You know what happened that day? You know what they had planned that day? They already had it planned that day if I was fine with it, which obviously to get signed and for all of this to happen, I had to be fine with her, or it probably wouldn't have worked out the great way that it has worked out, and for me to ultimately be honored the greatest way that you can be honored. There's no greater way to being honored than being called a legend with the biggest wrestling company in the world, and they call you that, not you call you that, because they have you on contract as a legend. By saying yes. What happened that day, they already planned it. They already had an appointment for me at a studio down in Connecticut, at a hair studio. I went right downtown, got my hair cut low on the sides, got my middle of my hair bleached, and in color with red poppy seed, red hair color. I came back to the office. Vince actually seen me with a red mohawk, and I actually flew back home on an airplane with a red mohawk. I had the red mohawk all the time.
You had the contract signed at that point, I
Yes,
hope.
it was already signed.
Good,
yes.
good. So the process was, just so I understand it a little better, I want our friend Sarge Russo and whatnot at the Noel Salon in Malden to know this. You would have to bleach the part that was going to go red?
Bleach. Oh, yes.
Really? Okay.
You could that red, bright red color I have, you would have never got that on top of black hair. No.
Okay. See, I never thought about it from that point of view.
I actually had to bleach it, guys, and then I had to color it. So it was a double whammy. I had to bleach and then color. Thank God I'm truly Native American. Still got all my hair. Strong bloodline as far as native blood. But, you know, it was about 2 years later, finally I went into the office. Vince, I went, Vince, I know it's been 2 years. Just wanted to ask you a question. He said, sure, Tatanka. I said, I don't want to lose my hair because I'm coloring my hair. I'm bleaching it and coloring. You think maybe the red hair has served its purpose? He said, sure, Tatanka, you don't have to do it no more. Just like that, boom.
And honestly, I think that's great because initially it really made you stand out and help get you over. But once you were over, you didn't need it anymore.
Exactly. That's what my whole point, and you just brought me right back full circle while I was getting ready to say that. Vince was very smart because here's a guy, Vince could look at talent, knew you were athletic. He knew that you were, as we call in the business, green, new, okay? Don't forget, I'd only been wrestling for a year beforehand, only a year. Here I'm coming to the biggest company in the world with the greatest names in the wrestling world, the greatest superstars in the wrestling world. I'd only been working 1 year, but Vince already liked me, loved that I was truly Native American because he truly could tell a story with something with that. So what Vince did, how can I make everyone look? Oh, I know, red mohawk. Everyone knew me because that red mohawk. I can't tell you how many people, when they pick a picture on the table, you know what picture they pick? Red mohawk, red mohawk, red mohawk all the time. Red mohawk. What was the first elite figure they did with me? The red mohawk. So it's I'm so thankful that Vince thought of it. And I'm so thankful that I was fine with it. I'm so thankful that it was truly part of tradition with natives that they would do a red mohawk, okay? So it was because Vince didn't want to do anything that was wrong with that character. I'm just so glad we went with it because today I found out it's one of the most memorable things that people love about me. The red mohawk, people tell me now, do the red mohawk again. Do the red mohawk. You got all your hair. You still got that mullet. You still got that red hair.
You took plenty of pictures.
Yeah, they go, do the red again. They want me to do the red again. So it could be something that we could surprise. It could be something we could do down the road on something special. So
hey, you never know.
Never know.
As they say, anything can happen in the World Wrestling
Of course, that's right. Anything can happen on WWF.
Now, with some of the smaller nuances that went along with it, a little bit of face paint, the white tights,
Yes.
Did you have input onto that, or was that kind of presented to you by the company?
The company already had the native designs. They had already done research to get true native designs. So what they had already portrayed, as soon as I seen it, as soon as I agreed with the red mohawk, they already started going to their seamstress. Were already making my outfits for me. My full outfit was already being made for me. Vince had already given the go. The girls who work with the company today are still the same girls that were there when I came in the 90s.
Right?
Julie and Terry. Julie and Terry.
Terry's the other one.
They're doing absolutely
Julie.
awesome. You know, hello, Julia Terry. They've done so much of all the great superstars. You know, all the guys' outfits. Shawn Michaels, Razor Ramon. You know, myself. You know, all the great names, and they're still doing everybody's outfit.
And when it comes to the WWF, WWE presentation, think of what that. I don't know. I hate to use the word costuming, but think of what that adds to the presentation of these larger-than-life superstars.
Oh my gosh,
you
tremendous.
have the music, you have the look, all before anything happens with the bell ringing.
Of course. I mean, I came out white tights, symbolic with native. I had boots with had feathers hanging off of it. I had a native necklace, turquoise necklace. I had earrings in. I had war paint. I had a red mohawk, and plus I had the tan thing that I wore on top, the tan big thing with the short. What an outfit! What a regalia!
How did you carry all that around? You had to have a lot of bags, I guess.
Yeah, well, I was very, very smart in how I packed it. We always, traditionally, everybody would always have 3 bags. Your carry-on bag, which normally would be your gear. But my headdress would have to go in my check-in because, again, the way I had to package that. Yeah, but you could take a headdress and fold it, and it doesn't get broken, but I had to have it inside of a package that would not let it bend. Because, again, I was on the road 300 days a year. So, again, just carrying it back and forth to the ring all the time. 300 days a year, it would get damaged, but I really had to protect. So I had my own way of protecting everything.
You were smart about it.
Very smart about it.
Well, you had to. That was the lifeblood at Tatanka.
Of course.
Yeah.
And in your contract, it says you're responsible for your gear. So if you don't bring your gear or something like that, you're in trouble.
They don't want you out there in a pair of jeans.
That's right. Yeah. Wrestling's changed a lot today. Now everybody's wearing jeans, right? It's like, come on, man.
A little much.
Yeah,
but
a little
that's
much.
a different story for a different time.
Of course.
Okay, Tatanka, he had the big debut October 21st on TV. You're full-time now out on the road on the house show loop. You're working a lot with, again, Skinner and Cato, Paul Diamond, another great
Correct,
veteran.
yes.
Memories of working those two guys? Anything they might have taught a younger Tatanka in the ring, working night in, night out?
Skinner was just a great veteran in the business. Everyone knows about Steve Kern. Great veteran, very good, very technical. The biggest thing that I'd have to say to Steve Kern, not only thank you for on the 3rd tryout I got signed because of that 3rd tryout, but also Skinner was a great veteran, just like Rick the Model Martel. Not only do they have a lot of knowledge about the business, but they helped the newcomers that Vince was doing things with to get to understand the business very quickly and to help get you over. So Steve Kern, I spent a lot of time with him at the beginning, and he really was very good in helping me get over. Meaning knowing it's not how much you do in the ring, it's doing those things, those few things, and doing them superb.
I think
that's what those veterans teach.
That's a problem that we have right now in wrestling, at least what I face sometimes when we have the independent wrestling events.
Yeah.
You can go anywhere and learn wrestling moves. There's a lot of people that can teach you wrestling moves.
Of course.
But not unless you are actually living the life, whether you were a main event or bottom of the card, unless your full-time career was professional wrestling, you can't teach someone the professional wrestling business. It's like taking a giant 500-piece jigsaw puzzle and dumping it on a table. Well, here's a nice piece, here's a nice piece, here's a nice piece. You have to have the right people to help you put all 500 pieces together to make the puzzle.
Of
look
course.
at Steve Kern, after he was Skinner, he went on to be a very successful trainer of guys.
Of course, definitely, agent. It's very important to have guys like that when you have newcomers in to help them. And it was very simple. You know, the good guy would come out just like a Rocky Balboa fight. You know, come out shining. Okay, knowing the right time to do the heat and knowing about that fiery babyface comeback. You know, now just the way they do things, it's so confusing. You know, and the moves, guys are all wanting to do all these big moves. You know, we were taught to build up to those big moves, not to start a match that you're coming off the top rope, not to start a beginning match that you're first on the card and you're down on the floor, or you're using chair shots.
Wanting to have the orgasm when the bell rings. You know
Of course, exactly. Where do you go? You want to build up to it. The great storytellers would build up to it, and that doesn't mean only building the psychology, but building the moves too. Building the moves that you finally would weaken an opponent's part of his body, that you were able to submit him or be able to put his mat on the back of that mat and pin him 1, 2, 3. That's what it's about.
Imagine that. Professional wrestling matches where the goal of the two people in the ring having the wrestling match, where the attempt to present to the fans is you actually want to win the match.
Of course.
Not do every move that you've ever seen or know how to do.
Exactly. Tremendous. And that's what you get taught with a Steve Kern. That's what you get taught with a Rick the Model Martel. It's about building, knowing when to do things. It's about psychology, knowing why you're doing something, just not doing it. It ain't about there showing all your moves. You know, Stone Cold Steve Austin, what has he always said? I only have 3 offensive moves. But man, when that glass would break, what a pop! Okay?
And he knew when to use
What
it.
a pop. Again, Ultimate Warrior. Come on. Come out and shake the rope. And he acted like that character. Clothesline, press. Boom, boom.
That's all he needed.
Slam. That's all he needed. Hulk Hogan, firing up. 1, 2, 3, boot. The big leg drop. And the building would come apart. Not coming off the top rope, not doing, you know, a moonsault off the top rope like a Bam Bam they could do over 400 pounds. Again, keeping it simple but believable and building the match. So again, Steve Kern was tremendous. Kato too. Kato had been around a lot. Don't forget Mr. Fuji was there at the time with him too. So to have Mr. Fuji, you know, to be able to work against him, a great manager, he gave me a great opportunity to be able to work not only with Kato, which is part of the Oriental Express, which was getting a lot of recognition at that time, but also to be able to work with a manager and understand how to be able to work with more than one person out there. Third person. And, of course, the fourth person being the referee. You got it.
Great learning experience. I mean, you talk about guys that you'd look at that you'd want to be on the road with, as opposed to someone you might look at in more your own age bracket or experience bracket. You're not going to get as much out of it as working with a vet like those two guys.
Of course. So it's tremendous. And then out of that, that's where, again, as they seen that I was catching on very quickly, that's where they put me right into my first storyline with Rick the Model Martel. And Model did what he did with me is I was already getting it, but man, he polished me. He got timing, knowing where to be in the ring at the right time, portraying, you know, doing all the things that we did, you know, with storylines at TV, filming, the spray of the arrogance in my eyes when I came off to attack him because he was insulting me. You know, just great stuff. So those veterans, those guys, people don't realize how invaluable that talent is. Because some guys coming in, when they're green, you don't know exactly what to do. So it's important to have a Steve Kern. It's important to have a Rick the Model Martel. It's important to have a Kato, guys like that to help you understand the business and actually get over.
I'm getting the music cue in the back. It's just about time to wrap up. But I do want to ask you this, since it did come up in the episode. If you were to, in 30 seconds or to a minute or so, to younger fans that may come across you from the action figures, the video games, and things like that, WWE Network, if they aspire to be a professional wrestling superstar, what advice would you give them as far as finding the right place to train, to learn how to do the profession right?
Of course. Well, first of all, what you want to do is you want to make sure that try at all costs. Of course, you've got the WWE facility in Orlando, okay? But again, you know, there's stipulations to actually get in there. Again,
they're not going to take you off the street.
No, they're not going to take you off the street.
With
exactly.
Few exceptions.
No, a few exceptions, correct. They're finding their own talent. They're training their own talent. So what I want to say to you is just don't go out there and get someone that says, oh man, I could teach you professional wrestling. Because at the end of the 90s, when wrestling was such a big boom, you had so many guys get into the wrestling industry because everyone wanted wanted to be a wrestler. You had guys who were taking $3,000 from people, teaching them about wrestling, but they weren't teaching them the most important thing: psychology, character, knowing how to tell a story. All they were teaching you were moves. A lot of guys, as you mentioned earlier, a lot of people know moves. How many guys are doing the same moves? Hip tosses, body slams, arm drags, clotheslines. All of us do the same moves. But it's how you package that. It's how you present that, how you portray that to the fans. Please find someone who has success in the industry. Preferably find someone who's done it, not someone who hasn't done it, because they're going to teach you the proper things that if you have a dream of going to the WWE or making in this industry, you want to be taught by someone like that, because they're going to teach you just not about moves. They're not going to teach you about all. They're going to teach you psychology. They're going to teach you about gaining a character. They're also going to help you with interviews too. How to cut an interview, not ongoing, but to cut it with heart and passion, that it means something. The great interviews that we had during our time were tremendous, tremendous interviews. You don't see interviews like that now.
With the passion behind them. But I always look at it like this. If you're in a position to go play in the NFL, they're not going to have you coached by someone that played Pop Warner football.
Of course, you got it.
And that's
Exactly.
what a lot of these wrestling schools
Exactly.
are like.
And Dan couldn't have said it any better, guys. That's it right there. If you can go to the NFL, they want to know who you're coached by. They want to know, who is he coached by? Oh, great coach. I mean, he's already got a lot of experience. He's got a lot of wisdom in him already. All we got to do is just take what he already has and build upon that. They don't want to start and have to reprogram you. That, believe me, a lot of people are going to WWE, and they're going to they go through that program several times because they have to reprogram the guys. They have to break them of everything they've learned and reprogram how to really, truly do this business.
And it's tough if they've been doing the indies for a while. They have what they think wrestling is programmed in their mind. It's tough to break them and redo it.
Exactly.
Start from scratch.
Exactly. So guys, find a proper training school. I was blessed to go to the Monster Factory, Larry Sharp's school. Danny Cage runs that school now. But I was there with, again, Larry Sharp. Larry Sharp was the manager of Bam Bam Bigelow. And during that time, Bam Bam was doing the big tours over Japan. And everyone knows about Japan. Yeah. If you were going to Japan, it's because you were being very successful. They didn't invite you to Japan, or especially during that day, unless you were something. Bam Bam, the people would split in Japan. I mean, he would walk through, and it was like the Red Sea.
Going the other way.
Oh, yeah, they were scared to death of Bam Bam Bigelow. And again, Larry Sharp was his manager. So Larry Sharp really understood the business. That's where I trained at, and we had guys like Dennis Knight and certain guys who were there who have been in the business for a long time, good work hands that could really teach you, again, the foundation that you needed to know. So find the proper place. Just don't go somewhere because it's a professional wrestling school.
And a great point can be made just about Larry Sharp. Was he a main eventer in WWF? No. But did he have a full-time career in professional wrestling as his source of income?
Of course.
Yes, he had a vault of knowledge to share. The weekend warriors that go and do independent wrestling a couple of times a month, that find a warehouse and set up a ring or two, again, they can teach you some moves, but they're not going to help you find the exact path and the proper way to go about that path. Get trained by a professional wrestler that had a full-time career, a full-time living in a major league promotion, because those are the ones that are going to teach you how to get to and the best approach to get to the king of sports, whether it be WWF, AEW, Ring of Honor, Impact Wrestling, Major League Wrestling, Japan, Mexico, Europe. Right now, there's a heck of a lot of options. Well, at least when we get out of these coronavirus times. But I want to thank Tatanka for being with us again. This was a great episode. I wanted to get that last part in. Again, if you're joining us during the live premiere, share your thoughts to my right. We always love to know what you fans think about the different topics, the different superstars. The Super Chat button is open for business if you want to help us keep the lights on. If you're not watching during the premiere and you still have some thoughts to add, in the description box below, leave us a message. Tell us what you like, what you don't like. And again, keeping the lights on, keeping those legends working that have been missing so many live wrestling matches, autograph signings, and so on due to coronavirus. The Patreon channel helps big time. For less than a cup of coffee down the street at Starbucks, you get early ad-free access to every episode of the talk show, our extensive studio shoot interview DVD collection, and so much more over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For our friend, the Native American Tatanka, the future Hall of Famer, I am a man that is going to be in no Hall of Fame, but that's all right. I still try and be a good guy. I'm Dan Marty. We'll see you next time. You and yours, be well, stay healthy.
See you guys. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Love the interviews we produced with Tatanka. Certainly hope to have him back with us here at MWF Studios in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, sometime in 2021. As WrestleMania 37 and our Wrestling Insider Special Edition Marathon continues, don't forget that WWE NXT moves to Tuesday night on USA Network this coming week. Check out our eBay store for boatloads of awesome NXT merchandise, some rare autographed items you can add to your wrestling man cave, and help us keep Wrestling Legends working with more great in-studio shoot interviews for your viewing pleasure. Up next, the veteran Savio Vega returns, shooting on his WWF television debut as Quang at Royal Rumble 1994, the Macho Man Randy Savage, the Steiner Brothers, Mr. Fuji, and tons more as Savio shares his point of view on the WWF in 1994.
All right, wrestling fans, we had so much fun. We said we had to do it all over again. I'm Dan Marty, more important, joined by our new friend here in Boston Wrestling, MWF, Mr. Savio Vega. Savio, welcome back.
Saludos, saludos, hola. I'm happy to be here and hope you guys enjoy the past episode and this one and the future ones.
The feedback we've received so far has been off the charts. I think we have, like I said, a man who alone his WWF career went from 93 to 1999. Just think of those experiences. But you have Japan, you have Mid-South, Puerto Rico, in so many different incarnations. Mexico. Yeah. Where am I forgetting?
Chile.
Antarctica. Did you make it there yet?
I was talking to Poseidon to see if we have his retirement.
All right, well maybe
retirement.
Maybe Santa wants to do a fundraiser up on the North Pole for next year. Who knows? Maybe we can get you booked up there too. The man has literally been everywhere with everyone. He's seen it all. He's done it all. And we're going to share his great experiences here on Wrestling Insiders. We've had a lot of fun so far. And he was kind enough, which means a lot to me personally, to take part in the 9th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Cyber Fanfest. And, you know, contracts permitting, as you are a busy man, maybe we can even turn that into an annual thing. Yeah, knock on wood.
Yes.
Hopefully next year we're going to have a live wrestling event as opposed to just us sitting here in the TV studio. Please. But that remains to be seen. Yeah. All right, last time we were talking 1994 early on, the origins of Quang, your early matches, your times on the road, some of the fun you were having. We mentioned it a little bit during the Pat Patterson tribute special that we did, but tell us about your first exposure live to wrestling fans. Your first TV taping as Quang was January 10th, but it didn't air until after the fact. We're talking about the first wrestling event I ever saw of WWF outside of Boston, the 1994 Royal Rumble in the Providence Civic Center, Providence, Rhode Island. Quang replaces Ludwig Borger, who broke his ankle and never came back to the company in the Rumble. What are your memories of your first pay-per-view, your first big live exposure to the world as Quang?
Man, happy. When finally they give me the contract and I'm gonna be with the company, start look more into the company, you know, and looking around, of course, knowing these other gentlemen like Yokozuna, Fatu, I know Razor, you know, so at least 3 people, Bam Bam Bigelow, God bless his soul. He was with me in New Japan Pro Wrestling. The crew there was Yokozuna, Kokina, the great Kokina, Fatu Jr., Rikishi, Sam, cousin, Bader, and me. Who else was there?
Now you're talking New Japan?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is New Japan. And that was the crew, the heel crew. And but Yoko already have the contract to go to WWF. I found out when I was there with them. Then from there, Bam Bam Bigelow's going to. Then Fatu. So in one of those, that's when I say hello to Scott Hall. And Scott Hall, I say, with Bam Bam Bigelow, yes. I say, when you see Scott, tell him I say hello. So he say hello, he say, here, he send you the card, call him this day, he's going to be in home that day. So when I arrive home, I talk to him and say, I talked to the man, and I want you to come and do a tryout. I say, okay.
It was a great time for guys that didn't have the big steroid look to try and come in. Look at the time period you just mentioned. Within the matter of a few months, you had Bam Bam come in. He didn't have that type of look.
No.
You're talking fall of '92. Yoko came in the fall of '92.
Yeah.
The Head Shrinkers came in the fall of '92. All of those guys were big guys that could go, but none of them you had to have to worry about
steroids,
eyes on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was a great time for guys in the business that didn't want to be on that stuff.
Looking at it that way that you're looking at, which is great, it looked like a conspiracy, you know? But at the same time, that crew of people, they're real wrestlers. They know what to do inside the ring. I mean, if the company come with that in mind, that's a great, beautiful mind of look the case to help the case. That was the conspiracy. But in the other hand, like I say, you got great guys that know how to wrestle, and that was proof in the house shows, in the big shows, and whatever money was coming in. You know, so when my first show, I was excited. Of course, it's like, but at the same time, it's like one more match. Let's go out there, and this was the spot, and kick here, duck there, it's a kick, get out. That's it. And I flew that way like they know I know.
Was it tough to put together a match with 30 guys?
No.
No?
Pat Patterson there.
The man that created the Rumble.
Pat is the one. I remember they call everybody. This is the order. That, and you're going to do this, and you're going to do that, and this is going to happen, and this, and this, and this. Any question? Let's go.
Easy.
That's it.
Were you involved in the angle that night with The Undertaker and Yokozuna?
No, I don't think.
There was a casket match with Undertaker and Yokozuna where Undertaker wound up dying and floating to heaven. 10 heels attacked Undertaker and threw him in the casket. Then as they brought the casket towards the back, all of a sudden you could see inside the casket on the video wall, and someone dressed as Undertaker floated to the top of the arena. Were you one of the heels that jumped him? Because there were 10 of them. I remember Bam Bam, the Head Shrinkers. For some reason, I'm thinking it was, no?
Maybe not, because it was my first.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, and it's not, maybe the trust was there,
right.
You know.
And you were still kind of a new, not a baby face, but a new face to the company.
Yeah, if probably they know me from before, they would say, yes, put Savio. But they don't know me, and I don't know them neither.
Right.
So, of course, they have to trust what they have there. So, to be honest, I remember when they doing it with Taker floating. I remember that.
That was really cool.
All the rehearse they did that day, I remember. I was there.
I wouldn't want to be the guy doing the floating, but that's just me. That's too high.
And Taker, being in those special stuff that they do sometimes, some scary moments. You know?
Yeah?
Yeah. I still have, I have here what they did the other day in a rehearse with the lighting.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Oh, the lightning bolts. When you did the Survivor Series,
yes.
You mean? Yeah.
They did it on a recorder, and nice. You know, I don't want to put it here just in case because that's trademark for them or whatever, but I'll show you later, you know. And,
very realistic.
Oh, yeah. So, excited to go out there and do what I what I did was a good, movement with Diesel, if I'm not wrong, no? And that's when he gave me the kick and I went over the top. And hey, then from there, the rest was just doing what I know how to do. Do the wrestling, because they just give me hey, this is what you're gonna do. The rest I have to do it myself.
They told you basically what number you were going to go in, and at what point, what guy was going to come out when you'd be eliminated. That's what you'd have to work with?
Yeah, and you go on a line. Here is the line. Who's next? And when your music play, you go. And
did everybody line up in order?
It's TV. It's television, of course.
Oh, really? In Gorilla, everybody lined up in order?
Because it's it's like, hey, look, oh my.
You don't want to have too much
chaos. That happens right now. When that happened, it's a line right there. And everybody go behind the other, so nobody start looking for nobody.
Right.
Everybody there,
that's the worst thing that could happen.
You have professionals educate to do this. So this gentleman in the television, the production, wanted that way, so have to be that way, And if somebody wanted the other way, so make your own show.
Well, they've had 33 Royal Rumbles and going strong, so they're doing something right.
Yeah. So then from there, the rest was wrestling. And like I said before, we got Mr. Fuji as a teacher right there with me. I mean, I was taking care of him like a young boy.
Well, you were helping Fuji.
Oh, I was, because I get his ice, get his bag. I mean, help the man. Respect.
Was it hard for Fuji to travel at that point in his life?
No. He had fun.
He was enjoying it.
Oh, he was making him laugh. Every time we come here to Boston, somewhere was a Chinese restaurant in Rotonda, and let's go to Chinese, or whatever they call it. And boom, we stop right there. And he got big table for us. They waiting already for us. We eat there, hotel, and go to wrestle. So was first time for me was an experience, because I am on the building with my belly full to wrestle. I said, next time, no, you're not gonna get me. Because he did, so he wanted to take you there. He was a practical joke, so
well known for his ribs.
Oh yeah. So he talked to me about many jokes that he did, and man, so first time I was so full to wrestle. I said, no, next time I'm gonna take it easy, because that's what he wanted. Eat. So you throw up out there. It's a joke for him. But thank God I never throw up there. And second time we come back, let's go eat now. Just a soup. That's it. The rest I take it for later.
There you go.
But have good moments with Mr. Fuji. He teach me a lot in the beginnings of Kwan. Because Harvey was there, but Harvey, he wasn't a wrestler.
Was an Asian.
Yeah, he wasn't a wrestler. He don't know. Fuji knows. That's why he grabbed me. Hey, do this, take time. Always remember this. He told me one time, and I just look at him, working in my head. I said, man, he say, don't be fast. This is I'm gonna tell the kids right now. Don't go too fast. Don't try to go 100 miles per hour in a match. You're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna hurt your partner. I mean, ugh. And see guys hurt, it's not funny. Take, like Fuji said to me, be patient as a fisherman. Take your time, work the people, make them get up from that seat. Sell more. If you sell it, they buy it. If you don't sell it, nobody gonna buy it. So guys, sell the story. Like one time Bret Hart, I remember he said, when he liked to wrestle, he liked to paint because he draw too. So he liked to draw a paint in the canvas of the ring. So be a painter. Paint a good story in the ring. This stuff is not a story. This is gymnastic. So go to the Olympics or something like that. Tell a story inside the ring. Sell that to the people, they're gonna buy it. And they're gonna respect more wrestling. And if you respect wrestling, you guys start doing that now. Take your time. Paint a good draw, a good Mona Lisa in that canvas. One time in Puerto Rico, we are in Bayamón, Pepín Cestero de Bayamón. Now they call it La Casa de Tío Sabio Vega, the house of Sabio Vega.
Oh, really? Okay.
And I have story in that building. Like we gonna cost you a lot of money. Listen, Pepín Cestero de Bayamón. I did the in-rings every time Sabio Vega is in IWA. Those that don't know, the character of Sabio Vega, he was the general manager of the IWA. But this general manager have a story. So the story is, he's a good guy. The people know that are coming from WWF by that time. So we start IWA, International Wrestling Association. Victor Quiñones, Miguel Perez, and me. Victor have that name already in script. He got the papers, he owned that. So when Miguel and me come in, we put money to open the company. Victor have the 51%. So I was in charge of the dirty work. Learn and do what I know, the little that I know from television, booking, ring, dress room, building, everything. I could run you the company from A to C. From A to C, left, right, throw me anywhere. I'm gonna be like a cat. I'm gonna be stopped. Because I learned a lot in this business with WWF. I put Vince's headset on Monday nights when they doing the TV. When I'm off or before my match, I have to be there. I like to be there earlier, so I put the head to listen to television. When I have the chance to go to the truck one time, then in the TNA 2, pick up, listen.
You always wanted to learn.
Learning. Because I love that. And that's what I say, I love more the production, the backstage stuff. Because what I'm gonna do is what some guys, because it's not their fault. These guys, what do you call them? This generation of kids in the ring, it's not their fault. It's because now AEW come, WWF is there, so that's the two companies, they competing with numbers or whatever. Let them do whatever they want, but the kids don't have, it's not their fault. What I mean is, because it's not territories to work the story like Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is there, so we got that guys there. Abyss, ask Abyss. How Abyss learned the timing with the people was in Puerto Rico. Ask him, talk to him. I saw him the other day, and we hugged for long. We kissed each other. I mean, and he said, "Man, thank you for helping me. You helping me." I said, "Don't worry." And he explained me, and I said, "What about the timing?" And he explained that to me, because he learned how to work there.
And now he's helping the WWE superstars.
He's there making good money.
Yeah.
Without throwing a punch.
I tell you, that body took a lot of abuse in TNA. He's in a good spot for himself right about now.
He was crazy.
Yeah.
He was crazy. I remember in Puerto Rico, you ask him, Chris. Let me come back to what I mean with the guys.
Okay.
It's because it's not that territories. If you guys have this small company in your hometown and you have your crew, your friends, do the timing of wrestling. Don't rush nothing. Come back to paint that canvas. Come back to Bayamón. Bellas Artes. Artes, what is it called? In the meaning in English. Those big orchestras of 60 musicians play in like the theater, whatever. That theater is just for have nice music or Turandot stuff, well. Puerto Rico, they call them Bellas Artes. And in Pepín Cestero, Bayamón, I'm doing this in green. And the fans was so hot with me, just talking. That way I got the people there with that character. The cartel was so strong. You could ask. Don't ask me. Go check. And when I'm coming down back to the dressing room, the people start throwing, oh my God, that was disgusting. They throw with Pampers, they throw with shoes, they throw with beepers, they throw ice, oh my God, whatever.
That's heat.
That's heat. I got so mad. And I stopped, come back in the ring, and I start calling them pigs. You are in Spanish. You're pig, puercos.
What is it in Spanish?
Puercos.
Puercos?
Puercos.
Puercos.
Pigs.
Puercos.
Yeah.
All right.
The pig is in the mud or whatever, they call them at the same time puercos. But that means they're dirty. So you're pigs, you're tecatos, which is like a drug addict type, and you are morons. You don't have no school and stuff like that. And more, they got banned. That's when I turned and I said, listen to me. I got the mic. They put the speaker on. Listen to me. This is my Bellas Artes. This is my beautiful theater right here. You don't go to Bellas Artes. You don't go to the nice theater and throw stuff over there. You respect that place. So you're going to start respect this place because this is my Bellas Artes. I'm the artist here and you're going to respect it. 2 weeks later, nobody threw no more gagas.
Wow.
Of course, we implement the security, we changed the security way to work. Instead to have it here, looking at the people, whoever throw, go and take it, because when that happened, a right start right there. So wrestling, the people start looking at that, not to what I want to sell. So I say, okay, what we're going to do is simple. We're going to put 2 guards in the floor, the rest is going to be in the back. The rest is going to be in the back of the people. Whoever throw, whatever, you see it. Do not touch it. Don't say nothing till the match finish. Once the match finish and the wrestlers start walking back to the dressing room, that's when you jump on that person and take him out. By that time, something happened here. We don't have no matches in the ring. We don't waste time. We don't waste nothing. We wait with the guys.
It's a good idea.
Soon that guy, people out, and the people was happy because they going out. And we clean the house. We clean house that way. I mean, it's a lot of interesting. And what happened with these kids right now is they don't have that territory in where you could develop a good story. What happened here, a vignette there, what he say, what he don't say. A good story on TV. You know. And so what they're doing right now is just, let's do spot because it's just one night. Let's make some whatever, let's do that. I'm happy because I did what I did, and let's go home. So it's not their fault. They need a territory.
My problem is, I think, and I don't know if you'll agree or disagree, I don't want to go too far off topic on your career path, but I think the training is a big problem. I think if you want to train to become a professional wrestler, you should be trained by a professional wrestler. That doesn't exactly mean someone that was a WWF main eventer, but I think if your career ambition is to be a professional wrestler, you should be trained by someone that had a full-time career in the profession, whether that was as a main eventer or an enhancement talent, but someone whose actual profession was to be a pro wrestler, not someone that did indie shows a few times a month. And I think it's the blind leading the blind. And I tell you what annoys me, Savio, a lot of the times is you have these guys that come to us, the blind leading the blind. We have to try and have them look at things in a different way, and then we're supposed to pay them. They pay these schools to be mistrained, and then they come to the independent promotions, or at least a good one, who try and, you know, get things on the straight and narrow, and then they want the envelope at the end of the night. It's crazy, but that's the way of the beast right now. But my suggestion is someone that actually runs events is if you are interested in becoming a professional wrestler, don't settle for the bullshit. No. Don't say, oh, I trained this one, oh, I wrestled that one. If they do not have the resume of being in the profession full-time as a professional wrestler, continue to look elsewhere for that training facility.
Oh, yeah.
One man's opinion. I don't know what you think.
No, I'm with you. I wish you see what I did a couple of days ago for Spanish Ecuador or Guatemala from South America.
I did not see it, no.
Yeah, no, but I wish you see that. Because we're talking about, he say, anything you have to say to the new guys who want to be a wrestler. I say, the first thing I say is look for a good school. I mean, let's say in your area, it's no school, you have to go to the 2 towns, and it's 3 over there, 3 schools. This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna tell the owner that you wanna see the class. They're probably gonna say no, but probably they're gonna say yes. But this is what you're gonna tell them. Listen, I wanna be a professional wrestler, and with me, seeing you teach will judge if I wanna stay here or not. Because I wanna do the same thing with the other 2. Is 1-on-1 me? Perfect, that's okay. See you down the road. One thing that we say in WWF was, see you on the way up, see you on the way down. And I'm gonna be here. So be good. So go to the 3 school and you judge who is the best teacher. Because if this one teach, I don't know, whatever, good. The other one maybe go different way and they're all different. You judge that. Maybe you start here, maybe you go to the 2 school. If they are not agree, they have a problem. Because it's you the one's gonna learn.
Right.
You learn from Spanish class and you go to English class. Like a school. You're gonna pay for your classes if you can do it. If not, I mean, just work out and get the best teacher. Get the best one, because if that teacher is like limping, you're gonna limp too. And
I guess the best way to put it is there's thousands of people that can teach you how to do a professional wrestling move. But it's almost like taking a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle and just dumping it. You have a piece here, a piece there. What you need is a true professional to show you how to put the 500 pieces together and make the puzzle. My opinion, which doesn't mean much.
The guys are learning from what they see, you know, and probably on games too. They see something in the game. Oh, I want to do this spot, and you see that. Go kick it here, go over there, take it down, shoot it, jump it, and then they and the finish was the shit. And that's the most important part of the match, the finish.
Right.
Especially if you're in a storyline and you are in good angle, something, whatever. But you never miss a spot on the finish. That's the most important. That's what I got teach. Spot. Rock, Bahamas. Was his dad, rest in peace, his soul, and Rock against IRS and me. This guy ranked us to wrestle in Bahamas. I don't know what happened with the promotion. Something happened there. I was nobody there. It was empty building.
Oh, really?
Okay. We were like, but people don't come. So where's the promotion that you did? Was no promotion or what the heck? Well, so that match was Rock, and we went to the ring. Rock called me a spot, and we come from the good spot. Something happened. There was a reverse hip top. Something happened there that he messed it up. So he was like, we finished. We went back to the dressing room, and he's in the dressing room, bitching and moaning. And the dad is, relax, don't worry. He was. When I arrived, I remember, I said, what happened? He said, oh, he just missed the spot. I said, brother, don't worry about that. And I told you guys, don't worry about the spot. Yeah, you tell a story with the spot. But tell the story in a good way, in where you hook the people, in where they bite. You tell them the story. You tell it, what do I call it? Yeah, storyteller.
Yeah,
be a
storyteller.
Yeah, sorry, exactly. So when you do that, take your time. Don't rush. Less is more. If you sell it, they buy it. But if you want to go 100 miles per hour that's a gymnastic.
Gymnastics, yeah.
Class. You were doing aerobics, big time aerobics. Oh, probably some gonna say, because you can do it. I don't need to do it. I never did it. Now on my 55, I'm coming already from the top row doing the fucking the tornillo and the splashes. And because I'm not doing it all the time, the people pop, wow. So that's my timing. I keep my 25. But when I do the heavy, you go 100 and come back.
Timing and pacing.
Tell the story.
Two important things.
Tell the story and get a good teacher. Learn. I can say I have this guy was my teacher. I have many guys, many people since I start in my beginnings.
Mm-hmm.
One guy one day teach me how to some bumps, then the other one catch me. They started so I learned from everybody. One time I watching on TV, which like this guy's watching it too. I know how to throw a drop kick. So I'm like, okay, I arrive at the gym just by myself, nobody there. So just waiting. Those guys, they're already in like 1 hour. Then they're like tired. No, it was a independent wrestling match, wrestling company. So they book sometimes in different places. So they're like kind of tired. So this day I just arrived by myself. And I said, drop kick, I want to practice drop kick. So I grabbed this couch there, put it like a person tied on the ropes right there. And I put it there. I'm like, okay, drop kick like this. And I jump. I'm in my taekwondo too. So I was strong. I drop kicked that thing so hard that my leg got caught on the top rope and I went face first.
Oh, Jesus.
In the canvas. When that happened to me, I hit my chest, the air went out, and I turn around, and the other side is lifting. And I look there, nobody look at me. I just get up like nothing happened, untie that. But I was hungry to learn. And I practiced, I took the bumps in my house, in the floor. I was doing my bumps, and I was doing my stuff to learn. And then I went with the people that know. And I got another set of teachers. Maravilla is like Marvelous.
Mm-hmm.
He's from Dominican Republic. He passed away too. What a great teacher. He was left hand. And one time I went to the gym because the Carlos Colon company sent me there. The first time they sent me, the gym was in another place. And soon I walk in, was like I enter on the Cowboys Saloon. Soon you open, everybody's like quiet. I look at the door, just like that. So soon I get in, all 6 members there, they stop what they doing. They doing drillers. So they stop and they look at me and say, who you? Boss very kayfabe, everything. Who you? And I explain it, they send me here, blah, blah. Oh, you wrestle? Say, change. Brother, the welcome was like in jail. You want to be part of the member gang or whatever? Well, you have to go through here. So 6 guys. I was in good shape. Thank God for that. I was in good shape. I was moving. I mean, in Taekwondo, I was stretched good. In wrestling, and it was a gym by my house, and we started working hard there. So when I went to to that gym, one by one, they try to break me apart. They want to beat they hit me hard. I mean, they touch me. They don't try to knock me out, but was solid, super solid. The cross line was good ones. Bam! To take me down. Soon I go down because it was a drill. You have to get up and do the other ones and do the other. So from all those people, the only guy that is wrestled is me. Still. One's already passed and the other one's still alive. But Maravilla teach me how to do the arm drag.
Mm-hmm.
When he teach me that, I never forget that. And these days, I see the guys doing the arm drag on the arm. And that's wrong. That's wrong. And I could explain them, right there, step by step, why it's wrong. And they're gonna be like, oh, makes sense. It don't make sense. That's the sense. So when I see the guys doing that all the time, I'm like, oh my God. Whoever teach them that, don't read the book. Don't read the book. So if you read the book, you know how to do the arm, right? The correct way. Check, I believe is Macho Man and Ricky's Dragon Steamboat.
WrestleMania 3.
That's the 3. Check the way they do the arm drag. Arm drag go to the neck. These kids these days go hand in hand. When you look up, where you look up? Up there, no? Right. You look up here.
Yeah.
So when you look up and you got the first arm drag, when you get up, where you have to look for the neck, because
Right.
that's in where you hook, and that's when arm drag happen. So they go here to have more support of pulling the guy.
Right.
You don't have to pull the guy. I took my own bump. If you pull me and I take a bump, maybe I took a back bump and hurt my back. I take my own bump. You don't have to push me or pull me.
Well, hopefully there's a lot of independent wrestlers that aspire to be in the position you've been in that are watching this right now and can get even just a couple of the little tidbits of information from Savio 101 they're getting right now.
Exactly.
Let
I need the gimmick here and
what do you mean the gimmick?
The teacher's hat.
Or like what Lanny Poffo used to wear?
Yes. You remember?
Hopefully you don't have the same special skill as Lanny, but that's all right.
Yeah.
You know Lanny and his
he's great.
The self-service that he used to do on himself, but that's a different story for a different time. You talk about creativity. What about the finish of the Royal Rumble 1994? I thought it was great where you had co-winners, both falling out of the ring at the same time, Lex Luger and Bret Hart. And I think if WWF, the powers that be, had any, if they had any conflict on who they should go with that night for the guy, I think the fans decided that it should be Bret Hart, not Lex Luger, because Lex was booed out of the building, and it was a pro-Bret Hart crowd. If you were the booker, being the creative guy you were, looking upon the landscape at that point, would you have gone with Luger or would you have gone with Bret?
Okay. When you mentioned that, I even remember it till you mentioned it. They did something between both?
They were the co-winners. They fell out of the ring at the...
They work after that. They went to a story.
Luger and Bret?
Yeah.
No.
They did nothing.
Nothing.
So maybe something happened between what we're gonna do or what should happen, because put them like both win and nothing happened after that. So somebody scratched something big time, because to me that was the beginning of something between them. Because now Luger gonna say, I'm the winner, and Bret said, oh, wait a minute, I'm the winner.
It could have led to something.
Of course. Now, maybe 1 or 2 pay-per-views. I don't know. Maybe Bret don't want to work with him, or Lex don't want to work with Bret.
Well, that was the days of only 4 pay-per-views, so they went Royal Rumble into WrestleMania. There was no in-between at that point. But you're right, there was a lot that could have been done. I believe what they did was a coin flip, and the loser had to have an opening match at WrestleMania, and the winner got the first title match, and then the other guy got the second title match. So Bret opened the show working Owen. Luger got the first title match against Yoko, and then Bret got the second title match of the night against Yoko and went over. But we'll get to WrestleMania 10 as time goes on. But you're right, I think that was a missed opportunity where they could have done something really creative with Luger and Bret, especially where Luger got a reaction where
competition between both.
The fans, they were very anti-Luger that night. Yeah. And they were in a lot of places.
I mean, they love Bret, of course. I mean, the numbers for Bret was, and knowing the Luger coming from WCW too, maybe that effect, but Bret was homeboy comparative with Lex.
He was in WWF for 10 years at that point.
Yeah. Then he got the big push. You know, you see Bret growing in the company. That's what I say. It's like Sean. Sean is a growing homeboy. So you put him in different places, it's like out of place.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Let me ask you this one. Probably not a show you'd remember off the top of your head. A house show in Long Island, New York, January the 30th, 1994, originally advertised as the Steiner Brothers against Yokozuna and Ludwig Borger. Due to injuries, it turned into a Yokozuna and Quang against Rick Steiner and the Macho Man Randy Savage. Your thoughts on maybe one of the only times in WWF you have a chance to work the Macho Man?
Yes. Wow. I have to see that match again.
It was a house show. I don't even know if it was recorded.
Yeah, maybe.
Any memories of working Randy?
Randy backstage with me was always great. Hey, Quinn! He won a Halliburton that I buy. Come on, Quan, something like that. You know.
He liked your Halliburton?
Oh, he liked it. He loved it. And in the voiceovers that he did, always put me strong all the time. Knowing him, I mean, he's wrestled when he was in Puerto Rico. When I was doing the security, he come to Puerto Rico too, and in the building that I mentioned to you, the Pepin Cestero. And but man, the match was crazy. Too many headshots in my head. But as a person, Randy always was a great guy. I talked to Lanny about before the pandemic. We did some signing somewhere. I talked to him, a little bit. But always in WWF, he was a good people. Always call me, hey Queen. And here the day that he passed, man, I have pictures of all those guys here.
Do you?
I got Randy, I got now Pat, Yoko, Bammer, Fuji, Paul, Kamala.
I hope you have them all backed up on something in case you ever lose the phone.
I need to make another backup.
Yeah.
Big time. I have so many great photos here. Have the ones when we went to India to the Taj Mahal. Some great people there. Rene Goulet. Got Rene here.
He just passed last year, yeah.
I got Finkel here. Oh, I got almost everybody there. Flair.
Wow.
I mean, sorry. God bless him. Harley Race.
A man that's right in that very seat.
He does before I don't have. When I started wrestling, like my favorite guy is I love wrestling. Through the years, learning how to do the business, my three favorite is Flair, Harley, and Brody.
Those are your three favorite to watch?
Yes. Dusty, of course, he's there, but these three guys, especially Flair and Harley, they put that work and the meaning of the value of the NWA title so high that they give him. This is the way that I see. They give to that title and the name of the company so strong because Harley Race was like a old cowboy coming to town, and he's a Widowmaker. That's the way I saw him. He was the Widowmaker. And the work, then you got Flair coming serious to wrestle for that title, and a good buddy, and he put his soul to the matches, the charisma, respect a lot Flair. I have the chance one time to wrestle a Flair in Puerto Rico, and they switched the card because I was in another story, and that story was stronger to the big show. So I missed that like this to wrestle and have the privilege to wrestle Flair.
You never got a chance to work him?
No, he worked Miguel Perez Jr., the Boricua. He wrestled him in Maya West. And I was involved in another story there. But I respect, the other day when I saw him in Survivor Series, he called me Sergio. And but good to know these people, check them, and like you say before, in magazines, read this magazine, try to learn and how they do the business. I like the way everything was happening, and man, I love this business, bro. I love this business.
When it's done right, there is no better form of action, excitement, simulated violence, entertainment, whatever you want to call it. There's nothing better. Let me ask you this. We just mentioned Rick Steiner a few minutes ago.
Yes,
the Steiner brothers had kind of a short stint in WWF, not all that successful, maybe on par with what you mentioned about Lex Luger, but any memories of Rick and Scott the Steiners?
Work with them in Japan, work with them,
okay.
Work with them in Puerto Rico, and work with then in the WWF, of course. Great guys, strong like hell, son of a bitches. Good people. That's it. They're great people. Rick loved to both. They like to make some practical jokes.
Ribbers.
Yeah, ribbers. And but they're good guy. They the time that I was with them, was too long in WWF. But we have good times. The match is easy. Never complain nothing. We work hard. I work Rick in Puerto Rico. We work in Japan for I believe it was New Japan. Yeah, New Japan. Inoki office. Yeah. But with them, I don't have too many stories. But good people. I know they are good people. I read something about Rick the other day. I don't know if he was sick or something.
Rick Steiner was
He's
sick?
okay.
I didn't hear about that.
But I hear he lost a lot of weight.
Well, that's too bad if it's true. No, I didn't.
No?
That story, he hasn't made the rounds to me yet, not to say that it's not true.
Okay,
but
hope he's,
we hate to hear that any one of the
brother,
guys.
If you're watching this, God bless you. Hope you and brother be safe.
And if you are well, be well. Stay
Yeah,
well.
Of course.
February 1994, you make your first WWF European tour. What was the difference, especially in 94 when the domestic business was starting to sink and continue to sink? You'd go to Europe, and I mean, it was like a fresh coat of paint. What was the difference between working those WWF European tours and domestic events?
Love going to Europe because other than love wrestling, you got a check in your mail every week. And then the travels. Love to travel. Especially when you got paid, for traveling and you're going to do something that you love to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I have the chance to see Rome, Italy, have to see the Taj Mahal, India, the Big Ben in England, Japan, Hong Kong, Spain, England, German. Talking about...
It's like a paid vacation to see the world.
And listen, and we went to places, yes, but most of the time we are in a hotel. Because we traveling, sleeping, go to the arena, then sometimes we travel to the next place, or we stay that night in a hotel and travel the next day and blah, 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 Past like 2 weeks in Germany, going to Europe, different places, come back to the States, maybe 2 weeks later, come back. I did a lot of traveling.
There was a lot of European tours in that era.
We went sold out everywhere. Rome was bad. I remember that was bad. We went to Israel 2 times, sold out. Kuwait.
Wow.
South Africa. South Africa was packed. It was good. England, sold out everywhere. We went to Hong Kong for 5 days, and the only thing we did there was 1 or 2 matches, something like that. And they want us there in a hotel. Stay in a hotel, and we went to a gym, was in like a 10th floor, and they just put that gym for us.
Wow. Oh, that's nice, huh?
Oh, we stayed across the river right there too. It was good.
Unbelievable. Wrestling fans, I'm getting that cue from the back. I'm hearing that theme song. Another episode has come. Another episode is gone. Great conversation as always. We learned a little bit about Royal Rumble 1994. Some of Quang's early adventures in the WWF, now headed overseas. Only one thing we can do at this point, which is just continue the great in-depth conversation on the next episode.
All right.
For my partner in crime, Savio Vega, I'm Dan Marty, folks. Until we speak again, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Savio is a man that tells it like it is. Great stories, great experiences. Look forward to having our friend from Puerto Rico joining us in the studio again in the near future. As the great original in-studio shoot interviews from our Wrestling Insider series keep rolling, help us keep the shows on the air. Again, folks, the eBay store is packed with great merchandise with superstars from every era. You can find the link in the description box below. We also need to add members to our growing Boston Wrestling MWF family over on Patreon, where you get early, ad-free access to our Wrestling Insiders in-studio shoots. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon-exclusive video and news, plus the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times during coronavirus. Head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling and join the family tonight for just a couple bucks. Coming up next is a first-class lady that was broken into our sport the old-school way by her late husband, Eddie Guerrero. We can only be talking about the one and only Vicky Guerrero of AEW. This is another tremendous interview I think you're really going to love, with some honest, even surprising opinions shared.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to a special edition of Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed Memories and Legends series. I'm so happy to be joined for the very first time, not with Tony, but with a lady, the lovely Vicky Guerrero. Vicky?
Hi, Dan. How are you?
How did we pull this coup off to have you with us?
Very carefully is what I understand.
Very carefully. All right. Well, you know what? We have Dr. David Reese to thank for that. Sorry about the thinking you were Tony for a minute, but I'm so used to having Tony with us here now in the studio, probably 50 or 60 times at this point. You know, it's stuck in the brain. It's like muscle memory.
It's my pleasure to be here.
It's great to have you here again, to bring maybe a touch of class to this crazy set with some of the shenanigans we've had over the years here. But it's going to be great to see what's going on through that brain of yours. It's always very interesting to take someone from the world of professional wrestling, someone that's excelled like you have in the world of WWE, and bring them here to our humble abode to see what they think about what's going on. But you've done absolutely fantastic for yourself since you left the world of WWE back in 2014. You're busy with appearances nonstop. You have the Excuse Me podcast that everybody's talking about. You have even branched into the world of color commentary on AEW Doc, Vicky. I don't even know where to begin and end with you. You're going to have to tell me now.
Well, gosh, Dan, first, thank you for the compliment. You're very kind, but you know, my situation with WWE was a fluke. I mean, who had thought that 2 months of a contract was going to end up being over, 12 years of history with WWE.
Is that how it began? Is a 2-month deal?
Well, when I worked with Eddie in 2004.
Oh, with the Rey Mysterio.
Rey Mysterio child custody case, and that was so much fun. But, that was just a one-time, storyline, and I was really sad when it ended. But, then Eddie passed away in November 2005, and I came back in April for the Hall of Fame to induct Eddie, and as far as I knew, that was pretty much, it was the end of the show, and, I was okay to do that, and it was time to go home, and Johnny Laurinaitis called me probably July, August, and said, we'd like to have you come back. We know that you could do some promos and memorize lines, and you weren't scared of the camera. And I said, sure, maybe just 2 months, because I was raising my kids. And
now, how old would they have been at this point?
Oh, my gosh, probably maybe like 7 and 12.
Oh, wow. Okay,
yeah.
So the little one was really young. Yeah.
And so, I had to think about them because I was the only parent that was going to be home. And I had just moved back to El Paso, and I was loving that. I was back with my family. And 2 months, they just kept renewing my contract, for another year. And then it was 3 years, and then another 5 years. And 2014 is when I finally retired. But what a ride and what a journey. I mean, I'm so grateful that WWE gave me that opportunity. And I did it for the love of Eddie, because he taught me a lot, not knowing that I was learning from him. But just looking back at what he used to do, I kind of took a little bit of that for my own, and just found my confidence, as being a character and a superstar for WWE.
Now, when you were a little Vicky, long before Eddie came into your orbit, did you have any interest in professional wrestling? Did you know anything about it?
No, I hated wrestling.
No, were you from Texas originally?
Yes, El Paso. Eddie and I were both born in El Paso.
Oh, really? Okay.
In fact, we were actually playing in the playpen together, and we were about 2 years old because my grandfather made Eddie's dad's robes and leather boots for wrestling.
So this is almost like
It's
like a movie, The Notebook, or something like that. This is going way back. You knew Eddie when you were just a little girl.
I didn't know it was Eddie.
But you knew you came across him, I guess.
As far as him, he's probably romancing me, and I didn't even know it.
So did you have a period of time where you didn't have much to do with each other after you were little kids?
Well,
or?
yeah, you know, being 2 and my mom was working, so we'd go to my grandparents' leather shop, and we would be watched by them. I didn't meet Eddie until I was 18 years old after high school.
You were reintroduced to him at that point.
Yeah, it was a blind date. It was a blind date. So I talk about this in my book, but we went on a blind date. We went to a nightclub because I told my girlfriend that if he's going to be a loser and this awful looking guy, that we were going to jump the club and go somewhere else. And we have an escape plan if needed. And I met Eddie that night, and it was just, I fell in love with him.
Did you remember that he was the little guy that you played with
Never
in the pen?
knew
You
that
didn't figure that
happened.
out until later on?
No, until
Isn't
that
funny?
night when I broke curfew because I stayed with Eddie.
Oh, all right.
My curfew was at 1, and I didn't get home till almost 3:30. Not that anything happened.
You're just having fun.
We were outside having the radio on, talking. My best friend was with us. But yeah, I broke curfew, and my mom asked me in the morning, why did I break curfew and who are they with? And I said, well, this guy named Eddie Guerrero, and he's a wrestler. She's like, oh, I know the family. I was just like, what? I mean, who would have thought? I mean, one, I'm thinking, okay, my curfew's gonna not be as bad as I thought it was. And 2, my mom already fell in love with him. So it was history from that. I mean, he came over that night, in fact, and my dad made him a huge dinner, and he ate all the food, and my dad, I guess Eddie won his heart because Eddie ate all the food that he cooked. But it was instant. I mean, we started dating ever since that time.
It sounds like something that was created up in the stars. You know what I mean? That's
Only
a really
God
interesting
knows.
story.
Yeah, and we dated for like 4 years, and then I got pregnant, and then Eddie's dad asked me to marry me. And
made him? Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's Gory Guerrero, the legend.
Yes, Gory, yes. Well, he told Eddie that we should do this the right way, through God's eyes. And Eddie asked, what should I do, Dad? And he said, well, you need to ask her to marry you and do it, in front of God. And it was perfect. I fell in love
respect
with
that an awful lot. I wish there was more of it nowadays, but not
Absolutely.
to get off the topic of wrestling. But I think there are too many people that just shrug their shoulders as if it should be a common occurrence. And I think you guys went about it the right way.
Yeah, well, I was nervous. I mean, we had to bring our parents together, and it was for a lunch, and his mom cooked, and it was pretty nerve-wracking because I know that Eddie had a ring that he's supposed to propose to me, and I talk about this in my book too, that Eddie was in his bedroom for like probably 25 minutes.
Practicing or just nervous?
I guess a little bit of everything,
both?
yeah. And so he was perfect, and he was a gentleman, and it was really emotional, and of course I said yes. And yeah, the rest is history.
Now, you've teased the book a few times, and I didn't even know if that was after our little chat in the car last night, if that's something I could even broach. But when do you think fans are going to be able to pick this book up?
Well, we're headed to New York probably in January, late January, early February, and we're going to sell it to the publishing company. And, once they give us a deadline on when to write it, we're hoping that it should hit around WrestleMania time.
Wouldn't that be perfect, right?
Yes, in a
There's no
perfect
better
world.
week. JR, though, he might be a little, I don't know. JR wants to have WrestleMania week cornered, so
yeah.
you might not get any barbecue sauce for Christmas this year.
Oh, I have already gotten barbecue sauce. Me and JR, I love him.
Oh, we had him here in the studio, too. We had a lot of fun.
He's such a great human being. I love him.
And still going strong. It's great to hear that voice back on television again where it belongs.
I saw him at AEW, and they're in Garland, and he just picks up where he left off, and such a true professional. I love watching him work.
The John Madden of professional wrestling.
Yes.
He's fantastic.
Absolutely. A little bit of style, the cowboy hat.
And he was missed. He was missed when he was away from WWE's television broadcast. What I like the most about JR is just the passion that comes from the gut. You know what I mean? Yeah. He doesn't need to be instructed or rehearsed. He knows where he's going with what he's delivering each and every time out. And that, to me, is the sincerity that I think people really appreciate, as opposed to something that might be a little overproduced. You know what I mean?
Well, especially his craft. I mean, he creates his own sayings and phrases, and it just makes him so unique in this industry. And if you hear, slobber knocker or whatever it is, you know that's from JR, and that's what makes him so special.
And hopefully he'll keep going strong for a long, long time.
Yeah,
He's been a good friend to us.
He looks great, so I think he's going to have a few more years ahead of him.
Now, do you think maybe, could you see you perhaps in the future in some place sharing a booth with JR now that you have your feet a little wet in the color commentary position?
Well, Dan, I mean, to commentate is such a different realm than just going and being a general manager for a show or managing a superstar. I was quite nervous, when they asked me to commentate for AEW Dark. I love the sport and I love watching the matches because you have a front row seat, right in front of you. But to do it full time, there'd be a lot of research and there's a lot of work behind it.
Sure.
I mean, I don't think people realize the important job that they have because they're the ones who have all the history and they communicate with all the fans, through television and watching it, just through online or wherever it is. So I was a little stressed, but Excalibur and I was with Joey Janela. I mean, they're just hilarious.
He was in the booth with you that night?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Did you watch it, Dan?
I did not. I did not.
Anyway, so yeah,
I
Joey
could have lied
Janela's.
to you, but I'm a Virgo. I don't like doing
No,
that. You know what I mean?
they were true gentlemen, and they made me feel at home. So it was a lot of fun.
I think Joey Janela is a really unique, interesting character. I'm interested to see where he goes over the next few years as far as how he develops. Very different than the norm of what you'd consider to be a professional wrestler, or that term that drives me nuts, sports entertainer in 2020, basically at this point. It's a new decade, and he might not be the biggest guy, but I mean, what personality and what charisma. He has an aura about him that I think is really different and unique.
Well, and just his personality and his creativity doesn't stop. So I think I was laughing more at him and what he was saying than I was paying attention. So I had to be careful that I was there to do the job that they wanted me to do instead of being distracted by his jokes. But we had great, back and forth, jokes between each other.
Did you do it? Was it 100% live?
Yes.
In the booth? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, so you really did. You got your feet wet quick.
Yeah, it was, well, Brandy Rhodes called me and said, you want to do some commentary? And of course, I've always been a fan of AEW since they started. And I miss the fans. I miss the ring. I miss the whole atmosphere of the wrestling world. So, and WWE hasn't called me in 2 years, and that's okay because everything's changing and there's new faces.
Yeah.
But going back to AEW and seeing everyone and working with Justin Roberts and hearing the fans just hate me, I was like, this is great. I'm back home again.
With so many familiar sounds in your ears. We talked about JR and you just mentioned Justin Roberts, and it must almost felt like he didn't leave home in some ways.
No, I mean, it felt like I was truly at home. I mean, there was, Cody and Brandy, Rhodes, and just, seeing Billy Gunn. There's just a lot of, and seeing Doc Sampson, their doctor there.
Yep.
I was truly blessed that night to see not only just the same back, the back scenes, but these are my friends and family. So it was a really fun night.
And close to home, too.
Yes, it was a 4-hour drive.
You can't go wrong.
Beat that, yeah.
No, I can't wait to see where AEW continues to go as they expand. The funny thing is, people talk about being so, you have to be WWE, you have to be in AEW. But if you go back, not too far long ago, but I mean, even in the 1980s, you had, at certain points, 25 different promotions you could go to in the United States and be active and part of. And it wasn't a bad thing. There were always some, tension in the air in professional wrestling, but it was good for people to be able to go and refreshing themselves in different places as opposed to staying in one promotion and getting stale at sometimes. So I think it's great that there is an alternative for the talent. I think it's great that there's an alternative for the fans. I think real fans will want every promotion to succeed because that's good for the industry.
Right. That's something that's kind of discouraging that I found out just being at AEW was that fans are so they're so brutally honest and with a lot of humiliation and misery because they say, oh, now you're a traitor and now you're not with WWE. No, I'm a superstar that loves to work, and if AEW is calling me to do something, I should be able to say yes.
Right.
And there's product for everybody, and the fans have so much to choose from, and it's great for the wrestlers too because there's a place for everyone to go work. And there's a lot of great promotions, and I just think that when fans, pick one side or the other, you're always going to have those, just like, when any show, cancels and they're going to be mad at the director or whatever it is. But I think that there should be open arms and give AEW a chance. And NWA, and you have Impact, and there's just so many, promotions out there that I think it's great for the fans to have a little bit of each, piece of the pie and enjoy the industry.
It's good for everybody. Like they said, if they really do have these favorites in professional wrestling, imagine if you're a baseball fan, imagine if there was only one Major League Baseball team. Should you just retire if no one else wanted you except that one team? I think sometimes people go a little overboard with that train of thought. One man's opinion, but...
Yeah, I mean, I love the Astros. I live in Houston, so...
oh, well, you know what? The Red Sox had some issues with the Astros.
We almost had it this year, almost, but next year. We'll try again next year.
You're a big Astros fan. Who's your favorite on the Astros? 'Cause I'm a big baseball fan.
Altuve.
Not Correa.
And there's Correa. Oh, there's a lot of them.
Now, how did you say it?
Correa.
You did it a lot better than I did.
Yo soy mexicana. No, but they're in Houston, and of course, me and my husband, we have a lot of fun going to the stadium, and to watch baseball live is so fun, and it's...
I love it. I love going to Fenway Park for the Red Sox on Friday nights. To me, have you ever been?
No,
well,
not
let me
Fenway.
tell you this. Now, I love the Red Sox, but as far as the stadium goes, you're not too far off. We were talking about some of the old timers before the show. This park, it's archaic. It's too much, for this body at least. If you're bigger than 5'6", you can't fit in the seats.
Yeah.
When you have something that was introduced to the world the same year the Titanic crashed, it's time for an upgrade. You know what I mean?
But just the atmosphere, the music, and the fans, and
it's a
the
great
kiss
time.
cam, and the food, and the parking's not so great because we do have to walk a long way to get to the stadium. But what a great time for everyone to enjoy the sport. I was never a big baseball fan, but moving to Houston, it grows on you.
So you're kind of new to the Astros as a fan.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, my mom coached baseball for my little brothers.
Oh, really?
So
Oh, wow.
I was always around it, and it's not something that's foreign to me. So watching the Astros, I kind of picked up and, just fell in love with it all over again. So.
Now, again, interesting where these conversations can take us sometimes, but I wouldn't be a true baseball fan without asking you, Vicki. Are you concerned about the supposed cheating scandal that the Astros have been accused of?
Oh, I've heard of no such thing.
You haven't heard of anything, really?
And there's nothing wrong with cheating, as long as you don't get caught.
There you go. But
That's all I'm
sometimes you
gonna
got to
say.
lie, and sometimes you got to do a little stealing signs,
yeah,
though, right?
It's okay.
And you must like our manager here in Boston, Alex Cora. He was I think he was the bench coach in the Astros for a while.
He's gone.
All right.
He's up
Wow. Vicki, ice cold. Wow.
Yeah.
What were we just talking about in wrestling?
What,
You're
it's
doing the same thing
baseball,
to
though.
Alex Cora.
I protect wrestling. Shh, you're getting me in trouble here.
Vicki, I can't believe it. But you know what? Isn't that something? I would have never thought in this interview you and I would be talking about baseball.
You never know what we're going to talk about.
You never know.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this: is this love and romance with Eddie continued? Were you a real fan of wrestling as time went on, or was it just something you kind of tolerated because he did it, or?
When we started dating, his family was very protective of the business, and not that they shunned me out or anything, but Eddie had told me for a lot of discussions, that I needed to make sure that I respected the industry first, that I understood what the industry was about, and to respect the sport. And to me, the funny story about to keep dating Eddie was that I love the Von Erichs. I mean, I knew who they were because my brother used to watch wrestling, and something about them wrestling barefoot, and the cute blonde-headed guys. I was like, I know who they are. So if I date Eddie, then I'll get to the Von Erichs. Like I had a big plan.
Now wait, this was an actual plan you had in your head.
Yeah, Eddie was we laughed about it many years after that.
He knew that this was after the fact that you thought maybe, if I'm buddy up with Eddie, I might bump into the Von Erichs at a show.
Let me tell you something that happened. So, and his dad promoted in the El Paso Coliseum in El Paso, Texas. And so the Von Erichs were a part of a show when I went to go watch the show with my little brother. And seeing Eddie next to the Von Erichs, not to disrespect them in any way, but Eddie was one good-looking, handsome guy. I mean, I was just like, I'm going to keep this one over here on the right.
You didn't need a Von Erich anymore.
I didn't need a Von Erich.
You didn't need a Von Erich.
Not that they were sweethearts, and I've seen Kevin and his sons, at different promotions, and I love them to pieces. But it's just how funny how the full circle works around. But yeah, I had to learn how the sport worked and the love and the respect behind it. And it wasn't until maybe after 3 years when I finally, would hear conversations in the car and Eddie talking to other wrestlers, and I would pick up the lingo and the language and things that were going on, and I was just getting really curious, and it fascinated me, just the art and their craft. And when I go with Eddie to Juarez, he was a bad guy. And these fans were brutal on Juarez. I mean, there was like used Pampers being thrown at Eddie and beer.
Now,
and
where was this?
in Juarez, Mexico.
Mexico, okay.
Because the
Now,
border
this
was right
AAA?
there. No, maybe it was, no, not AAA.
Not
AAA
AAA.
was in Mexico.
Right.
But this was a promotion that was in Juarez, and the fans would.
Dirty diapers, huh?
Oh, it was
my God.
horrible.
I've
I
never
mean,
heard of that
You
one.
would go, and I mean, I'd be sitting there under the bleachers because fans would throw stuff, and Eddie always made sure that I was underneath because things fell.
knew.
Yeah, gravity pulls. But the greatest thing is that when Eddie could, make them mad, he said the more Pampers, the better the heat. And so he started teaching me little by little. I think he wanted to make sure that we were going to date and be serious, because you just can't tell someone, the secrets of the wrestling industry. And then he was protecting it, and I respected him for that. And now, looking back at our conversations, I loved him for that, because now I protect it, and now that I defend it, because that's what fed my family and, provided our living for me and the girls. So that's something that I take very, very close to my heart.
I have a lot of respect for you for that. I wish more people looked at it that way. I really do.
It took a long time. I mean, it takes a long time. You just can't love something right away.
Right, right.
And it's I'm still learning about the business, and I learned even more being in WWE, and things have changed quite a bit. Because the wrestling in Mexico is quite different from what you see on WWE.
Sure is. Yep. Yep.
So, there's two different cultures that are happening, but yeah, it's a fascinating world, and I'm in love with it.
Unbelievable. You know what? I think that'd be a nice segue. We'll take a little time out, give you a chance to wet your palate a little bit. We'll be back after this brief time out with more of this great conversation with our new friend, if I may go that far, Vicky Guerrero. We'll be right back. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Again, Tony Atlas is MIA, missing in action. We'll take that from time to time. As much fun as we have with Tony, sometimes we need a little break. And again, to have someone add such a touch of class to this set as Vicky Guerrero has. Vicky, again, it's really been nice to have you with us.
It's my pleasure to be here. And there's good weather in Boston right now, so I'm okay to be here. If it was snowing, I might have some doubts.
You missed it by a week.
I know.
And we're glad
we were talking
for that.
about that last night.
We were talking about that last night. We're glad for that.
Yeah.
The weather here, it's certainly not...
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. It's certainly not what you're dealing with down in Texas in the wintertime.
Well, right now it's 72 degrees and sunny. I'm here.
I'm going to ask you this one, we've just talked about how much we've enjoyed having you here. How many times do you run into a situation, maybe if you're at a grocery store, if you're traveling at an airport, when you maybe run into a crazy that takes what they've seen on TV a little bit too far, and they take the villainous persona maybe a little bit too much, and have you ever had a fan be a little aggressive with you?
Yes.
Kind of give you an excuse me.
Still today.
Really? Now tell me about that.
You know, especially the grocery stores, I guess because the aisles are their hiding places where they can yell and then they kind of run to another aisle. I've had people like yell, "Excuse me," you know, and
in your tone?
Yes, and you know,
At the
and
supermarket.
I'll have my daughter or my husband with me, and they're just like, "Oh my God, there's a fan here," and I get so into my world that I'm in my sweats, I'm at home, getting food for lunch, and I just want to enjoy the day. And it's my husband that that will notice it. He's like, "Oh, you're being followed. Let's go this way." And he'll see these women just have their eyes and they're just like piercing at me.
Women, really?
Yeah, watching
The
me.
women don't like you.
The women never liked me because I think it's because I had the character of being with the younger guys and I was the cougar.
You know what? Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense, Dan. Yes,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
they're the ones I always had to worry about. Going out of the arena, coming to the hotels, driving, just anywhere. I mean, it's always the women like, "I can't believe that you would go and date him. He don't deserve him." And I'd be like, "It's just a role, lady. It's just my character."
When that first started becoming a part of your reality, were you a little surprised that some people would go that far with it?
The fans are pretty smart. I mean, they're really, without the fans, I can't do this.
Right.
I mean, and I have a lot of respect for them. And but what's really funny is that when they thought that I was dishonoring Eddie's, love or his respect, or how dare a woman like me that's older than Edge or Dolph Ziggler or Jack Swagger, how dare I go and try and think that they're gonna love me? And it's just so funny because at first I was like, I would tell Vince, I would say, I don't think that people like me. And he's like, "Well, tell me why you think that." And I said, "Because they're just saying all these horrible things, to my face and on social media." He goes, "That's money, Guerrero." He goes, "That's all money." He goes, "If they weren't reacting to you, then you're not doing your job." And I was just like, I got it. And so ever since then, I was like, I'm going to piss them off even more now.
You want them to hate you.
Absolutely.
But to me, within the fun of what it is they're watching. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes you hear about these crazy fan experiences, and where in reality you are, outside of the professional wrestling ring, maybe is the best way to put it, you're so nice to sometimes encounter those fans that really do take what they're watching very, very, very seriously. It must have been take a little adjusting to, maybe.
Well, what's crazy is that I'll go to Comic-Cons and I'll see the same fan or a few of the same ones, and they'll pass my table like maybe 5 or 6 times, and they're looking at me like this going, and these looks. And so maybe like after an hour or two, they'll finally stop and they're like, "Why are you smiling so much?" And I'm like, "But I'm having a great day. Like, this is who I am." They're like, "But you were," I don't know if we can cuss on air.
No, go ahead.
They go, "You're such a bitch on TV. Like, I hated you. Like, you made me so mad in my living room." And I laugh at them. I'm like, "Well, that was just the role I played." I said, "But in life, I'm just a blessed woman. I love the job that I have. I love that I can come to the Comic-Cons and you can see the real person that I am." And so those moments are the ones that, I kind of get the aha moment with the fans, and they're like, "Oh, you're not so bad after all. Hey, can I get an autograph?"
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, and you make a new friend out of the deal, so it could be a lot worse, right?
And I think it's important because what's funny is that the parents are the ones who take this sport so seriously, and they believe in the fictional character, that the kids are believing the same thing, and they don't separate the reality from the fiction. And so I think that it's important for these kids that come up to me and their parents are describing, who I was, and I get to tell them, I play a role on TV that's not really who I am right now, and so I think it's important for kids to know that, because you need to learn to separate, what's reality and what's fiction.
Right.
And, I'm this nice girl that's not going to, yell at you. I'll yell at you if you want to pay for a video. But in the most part, I want to hear your stories. I want you to tell me what you enjoyed about seeing me on TV. And that's the joy that I get out of doing those Comic-Cons.
There's a lot worse jobs to have.
Yeah, I could dig a ditch or
I mean,
be in Boston when it's cold.
well, all right. Well, next time we'll book you for the summer.
Thank you.
I'm sure this is going to go over so well. The fans will love to see you on this program anytime you might be in
They're
the
going to
area.
want to see me dig a ditch in Boston.
I don't think they're going to want to see you dig a ditch. We'll save that for Tony.
Okay,
Sometimes
deal.
Tony, we just need to, maybe not all of Tony, just his head sometimes.
Yeah.
We don't have to listen to him. but-
We'll drink a drink while we're watching Tony dig
There
a ditch.
you go. There you go. We'll have a nice a nice adult beverage for
Yes.
ourselves. Now, you mentioned a little while ago some of the fans, they might have taken a little offense to you moving on from Eddie on TV. How did Edge first react to it when he was kind of paired with you in a romantic way? Was he fine with it? Was he a little iffy about it at first?
Edge was such a gentleman. I mean,
He's a great guy.
He taught me so much about the ring and the psychology of the storylines. He was on board, you know, and I had that fear because here I was, Eddie Guerrero's wife. I was green, had no talent. This is not what I did in my career. I was at home with the girls, and the only reason I was there is because I was Eddie's wife. And I had a lot to prove to everyone. So to be entrusted to Edge and to Dolph Ziggler, for them to say, hey, you're going to work with Vicky Guerrero, you know, that's something that really scared me, and I had a lot of fear of because I didn't want to insult their legacy. This is Edge, who was this amazing, you know, wrestler, talented. He has his own legacy, and now they're asking me to, you know, manage him. I'm like, oh my God, like this is insane. So when Vince put us together, I think the first time they saw Edge and I on TV was I was lecturing him what a bad job he did, and I was kind of doing the general manager role. And so when Vince McMahon said, hey, well, we're going to show some unity with you and Edge tonight, I'm like, okay, great. And I'm like, how could that even be? Like, what is he thinking? So when Vince is talking, you're just like, oh God, what does this mean? And so when Vince said, you and Edge are going to make out, you know, and we're going to show the fans that y'all are actually behind the scenes, you know, conspiring against the whole roster. I thought, oh, so I'm supposed to I'm going to romantically kiss Edge, and we're going to have this romance, and it's just going to be awesome. And when I was thinking about it, Vince was like, no, I want you to grossly, slobber, disgustingly kiss him so the fans can even get more upset with y'all. And we just laughed. And Vince told us maybe like 4 minutes before we went on air, so we had no time to think about it. And so I think that was the best thing.
Sometimes that's for the best.
It was the best thing because I would have probably been like panicking, you know, for an hour thinking about it. But we hit it off, and that's been my most favorite scene on YouTube, you know, is to watch that.
How long did it take you in your mind to feel like, you know what, this is clicking and this is really, really good. We have something great here with this Edge and Vicky pairing?
You know, I think different times I was always questioning because I guess it depends on who I was working with. But with Edge, I think when we had La Familia and we were working with Undertaker, and when Undertaker tombstoned me, that was times that I was like, I must be doing something right. I must be here making the office happy, and the fans are loving it to where this is where I'm supposed to be at this moment in time. And I promised God that I was going to do this with 100% and not take this for granted. And so I think that was just when I started relaxing a little bit and having fun and really designing my character to be the cougar, the guerrero, the cheater, the liar, the manipulator, the general manager, and let's go have a fun night tonight.
Now I'm going to maybe turn the volume up a little bit here on this one. I got to ask you one from the heart because this bothered me in my own world a little bit. But in the era, especially when you first came in, 07, 08, 09, it was kind of a different WWE than you have now. With Linda Moratti, the little one, little baby, not so much of a baby, but he loves WWE, he enjoys all the work we do here in Boston Wrestling. But with the oldest one, I was very hesitant to let him see much of WWE at that point, to the point where even though WWE has always been exceptionally gracious to us when it comes to tickets and merchandise and such things, he's never been to a WWE live event because at that point when he was a kid, you had Edge tombstoning you. You had the bra and panty matches and those kinds. And was it ever awkward for you to see things like that kind of accepted as the norm on what was put on the TV shows?
Well, of course. Well, you know, it was the norm of seeing the bra and panties and the guys and the girls beating each other up, you know, and chasing each other around because the sponsors didn't have that much say in the product. And probably like around maybe 2000, I'm guessing 2009 maybe, WWE started getting sponsors like Subway and, you know.
Mattel was a big one. I remember with the toys,
Yeah, and I think that they started saying, well, if you do this, we're going to pull out, or, you know, domestic violence, and especially after the Chris Benoit death, that really pulled a lot of sponsors to be more strict on what they wanted to see on our show, and it made it really boring. I mean, it was, I mean, because, you know,
You think it made the show boring, really?
Yeah, I was bored.
Really?
Yeah, because me and Edge were spearing each other, and, you know.
So you kind of like mixing it up in an athletic way. Really?
I loved it. I mean, you know, to be able to have, you know, those moments, you know, when Edge could spear me, no, but I would get up and spear him. And then, you know, I had Caitlyn, you know, was, you know, with the NXT recruits.
That was fun.
Yeah, so when they came backstage and some of the sponsors were like, Vicky, we're bothered that, these guys are hitting you. And I'm like, I'm fine with it because I get to hit back. Like, and this is this is a role, it's a show. We're entertainment. That's why we're here. And a lot of the superstars were really upset about that because the fans really liked it. Now, as far as the women, it was discouraging because there were some incredible women in the locker room that wanted their 5-10 minutes of TV time to wrestle. And, I saw them get broken down night after night because their time would get cut, and they'd be like from a 7-minute match and they'd go down to a 30-second match. And then, or they would have like a bra and panties match. And, me being the female too, I was discouraged for them because, they worked all the time to have their moment in the ring. And, so it didn't affect me because I was in a different role, but everything did change a lot when the sponsors came in and there was a lot of chaos and discussion about, what should be done as far as TV. And it was boring.
I don't know if you'd agree or disagree with this thought, but, as someone that is closely involved in the industry and owns WWE stock, I think they missed the boat where they try and present all of their programs in the same way. I'd like to almost see them turn into more of a movie production company where they have a G-rated show, where they have a PG-rated show for everybody to watch, where they have maybe a late night one that starts at 11 o'clock that's aimed more towards, adult men, and you could get away with what we were talking about and things like that. But for me, to see that on a PG show, I don't think I was doing a service to the kid if I was going to bring him to a show like that and, applaud with men attacking women. But in a different presentation, if it was aimed towards that demographic, I think all three of them could be highly successful. If you had one for the whole family, if you had one aimed more towards men, one for little kids, I'd love to see WWE, a spin-off the NBA. Let these ladies have their own show for the fans.
It might come to that pretty soon. I mean, I think they're on that journey to where, the women could have their own network and they could have their own show. And I see that happening, but it's taken a lot of time. And we are in a male-dominated industry where, the women have had opportunities to be in the main event, which I'm so proud of them. But at the same time, I think financially, and something that I just want to say is that the fans have so much saturation of wrestling right now.
There's a lot.
There's, Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays, and then when there's a pay-per-view, and I think that, it's kind of smart not to have so much out there, and I'm going to disagree with you because, you can have so much that fans are going to be like, they're only going to pick 1 or 2 shows to watch. So I think it's a hard situation because, WWE is going against AEW on Wednesday nights, and then there's Raw, and then there's Impact, and there's NWA, and even I have to DVR some stuff because I don't have time to watch all this stuff.
And then you have all the great international promotions if you really want to go, or independent promotions like what we do. I mean, there's no limit of options out there.
That's right.
There are independents. I know there's some all-women promotions out there, and I can't think of one that's actually made for all kids. Maybe we'll see that sometime in the future.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Kids themed.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fun because I know for a little while they had a show on WB Saturday mornings at like 10 o'clock for half an hour with Mick Foley as the host. I think it was called Saturday Morning Slam. It was short-lived, but I remember the youngest one when he was little. He used to get a kick out of it.
I thought that was incredible. I thought that was so cute.
No punches, no kicks. I thought it was a really good format, but I guess somebody didn't like it because it doesn't exist anymore. But what are you going to do?
Politics.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, I know.
What are you going to do? I tell you, Vicki, it's been great to have you here. The fans sent us no limit of questions about topics they wanted us to discuss. A lot of them I'm actually going to hold off on because I want to see how it comes to fruition in the book. I love a good wrestling book.
Oh.
We have so many on the panel here behind us. I know it takes a lot of work to put the book together.
It's a lot to
hopefully
say.
there hasn't been anything I've tried to broach that you were saving for a good cliffhanger for the book itself.
No, I mean, my book's taken a long time to write. Life with Eddie has taken most of my time to write about. Eddie got to write his book, and I was there for the whole process, and he did such a fantastic job. I still can't read through his book.
Really?
Because I can still hear his voice. I can still, and it brings me to tears, because I remember those moments that he was writing the book and he was, talking about different stories. But, so my book is the other side of the life, of what it was like to go through Eddie's, drug abuse days and his alcoholic days. And then, being a single parent after he passed away, and then getting to be a WWE superstar. I mean, there's just so many fascinations that my book is, I'm trying to relate to different genres, not just the wrestling base. There's a lot of women who have asked me for help, how to raise a single family, and how to start college at 46 years old. I mean, there's so many things that I didn't think I knew. I didn't think I was relating to other people in different ways. And they're like, how was it to start college? Like, I've always wanted to. And I just think, oh my gosh, like I am making a difference in some people's lives. So it's been a pretty incredible journey to be able to write about that and encourage other women and men, to start their education.
I look forward to it based upon, I think the fans love, a certain percentage of fans love to know what goes on behind the scenes, the wrestlers' lives outside of the rings and such. But one thing that's always forgotten about are the wives and the kids at home, And long before you were ever a WWE superstar, you were Mrs. Guerrero at home. You were raising 2 little kids while your husband was living the professional wrestling life. And it's, it's a very difficult, I'm certainly not going to take anything out of your book by saying this, but it can be a very difficult experience for a lot of spouses.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm really, I really wanted to relate in my podcast, because a lot of the people I'm having on my podcast is the superstar and their spouse. It's the family side of the wrestling industry that I feel very strongly about, because when I was with the girls at home, no one asked me how I was feeling, or no one asked me how I was doing, and so it's a very tough environment. It's a lonely life, and it takes a strong woman or a strong man to raise that family, when the superstar's on the road for 10, 12 days. And so it's really important that when I ask, excuse me, a lot of the guests on my podcast, how did you balance life? Or, how did you feel, missing those holidays with your, spouse? And I had, I just had this epiphany that it's important to get everyone involved, that they all belong to this village that takes, to support this superstar. And that's something that I wanted to make a difference in my podcast.
So I know we've talked a lot about the podcast itself between you and I, as well as a little bit on the air on this program. Tell us about Excuse Me. Where did the idea come from? I didn't even know that you've had spouses of the wrestlers on with them. I think that's a really different presentation, what the wrestling norm is for a podcast. Tell us about it.
It's pretty incredible. I mean, a lot of the guests I have, and that are coming up for January 2020, it's taking... It's been a great experience to have the spouses together with the superstar, and they can talk about what the trials and what the highs and lows are raising a family. And there's a lot of lows, in being a family in the wrestling industry or any sport, because it's not celebrating the birthday on that special day. It's moving it 2 or 3 weeks so that parent can be home for it.
Right.
And it's easy when the kids are young, because the kids don't know when their day actually is. So, but now they get older, you're like, wait a minute, Mom, my birthday is really on the 8th, not on the 22nd. So it's that's just a different aspect that a lot of fans don't realize, how we sacrifice, to make it convenient for that superstar to be home. But yeah, I mean, the podcast is I'm just trying to be a little different, and having that experience, it's important to me.
Is it a weekly podcast?
It is. It comes out every Thursday. Try to. I mean, the holidays are a little different, because it's
Well, we've
hard.
run into that, believe me.
Yeah, but it's a weekly basis, and we're on Google and Apple, Spotify, and so I've entered into your world.
Well, like I said, we do it a little different, because most of the podcast types, they don't have the video to go along with it.
This is great.
When they see Tony and I, they say, you know what, you should stick to the audio. You have faces made for radio, but we won't even go there.
No, I'm very impressed. And
Thank you. It's nice when people come in.
I walked in and I was like, what?
Now, did you know, I'm sure you know the crazy friend, the Iron Sheik.
Yeah.
The man who I was in, that's how I have the cane, was in an accident I was in with him, believe it or not.
Oh my gosh.
Are you familiar with the YouTube videos of him going absolutely insane, talking about violating some of his enemies?
I've seen a couple of them, and I've known him in real life, and I get the hug and kiss from him and the hello.
Vicky,
but then,
baby.
Yeah, but then he could turn around to someone else and be like this complete different human being. But yeah, I have a lot of respect for him, and what a character.
That started right here. A much younger version of me and the Sheik and I taped a 3-hour roller coaster ride he had no teeth. He went missing the day of the interview because one of his friends took him out for some, we'll call late night excursions with the medicine, as he likes to call it. And what was created was something that I'll never forget. A good friend of mine emailing me saying, guess who was on the Howard Stern show today? And I said, who? And they said, you. And I said, what? And they said, someone found the YouTube clips of you and the Sheik talking about Brian Blair and Hogan, and they've been playing it nonstop. And then I looked at the statistics on the website, and I was just blown away.
Wow.
Sheik Mania began right here where you're sitting right now, but you have your teeth in, so I'm happy about that.
Well, yeah, they're all there.
And I tell you, it's just some of the Tony videos that people have loved, and we've had some of our dear friends, this man right here, Paul Bearer, who we miss every day, and some legends that have been with us that we've lost, like Vader and Harley Race, and you know, like our buddy JR and Mick Foley, and we have a non-stop plethora of interesting people that come in here. And again, I'm very happy to say that this classy lady is the first lady we've had here in the studio, because there are sometimes we run into ones, and we don't name any names, but sometimes they're not exactly ladylike when they're supposed to come in. But Vicki, we wanted to take a couple questions from the fans.
Sure.
Vicki, what would your advice be to a young lady that wants to get involved into the king of sports, professional wrestling?
You know, I think the first thing is that they get their education first. I think that is so important. Not everyone has the the will to finish school, and that's okay. I just think that they really need to get in a good school. You know, make sure that this is what they want to do. But I always try and emphasize that a backup plan is always important. Whether you go to school or not, have a trade or a craft that you're good at, because wrestling comes and goes, and it goes in full circles, and you go from one promotion to the next. And I think that every kid growing up needs to have a backup plan, and that's my true advice.
Second one, and I didn't even know this to be true until I Googled it, but you did an interview where you were an advocate for Chris Benoit to be put into the Wrestling Hall of Fame, whether it be WWE or otherwise.
I was. You know, gosh, you talk about the Benoits, and I love them so much.
Now, I had met Nancy Benoit when she was married to Kevin Sullivan a few times, and what a nice lady.
Actually, it was Chris and Nancy who stayed with me for 2 weeks after Eddie passed away.
Really?
And Nancy was my heartbeat. I mean, she was my angel, because you know, I went into a real bad depression, and I was in bed pretty much all the time, and the girls were home, and she finally just threw me in the shower, and she said, I'm not going to see you cry one more day. She goes, we're going to get up. And she threw me in the shower, got the girls dressed, and she said, we're going to lunch. Whether you want to eat or not, I don't care, but we're taking everybody to lunch. You can get some fresh air. And she was so wonderful to me. And Chris would come home to our house when he was off the road, and he bought us our patio set for our house in Phoenix. And him and Nancy put flowers all over our yard. And, and they're just trying to nurture us in so many ways. And I knew them for so long, you know, so Eddie and Chris were like brothers. So I always saw them on the road together. Or if I couldn't find Eddie, I would call Chris's phone and, oh yeah, let me get Eddie for you. I'm like, answer your phone, your wife's calling. You know, but they were always, one never separated. You know, they're always tight at the hip. But yeah, I think it's important, aside from what happened with Chris and Nancy and Daniel, Chris was an amazing wrestler. And he was talented, and he made his own legacy. And I do feel in my heart that it shouldn't be taken away from what he contributed to the wrestling industry. And Nancy too. I mean, Nancy was my mentor when, you know, I started getting into general managing. I mean, I was watching her videos. I was watching her stuff, because she was so, not only as a friend, but I got to learn this character that she was. And she was amazing. I think that they both deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, because they did contribute a lot to the wrestling industry. And yeah, it's a shame, and I don't agree with what happened, and we don't know what happened really, because none of us were there. But as far as should they be in it? I believe so. And a lot of people will, you know, I've heard a lot of bad comments on Twitter, but they were my family. And aside from what happened, Chris was an incredible wrestler.
You're not basing your opinion off of a cable news show. It's your life experiences.
Yeah, it's them staying in my guest room and having barbecues, and Nancy bringing all her costume jewelry to my girls and saying, you know, no matter what attitude you have, always have your tiara on. And that was something that she loved my girls, and they were like her daughters, because, you know, she only had Daniel. You know, so that was something that always was warm to my heart.
Well, this one, on a lighter note, I'm interested to see your answer to this one. Is JBL as bad as people say?
No.
Now, I love John Layfield. He's been a great
him.
friend to me over the years. We've had laughs. We promoted his energy drink. I don't know if you remember, he had that rolling with Bruce Pritchard for several years. About 10 years back, we have a 6-foot banner for the energy drink in the other room. He's always been great to me. I know there's a lot of people that don't like him. What did you think of the man?
I love John since day one, before even him and Eddie working together. His wife Meredith was like my family to me. John was all heart, and me and Eddie went to his wedding when he married Meredith, you know, in Key West, and I love him. I mean, he's such a great friend and just down to earth, funny. You know, sometimes I didn't know if he was joking or being serious, but his smile is infectious, and his hugs.
And his laugh.
Oh my gosh, and his hugs are just warm, and I'm just proud of all his success.
He's had a lot of great success, and it came to him later in his career. But, you know, sometimes I think people that may be a little too sensitive wouldn't know how to take that sense of humor that you just mentioned, but sometimes you really don't know.
You just go with it.
Well, exactly,
Well, if he's going to be mad at me, I'm going to find out really quick.
Well, you know what? I'm glad that you said what you said, because there's been some people here that in the past that haven't had a lot of nice things to say about John. But as far as his interactions with me go, him coming to this studio and to our small, in the grand scheme of things, promotion, while he was the WWE Intercontinental Champion, I think that says a lot about him.
Yeah.
I really have a lot of respect for John.
You know, a great memory of John was we were in El Paso, and it was when Eddie and him were feuding for the title, and JBL was working in the ring, and we had Eddie's mom and me and the girls, and they were getting ready to have a match, and Eddie's mom had a heart attack in the ring, you know, as part of the show.
Oh, I remember. Didn't they take like a camcorder footage of that and air it on the show?
The crews were there. Yeah, it was in El Paso Coliseum. Great memory, because Eddie just thought, his dad would be so proud of, you know, having that be filmed there. And it was the heat was so bad from the fans that they had to have escort service for the police for JBL to get out of El Paso, because all the Mexicans were just so mad at JBL. And we thought, oh, this is great.
And
this
I
is
bet
exactly
he
what
loved
we wanted.
it. Yep,
Yeah.
exactly the reaction you wanted to get from
Yeah,
it.
and
If people sat on their hands, what good would it have been to try and do it? You know?
Yeah, and just to hear the reaction of him coming out with his white cowboy hat and the fans just hating him with his white boy smile. I mean, it was perfect. And he's always been a team player, and he loved Eddie so much, and Eddie thought the world of him. You know, so to be able to experience, you know, to get to know John for behind the scenes, and to see how much he loved Eddie and how they worked together so well, I gained a lot of respect for him.
Spoke very highly of Eddie in the interview we did here in the studio.
I love him. I miss him. You know, when I know he's doing his own thing in Bermuda now.
Tough life.
Yeah, I was just like, whatever. But you know, I'll like his stuff on social media. I'm like, whatever, when he's on the beach. You know, but well deserved. He worked a lot. You know, and hard for what he has today, and I'm proud of him.
Many questions along the same mentality with this one, but I'll put it to you like this. Do you have a favorite WrestleMania memory or two when you were involved?
Gosh, I guess my last one was the Vicky Guerrero Classic, you know, where it was all the girls trying to, you know, be the winner. But my favorite one was in Houston, actually, when I had to do the frog splash, you know, in memory of Eddie. And that was not fun at all, because...
The match or the frog splash?
The frog splash, because high up there, I mean, I'm not a wrestler. I mean, I don't get up on the ropes and do all the acrobatics. And I remember I had Michelle McCool hold my hand. And I'm like, oh, God, please hold my hand, because I'm going to fall backwards and make a fool of myself. But, you know, they named it the Cougar Splash, and it was just the most awful thing that I did. But it was funny, because it was my frog splash, and it was supposed to be perfect. But it was great. I mean, to know that I did it in Houston, and then to later move there, every time I go to the stadium, it's just a great memory. Yeah, full circle in my journey.
Were you ever hesitant to have wrestling matches where you really weren't trained to participate?
Yes, I was hesitant. Yeah, I mean, when they say, you know, what's funny is that, you know, I can keep giving and giving to superstars and make their life, you know, miserable as a general manager. And I knew that one day it was going to be a payback. There's going to be a receipt for whatever I was doing, whether it's AJ Lee or, you know, was it Undertaker or, you know, whoever we were going against. And sure enough, it would always be a match that I had to be in, you know, and I was terrified. I mean, because I'm not the wrestler. And so to remember what Eddie used to do in his career, whether it's cheating or, you know, making his boot, you know, loosen up so he can take it off or whatever, I started using my shoe and, doing the sword match, to, make fun of the other person I was going to wrestle, or do the fainting spells, or ask for water because I'm dehydrated, or just run really fast. Like that's what I made it into my own. Even though I knew I had to do some wrestling. And the guys, I always asked a million questions because I didn't want to insult their craft. I mean, that was something that was important to me. I didn't want to make a fool of myself and make the wrestling look horrible. So I did ask a lot of questions, and that was something that I always wanted to, make sure that I did right, and then always put in my funny stuff in between.
Well, I'll ask you this one more from the fans, Vicki. The side of Vince McMahon that they may not see at home when he comes out threatening to fire everyone, the man that you got to know working with the company pretty much nonstop for 8 years.
Yeah. Vince he's like my dad. I love and respect him to this day. Every time I went on stage, I mean, my first look through Gorilla was at Vince. And I knew that if he didn't look at me, or if he smiled a little bit, then I did good. But as soon as I did something bad, he was standing up, wanting me to go over and talk to him. Like, damn, I messed it up. I know I did. But he taught me a lot too. And his love for Eddie made me feel welcome every time. And he always made it a point to come and hug me, when we saw each other for the day. And he always asked about the girls. And Stephanie is a big, part of my love for the business, because I saw her grow up in front of me. So to have this family, take me in and trust me to be a part of the WWE, I'm always going to be grateful. And I wish I could go back and work for them. I mean, because they're my family. It'd be for them, but there's other politics and other people involved. But those memories will always stay in my heart.
Well, I have one that I always like to end the show with, but I just thought of this as we were on the show. I wanted to send hello to a good friend of ours down in Sanford. We can't just call her a friend now. As I told her in the little bouquet that I sent her for Christmas, she's a Hall of Fame friend now, Miss Sue Aitchison.
Oh, Sue.
Sue, hopefully you're going to see this. We finally brought a lady to this set. And going on 17 years now, I've wanted to have you with us. As Vicki dropped her microphone. Vicki.
Did I?
I think that's what fell. Either that or a box of Tic Tacs or something.
I did.
One more question that I like to ask. At some point, the conventions will be done. The book will have been written. You'll be at home in Houston enjoying the quieter times.
The heat.
The heat of Houston. You'll be at the Astros games in the AC. How do you want to be remembered by these great fans that have either loved or hated you so much over the years?
Oh, gosh. To be remembered is to know that I love the business and that I grew to have a lot of respect for it. I want to be known as the general manager that came from nothing, as far as a career, and that through watching Eddie through the years and working with some of my closest friends, that they were able to teach me along the way, and I was able to make a character of my own. So I think that's something that's really important. And to know that I continued the cheating, the lying, and the stealing, and kept the Guerrero name alive, and I think that's important.
Unbelievable. Fans, I can't wait to see your feedback to this episode.
Be nice. Be nice.
You should see what they say about me. But that's all right. I earn it sometimes, I guess.
Hey, no good or bad news, it's free publicity.
As long as they're typing something in the comment box, I guess that's what counts in the end, right?
They must like us that much to comment something. So, yeah,
and
bring it.
I'm telling you, fans, we want to know, do you want to have Vicki back with us? Do you need a little bit more break from Tony? Sometimes I do. Don't tell him I said anything. He doesn't use the computer, so I can get away with saying this. He's not much of an internet guy. He's got the flip phone from Target, the $19.99 special.
He still has a flip phone?
He's got the flip phone, yeah.
Oh my God. DM me, guys. DM me.
The Vicki Guerrero you can hear every week on the Excuse Me podcast. I know she's very busy on Twitter. She's very active on social media. You can get with her on there. I believe you're at Vicki Guerrero?
Yes, on Twitter at Vicki Guerrero. On Instagram, it's Guerrero_Vicki. Look for me on my podcast, my YouTube, and also at the Salvation Army in San Antonio, Texas. I'm a big advocate of Family Emergency Center.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you have the new book to look forward to sooner than later.
Phew.
So hopefully we'll have much more Vicki in our orbit here in Boston. For this lovely lady, Vicki Guerrero, I'm Dan Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Vicky is yet another superstar I'd love to have back here in the studio, and you can help make it happen, folks. Again, don't forget to tip the bartender if you're enjoying the content. That Super Chat button is live and open for business here on Twitter. It's the little gray $sign. You can help make it happen. So many great stories that we're hearing tonight on tonight's full-length marathon. The memories, the legends, we want to keep it going. You can make a donation of any size using PayPal with the email address pw@bostonwrestling.com. I think Vicky would be great not only to have back here at the studio for more interviews, but also a live cyber autograph signing. Up next, we have more from a man that kicked off tonight's marathon, former WWE Cruiserweight Champion TJP, a young veteran that has seen it all, done it all around the globe. He taped more great content with us this week at Wrestle House. Check out the continuation of TJP's adventures in professional wrestling.
And I think the brand extension is something that should never depart WWE. I think it makes the shows much fresher when they focus on so many more unique talents. And in 2016, after the tournament, right around the same time, they began to push a Stephanie McMahon-led Raw, a Shane McMahon-led SmackDown, and with that third hour of Raw, it was a great platform for the Cruiserweights to get a match or two each and every week on the show, and you as the first champion, a great way to showcase you on the platform.
Yeah, it was a unique place of history I found myself in to kind of be the face of that movement, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, to this day, like a lot of people that are think about cruiserweights and cruiserweight, they're into it now or whatever, they're like stop me all the time, like, man, like they associate me with that. So I mean, I'm blessed with that, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, it was exciting. I remember they had an impromptu kind of like backstage content with me and Hunter when I first came back through the curtain with the medal and the title, and him kind of saying, you know, blasey blah, congratulations, whatever he says to people. And, you know, hope you're free Mondays. And I remember thinking that's funny because it happened so fast, you know. And it's really rare for guys to kind of skip the system there, you know. Even guys with tons of experience.
Right.
See, like,
Right. Look at all the talent that's there right now before it became, you know, its own platform on USA Network.
Yeah. Finn Balor, Prince Devitt, Nakamura, Bobby Roode, all these guys that like they still spend time in their system, and at the time it was still really very much like a system for them. Now it's really a full-fledged third brand, so it's totally different now. But so yeah, it was kind of rare. Like not most people don't leapfrog it, like I did. But it was cool. They gave me an opportunity, and it was fun to do.
Isn't it funny? Right now, there's little TJs running around the world, that like how you and I were talking about looking back at Saturday night's main event, but 20, 30 years from now, they'll look back at TJP as the cruiserweight guy. To them, you'll be the personification of what it was to be a cruiserweight professional wrestler, and that's going to feel pretty cool somewhere inside.
Well, I had an icebreaker for it with the X division.
Well, sure, right?
And it really ages me a lot when I meet.
You're a young veteran.
Well, because it's like 10 years ago, I would meet, young wrestling fans, maybe 21 years old or something like that. And they would say, man, I grew up on the X Division watching you as Puma, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wow. Okay. And I'm, to me, I'm like, I'm 28 years old. You grew up watching me. And it's funny. And then later, and then now there's people like that are like, man, I grew up watching. I've been watching you ever since the WWE Cruiserweights. I'm like, ever since then?
How old are you really? Yeah, come on now, that was 3 years ago.
Ever since 3-4 years ago. but yeah, I used to get a lot of that with the X Division too, just because fans that were like 15, 13 years old in like 2003, and they would see me come in as Puma doing Victory Road and stuff like that, and the Motor City Machine Guns and the guys who were kind of the generation at the time, Sanjay Dutt, Petey Williams, and then fast forward to like 2012, and I'm there as Suicide. I'll do like meet and greets and signings and stuff, and man, I grew up watching you 9 years ago or whatever. Now they're like 21, 22 years old, and I'm like, wow, like kids are actually growing up watching me. So it's weird because like I still feel like the 13-year-old kid that walked into the wrestling gym for the first time, and I grew up watching Eddie Guerrero and Chris Jericho, and it's like, so it's weird to kind of hear that, but that's what they were though, that they were the cruiserweight division, long before Latino Heat or The List and Paragon of Virtue and Y2J. They were just the cruiserweights.
Yeah,
that's what I grew up watching. So it's weird the way that history kind of repeats itself, and then you get exposed to that, and you get shuffled into places that are now people have moved on to bigger and better things, and it's weird, surreal.
Imagine how successful that 205 Live show could be if they actually presented that show with the rule that was originally in place. Everyone 205 and under. I mean, look at so many of the guys now that headline both shows that could fit into that category. If they ever gave it a chance to be a real 205 Live, that'd be the best show in the company.
The moment, just for anybody watching, the weigh-ins are real. They really weighed us, which I thought was funny. One, because there's one or two guys that could barely make weight. But two, is also funny because they weren't going to take them off the show anyway. But we used to think that, like, God, you're really weighing us. Just give us all the real 205ers. Like, it would be incredible the amount of guys that we could have had there, to have like a Chad Gable or Finn Balor.
I wasn't even thinking along the lines of Gable, but another one that you could just add to the roster. Yeah?
Probably Seth Rollins, depending on the day of the week. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of guys that are like right there around that, that could be in it. It would have been amazing, So, but
First champion, a couple of months, dropped the title. You were involved with Kendrick. You were involved with our buddy Richie Rich. And then it almost seems like you fell off the face of the planet. What happened? As someone that enjoyed seeing you on the show, that enjoyed good professional wrestling on a sports entertainment program, what happened to TJP?
I don't know. I remember me and Lindsay Dorado got sent home for 3 months. Not together at the same time, but not necessarily together. It wasn't for discipline, or at least not me, or anything. But yeah, it's just like creative ebbs and flows and stuff, and it's kind of hard to come in at the top I guess, of a card, because then it's an odd progression. I remember asking, like, because, you know, like with the brand split, for example, I would ask, like, Road Dogg or so. Like, I remember Road Dogg, I remember pulling him aside at Raw one time. I said, you know, some guys, they'll come in, they'll get drafted to, I don't know, SmackDown, and they'll do like 6 months, and then, you know, they become a bad guy in SmackDown. Then they do like another, you know, few months. And then, you know, when they progress through, you know, these various arcs in their character, you flip them over to Raw, and then they kind of carry through that. Then maybe you flip them back to SmackDown, like what's old is new again, that sort of thing. What do you do with the cruiserweights? And
right, they only had one.
That's
home,
what that's what I used to ask. I asked him just point blank one day, and I said, and I remember asking him secondary. I said, secondary question. The reason, or the point is, the reason why I'm asking is because, unlike the other like 12 guys or whatever that made up the 205 show, I'm the top of this list. So when I'm done creatively with what I'm doing now, what happens? Everybody else has a progression upwards, but for me, like, what? There's no secondary show to flip me to, and so, you know, I ended up getting a few weeks off for a while. But then it was funny because then when I came back, they just kind of put me right back at the top of the card with like Neville and Aries and stuff like that. So, you know, I guess it was just a matter of, well, we don't have a place to flip them, so what do we do? And then, okay, let's just tell a new story up here at the top of the card, and we'll do it this way and whatever. So, but yeah, and like as an LA boy and a diehard LA sports fan, it was really, 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 really crushing to lose a title in the Boston Garden. So,
we don't call it that.
Well,
though.
the TD
Garden.
Yeah. So yeah.
So you know how you could resonate with Magic a little bit for at least in one thing, right?
Yeah, I felt like Kobe in 08. I was like, man, I'm a disgrace to LA sports. I just lost a title in Boston.
Did that twist the knife a little bit when you found out it would be in Boston?
Actually, it was funny because I had asked if I could drop the title because I felt like the group needed a rotating door to create interest. Because normally this is just kind of a side note, and the reason why is normally you have a guy like, say, Elias, right? And they're in the system, and then they get called up, and they get, you know, their first exposure on the show. They're by themselves. They're integrated right in with a guy like, say, Chris Jericho or Jeff Hardy or something like that. Most of the time, they get the better of them, and there's a lot of residual, you know, equity that they kind of glean from that, and it helps them. Whereas when it's the other way around, we had 10, 12 guys that we're segregated. We can only associate with each other. There's no Chris Jericho for us to rub off on, you know, and we have to share that stage and spotlight with the other 10 guys. So I remember thinking at the time, like, the worst thing in the world that we can do is have this be built around one guy. And since I was the guy in that spot, I remember asking, like, can we flip this title around a little bit? And so I was hoping that was going to be the case. So when they said it, I don't know if it's because I said that or not, but when they made that decision, I was fine with it. I was happy because I thought it was the right thing to do. But the only bummer was maybe losing it in
Boston.
At TD, yeah. Which is actually one of my favorite arenas to perform in.
Why? Out of curiosity.
I just like it there. I mean, there's a lot of lore with Boston sports, especially being an LA boy. I can respect it a lot, and you know, even though that's you know, newer generation stuff for you guys. At this point now, it's aged to the point where there is some history that's gone on.
24 years, almost 25 in late 2020, yeah.
And even just as a wrestling fan, I remember Sean having his last match before his first retirement.
The only Mania we ever had here in Boston,
yeah,
right?
at what was it called? The Fleet?
It was the
Fleet Center?
The Fleet Center. Originally, the original name, it was going to be the Shawmut Center after a bank with an Indian face on it, but the bank went out of business or went through some kind of a merger, and then it became Fleet.
Yeah.
And now it's just TD. So I guess whatever bank wants to spend the most money on the sponsorship can be the Garden.
So yeah, you know, there's a lot of reasons why I think it's a unique place to be. I have a short list of places that are like that I enjoyed while I was working with WWE. Barclays was one, you know, TD was one. Staples Center obviously is going to be one for me. But yeah, I enjoyed it. And I had other matches there that I enjoyed a lot. So, you know, it's just a competitive gripe that I had losing a title there.
Well, I mean, beggars can't be choosers. You did tell them you wanted to get rid of it, right?
Yeah, I was ready to fall on the sword for my city. So,
did you think the 205 Live show, when it became its own weekly entity on WWE Network, the way it was presented, did you think it had a fighting chance, or did you think it would turn to, I mean, I don't want to call it an embarrassment in 2020, but when you have 3/4 of the audience get up and walk out when the show begins, I mean, that's tough.
They preempt the show.
And preempt it too. And I guess the weeks they decide to tape it, 3/4 of the audience get up and leave.
Yeah,
it's tough.
If you preempt a digital content show, that doesn't say much about the show.
Right.
But no, I mean, I always look at things optimistically. So when the project first came up and what they wanted to do, I thought that, you know, obviously there's a lot of potential for it to be really great. I mean, obviously we really needed to not be segregated, and I think it just tells a big story when you know, when these kids are separate from the cool kids, these kids are not going to be the cool kids, and that's just, you're programming people to think that, and I think that's 99% of the battle right there. We lost because of that one decision, which is tough.
Do you think it's a good idea they've kind of morphed that belt with NXT now?
I don't know.
I think it's actually called the NXT Cruiserweight Championship.
I think if the progression went one way to the other direction, then it's a great thing. But I think that it's just fodder for people to kill it on narratives, you know. And the narratives don't mean anything, but that's still going to be created, you know. Like it looks like a downgrade when they do that.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad thing what they're doing that, but it will be looked at as that. So historically, it takes an odd turn for viewers, you know.
It's not what it could have been, I think.
I mean, it could have been a lot better, but that's same could be said for a lot of
For
stuff.
a lot of things, you're right. No,
but I will say this, though, like a lot of the cruiserweights who were part of previous cruiserweight divisions in the company, or, you know, have since moved on to be like producers in different entities within the infrastructure of WWE, and they really envied what we had. So, you know, I guess, you know, thinking like, man, if I were in their shoes, it would have been so much better than what we did. But apparently, to them, in a lot of ways, it wasn't. So, you know, I guess maybe later on down the road, I'll look back and it's like, wow, this was actually a lot more special than I think. And I do think it was a special time. You know, obviously, it laid the way for a lot of changes in future progression for what wrestling is. So
when the weekly show first kicked off, that was getting a lot of publicity on both Raw and SmackDown. The little theme song and the different little quick clips to show that it was fast-paced.
We didn't have the best soundtrack.
Yeah,
it was great.
I just to see what it's turned into, though. We were down in to do some video work for the event tomorrow that you come in for.
Yeah.
Obviously, people won't see this tomorrow, but they happened to be in Fayetteville, and I didn't even know that. And a friend of mine said, "Oh, you think you get tickets to take my kids?" I said, "Yeah." And so WWE was nice enough to have us as the guests. And then as soon as SmackDown ended, you know, they don't even do the purple ropes anymore.
Yeah.
And they just did 3 matches. And I love little Leo. He's been here in the studio with us before and part of our MWF. But just there was just no reaction. And the fans were just basically there to see Bray Wyatt come out as the Fiend in a 2-minute match after the 205 Live taping ended. So when you look at the sizzle that it started with, it just, to me, it's so disappointing where it's wound up 3 years now, more than 3 years now.
That's what happens when you segregate guys and teach them that they're not, you know, okay to associate with people that they're familiar with, you know. And I think that's why initially, and even to this day, like I remember the last Access I did, you know, at the beginning of this year, Royal Rumble, you know, and that's, you know, year 3 of the Cruiserweight division, and people in my line were still like their idea of the Cruiserweight division was still me, Spanky, Swan. You know, that was still their idea of what the Cruiserweight division was, and it's like, but we've had so many guys kind of carry the mantle and different guys come through, but it's like that's still what they associate, because to them, and I really think that having that rotating door would have saved us when we started kind of building it around individual guys. And they're all great individual guys. But I just think when you do that, you know, we're all still new to the WWE audience.
Right.
So
there's a lot of new guys all at once.
Yeah. So when you build around one guy, you're teaching them, one, to think we're not good enough to associate with the cool kids, but two, out of our specific group, we're all a bunch of losers, but this one guy's a winner. And that's a tough narrative to push.
Yeah.
So that's why in the beginning I thought it was great, because it was like, you know, yeah, I was a champ, but it's like Rich Swann could beat me, but I could beat Spanky, but Spanky could beat me, but Rich could beat Spanky. And Cedric is moving up, and then guys will look at the next, like all the down the roster, and it's like, man, I can't wait till Arya kind of comes up and has you know, higher stake matches, and Jack and Tony Nese, and you know, so on and so forth. And so it was, for what it was exciting because it was unpredictable. I think it started to become predictable, and then the segregation really started to be super obvious. You know, and they gave it a shot to, you know, different times. You know, they had Cedric and Bobby Roode do some cool matches in NXT. They had me work with Andrade. I had matches with. I
would have liked to have seen that. I never saw that.
Yeah, we had a few untelevised ones, and then I did the special main event with Nakamura down in NXT one time. And that one was actually on NXT programming, and that got a lot of great reactions, but they just didn't see the need to incorporate us into other stuff, and I just think, you know, that's you know, what it was. But I mean, you kind of see it after the first few months. Like all my matches were like on pay-per-views, and then we got relegated to the pre-show, and then it was like you maybe weren't even on, and then it was like, yeah, it was tough. So.
Did you think maybe, like when you talked to Brian or maybe some others in the company, when you saw maybe trying to figure out longevity-wise, where is this going to go? You're not a small person. Did you ever think about trying to push yourself on to Raw or SmackDown?
Yeah.
I could see that fit easily, you know.
Some of the producers had thought that, you know, if they had to like dissolve the division for whatever reason, that I was one of the guys they felt could kind of fit in anywhere. I mean, I am light, but I am kind of a taller cruiserweight.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it would have been a stretch to see you on either one of those two shows.
Yeah, and there, you know, I had pitched at different times to do different stuff. That's actually one of the reasons why I left was we just couldn't find a fit for me on one of the other shows, and they didn't want to kind of put me back on the bench, so to speak. So, you know, I wanted to start doing other things then if that was the case. But yeah, I mean, that had been on the table, but I mean, like any television show, WWE very much is that. It's a television show. And that term is used a lot, and a lot of the time it's digested by wrestling fans as, oh yeah, I get it, because they're not about, you know, the cool wrestling you see in other parts of the world, and it's more about, you know, promos and drama and stuff, and we all know that, but I think wrestling is that way everywhere, so they just have their own style of incorporating those elements. What I mean by TV show is it's literally a television show, like you would see a Walking Dead or The Simpsons. It's about 10 characters that are the main characters, and everybody else is not really on the show. They're on it, but they're not really on it. And so it's like in The Walking Dead, there's, you know, a set of main characters, and you see a cop might come in episode 2 of season 3 and have a pretty good run during that episode and save Rick, and everything is cool. Then you don't see him for 4 seasons. He comes back one more time to have a cool match. That is like 70% of the WWE roster. They're on the show, but they're not really on the show. So it's hard, I mean, because there's only a finite amount of stuff you can do with a TV show about 10 people, you know?
Exactly.
Growing up, watching Raw, anything like, you know, like in '93, I mean, when the show wasn't as long and wasn't as big, there was, you know, that 5 to 10 guys that it was revolved around. Now the company is just so big, I don't think they know how to kind of evolve it in a way that incorporates everybody. You know, it's still a show about just, you know.
And that's usually, I think, when any wrestling company is at its best, is when they have the most amount of bodies involved on a regular basis.
Yeah.
It keeps the show as fresh as possible. I think the shows nowadays are just, it's so, not that there's anything bad about what the guys are doing, but there's nothing that stands out as, well, this is different, or this feels fresh, or this makes me feel like I have to tune in next week to see what's going on. It's just, it's very good. And
Yeah.
but there's nothing
Well, I mean,
all
they
that
work-
interesting about
they-
it.
I mean, just like any TV show, they also work in seasons
Right.
too. So it's not just a television show just in format that way. Like, it is just a television show about like 10 main characters. You have your Charlotte and your Sasha and your Roman and your Seth and your Brock, and your Kevin and whoever comprises that group of these are the characters on our show. But it also works in seasons. They have their summer season, and then they have their spring season, and then in between, it kind of just feels like reruns.
There's a lot of other season.
Yeah, which is by design.
Right, yeah.
Like they have their 2 seasons, and just like any television show, like we have our fall season that lasts about 20 episodes. So does WWE, and the finale is SummerSlam, and then same thing in the springtime. They have this winter-spring season that lasts about 20 episodes, and the finale.
There you go. Mid-season finales for some of them too.
Finale
with
is
the B
WrestleMania,
pay-per-views, or the in your houses as you call them.
Yeah, yeah.
The in your houses.
Yeah, so the rest of them might as well be reruns because that's kind of a downswing creatively. And that's just the way it works. It's a television show.
I was at my desk. I remember the day it was scrolling up and down on Twitter. The TJP was going to be gone from WWE. Like most in wrestling, I had to see if there was dirt to be had. Is there something wrong with this man? Would this be someone that would be great to have with us here? And obviously, since you're here now, I'd like to think that was a good move because there was no dirt. It was a very clean scenario. But online, if you Google it, there's all kinds of different conspiracy theories that have gone on.
Yeah.
What really happened when you left WWE back in February 2019?
Well, let's see. February.
Was it February that it happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So February of 2018.
18.
I think it was February. There's a couple times we go to the UK every year. One time is earlier in the year, and then I think we do like Manchester later in the year, like November or something like that. But we're in London, and I remember knocking on Vince's door, and I said, I don't feel like I'm not having any fun. I don't feel like I'm a commodity to you anymore. I'm just a guy that does good wrestling on a show full of good wrestling, and everybody in your company is a good wrestler. That I have no value to you in regards to that because you get that value out of everybody. Everybody here can go. Everybody's amazing there, if you let them. But and I said, when I first came in, I was, I used my platform differently, and I was an ambassador for my community as a Filipino and everything, and I wanted to get back to that. I wanted to get back to representing my community and being sort of a gateway for like Asian Americans, and the same way that Ray and Eddie like can represent Latinos and sort of like represent that community, and it's like we didn't really have that sort of representation in the company, and I was it for a little while. But once I got to Raw, it's like I was separated further and further and further from that. And I said, that's what I would like to get back to. That's what my value is to you. That's different than anybody else can offer. And so he just said, well, how can we use you better? I said, I'll show you. So I spent the rest of the year of 2018 and making my own appearances and doing red carpets and community events, charities, different things for the Filipino community. Meeting with influence groups, people that do like, Filipino Heritage Night for the Golden State Warriors, for example. Mm-hmm. Like first, however many 100 people through the door get a special like Warriors shirt with like the Filipino Sun logo incorporated into it, and like local charities involved with it, and meet and greets for like, Asian American players in the NBA and stuff like that. And I brought all this stuff as a package, and like, here, this is what we can do. These are all groups that would love to work with the company. They work with other major entities, and this is what I want to do for you. And that was around Survivor Series or so. And he said, great, let's figure out one, we need to put you on a different platform. So I think it was Raw that we thought would be a better fit for me. And let's, make some creative pitches. And the way that Vince sees things, no matter what direction, creative is the horse that drives the carriage. So, we just played tennis with creative pitches back and forth, and I wrote stuff for everybody. I mean, I wrote stories, you name it, you name a person in the company, I wrote a story, me working with them in some capacity.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I pitched for everybody, top to bottom. And they just didn't see a good fit. And I don't think it was so much that the stores were bad, because they started using some of the stores with other guys.
Other people. That happens too when they're really good.
Which was kind of a bummer. But I think it's more so, like I said, it's a television show about, 10 characters. These are characters that they've brought to their sponsor meetings, brought to the television distribution companies to get, pitches for the next year, the next season, the next renewal. These are guys that they have listed on all their tentpole shows. They don't know the creative that will get them there, but they know that these are the guys they're going with. And it's hard to go down that list and unseat one just to put a new guy in. And I'm not, pretentious to think that like, oh, you should because I'm better than this guy or that guy, I deserve it, whatever the case is. I know I can do it, but that's their decision, that's their investment. So that's where we were, and then it was, I turned in a new round of pitches on like a Tuesday, and then on that Friday, and they're just, Vince doesn't know what he would want to do with you. He has a lot of respect for what you want to do, but he also feels like if you're going to be unhappy, he doesn't want you to be unhappy here either. So,
did you feel unhappy?
Yeah, I made it clear to them I wanted to leave, but I just don't believe in quitting. And I also don't believe in going on social media and like, I'm sick of this and I'm going to ask for my release today. I mean, I just quietly told them I'm ready to go. I'd like to go back to Japan and Mexico and do stuff that I was happy doing before that I would have done if I didn't stay here. But I'd like to do better. If we can make it more fun, if I can contribute better, let's try to get to that, because I don't want to just quit.
Right.
And we couldn't find it, so
No, better to leave his friends, right?
Off I flew, but yeah, it wasn't anything to do with like tattoos or
As scandalous as it is sometimes in the world of Google, right?
Yeah.
And now you're into the new frontier. What do you got planned for 2020? Anything cool?
Well, just a continuation of more what I was able to do this year. I got to go back to work in May. They let me kind of go back to work a little bit early on my 90 days.
Well, that was nice.
It was like a 78-day no-compete clause, I think. So
they got creative on that end, at least with you.
Yeah, it was cool. They gave me some leeway because there's no hard feelings or anything. And from May till December, I had like 93 dates.
Wow.
On the calendar. So, yeah, some of them were for some pretty cool places. I got to go back to New Japan. I got to do the Super J Cup this year. Impact, I got to return to. I got to do MLW, which was pretty cool. I haven't worked with those guys like Court and them since 2004.
Wow.
When they were first starting MLW back in the day. And I got to do some tapings in Mexico. So that was cool. I got to go over to Japan as well.
Is that not the best name for a wrestling company, though?
What?
Major League Wrestling.
I mean,
I love that name.
Right to the point,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And I got to go abroad a bunch. I made a few trips to Australia and the UK and got to see kind of the new indie scene, which is something that I haven't been able to do, And
it's not so bad.
No, not at all. And next year, it's a lot. I haven't announced it yet. All my schedule is usually up on detonationkick.com, my touring schedule. I haven't put out the next year's one, but like the first 5-6 months is already kind of set.
Really?
So I'm looking forward to it. Some more New Japan, more Impact. Yeah, so hopefully I'll turn, what was almost 100 dates into 200 dates if I can.
There you go, right? And be in control of your own destiny at the same time.
I get to use the first half of the year this time instead of taking all those.
That's awesome. Good for you. All right, wrestling fans, you can find him on Twitter at MegaTJP. I didn't want to get the X's initials confused. That's a different story for a different time. I got that in earlier. And you get your own line of the merch. Where can the fans find that?
Yeah, that was actually another cool thing I got to do this year was for Detonation Kick. And I was always into streetwear growing up, and it's really just modeled after the type of stuff I grew up with. You can find that at detonationkick.com. I think everything is sold out right now, so hopefully everything will be up soon. But yeah, and if you go to detonationkick.com, you can also find my touring schedule and all the dates. Hopefully I'll be in a city.
Hopefully the next time you'll be back with us.
Yeah, hopefully there'll be a city near whoever chooses to click. So.
Unbelievable. Well, you know what? You can never start your Christmas shopping too early once he has everything in stock again. It's right around the corner. TJ, it was awesome to have you here. I mean, just some of the headlines we touched upon that we probably could have talked about for an hour each. Hopefully we'll have you back in the near future.
Absolutely.
For TJ, I'm Dan Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well. See you soon.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon. But we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Love TJP, love his in-ring stories and his observations on our great industry. Look for more from TJ this spring and summer. Hope to have him back live in a Boston Wrestling MWF ring when we have our 20th anniversary live event extravaganza Saturday night, November the 13th at our home at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Big news on this one in the coming weeks. It's amazing to think that it's been almost 20 years since we started doing this. WrestleMania 37 Night 2 might be getting close to wrapping up, but we're not. Nasty Boys Brian Knobbs returns, shooting on the WWF in 1991, the event that was WrestleMania 7 when the Nasty Boys captured the WWF Tag Team titles 30 WrestleManias ago, a wild night in Los Angeles with Willie Nelson, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Brian and I have had a lot of fun. Of late, we remembered some great legends that we lost. We talked about our 9th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, Cyber Initiative. We talked a little bit about how the Nasty Boys wound up in WWF, a little of their history. Now we're going to dive into the year that was 1991. Big year for the Nasty Boys. Yes. Certainly, not only just for the Nasty Boys, but for WWF in general. 1990, business kind of went down a little bit once the Hulkster went off to Hollywood, but some guys were given notice in the fall of 90. Some new faces were brought in to try and freshen the product up, including Knobbs and Sags, the Nasty Boys. Let's kick off 91 on New Year's Day itself. A tour had been wrapping up. On a plane ride home, I guess a good friend Bobby Heenan had a couple too many, and they couldn't revive him. He was unconscious. They brought him to the area hospital in Tampa. When they revived him,
I wasn't on that flight though. I remember it happening, but I heard about it. You know?
Weren't on that flight.
No.
Were you living in Tampa at the time?
Yes.
You were. Okay.
Yes, we were there since '88 when we went down to wrestle for Steve Kern and Mike Graham for Florida Championship.
Oh, that's right. You were in Florida.
Yeah.
The doctors asked the police to open his bag. They found a couple of pipes and 48 grams of weed, and poor Bobby was embarrassed and arrested. Now, not that 48 grams of weed nowadays, people would grin.
Now it's
but
nothing.
Back in 1991, was it something that the boys started to worry about a little bit, being caught with something like that on the road, or no?
No.
No. Different night, someone just got caught.
No, it was, you know, back then it was like we were rock stars, so.
Right.
You know, and Triple H said that to me, you know. I said, well, it's true to the guys today, you know, go up to play Nintendo, and he goes, yeah, Knobbs, he goes, it's so different. He goes, when you guys were in, it was like you were rock stars and rock and rollers. I said, well, that's why I got into business, because it was, you know, in that kind of, you know, atmosphere all the time, you know. So, but yeah, it was definitely that kind of atmosphere, and you know, we were just glad that Bobby was okay and everything, you know.
Royal Rumble 1991, we discussed it a little bit. Orlando, Florida, great opening.
No, Miami.
What year was Orlando? Orlando was 90, I think. See, you
Yeah,
caught me.
yeah.
You caught me, brother. You're good.
Yeah.
Because I can't see without my glasses on very well.
No.
Great opening contest between the Rockers and the Orient Express.
Yep.
How did it come to be that we discussed that you were one of the final 3 with Hulk Hogan and Earthquake. How was it that you came to replace the Honky Tonk Man and not Jerry?
I have no idea.
No idea. Jerry worked a dark match with Sam Houston.
Yeah.
And you went
and
at
he don't remember that.
And he doesn't remember that.
No.
But I bet you remember your spot.
I couldn't. I just was looking at the board and I was going, what? Are you kidding me? You know? And then, I went in there like a ball of fire and started hitting everybody and really spudding them. And then Kurt, of course, I went to hit him and he took a step back. I fell on my face and the whole Battle Royal jumped on me and started beating the living hell out of me. Davey boy, everybody. That damn Kurt got me again. But then I was there to the end, and I mean, it was just amazing to be in that spot. And then, like I said, and at the time, Hulkamania was still running wild.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. And then to have being, me and, Earthquake, and Quake was such a good guy. He's not here no more either, but just to be us two and Jimmy, on the outside of the ring against Hulk, I mean,
great moment.
Unbelievable, yeah. Something you'll never forget. Something that's etched in your brain and your heart, because you know how it was and how great it was,
The day of the Royal Rumble itself, how would they go about putting together the match with 30 guys, plus even some managers running around? It must have taken a little bit of coordination or a big group meeting.
That's what Pat was good for.
Okay. So take us back.
I don't know.
You don't even remember?
No, I don't. I don't know how they did it. They just brought it in, told everybody to come in the room, and there was the board.
So
You're
there was
going
a board
out there.
It would say what number you'd go out and what number you were going to be eliminated.
Yep.
I got you. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
so and who was going to eliminate you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So it wasn't a Hollywood production, so to speak.
Well, it wasn't too hard to figure out who was going to eliminate me when I saw. I couldn't believe that. I was just kept on saying, really? You sure it's not a mistake? Because I just got in. We just got in November.
Yeah,
and then
you were taking Honky Tonk Man spot to begin with.
I
right?
didn't even know.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. Because they called us at the last minute to come down, and we were in Tampa, and they flew us down, and then before you know it, I was on the last three, and I went, damn, that's a good spot to have. But again, that was part of Jimmy Hart's stable. It was me and Sag, it was Earthquake, it was Dino Bravo, it was the Mountie.
Big stable.
Yeah.
Big stable.
Yeah.
We noted that you started on the house show loop in the winter, working with the Bushwhackers, headed into spring. You did a lot of tag team matches on the road with your old friends, former house or apartment mates, I should say, down in Memphis, Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty.
Well, in Minneapolis first.
Oh, you knew them in Minneapolis before Memphis?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
I knew them right away in '86, and it was like clockwork, and they were ahead of their time. The spots they were doing, nobody was doing that. I mean, something like the Rock and Roll Express, but they were more, they were coming up with, things that nobody saw before, with the double slide under and everything. I mean, we had one heck of a match with them at the famous Royal Albert Hall in England. I mean, we tore it up, and we always had good matches with them. That just goes way back from driving down the road, wrestling them back in the 80s, and then, finally when we, it was time to, hit the big team, WWF, we already knew we knew each other so good, and we were friends, and that's how it worked. So
Shawn, often regarded as one of the greatest of all time. I think maybe Marty is very underrated. He was so good, so smooth. Your memories of, is Marty Jannetty the professional wrestler?
Marty's great. Yeah, he was really good. You know what I mean? I think Shawn learned a little bit off him in the beginning, because Marty was in before Shawn. Shawn broke in after Marty, and then they got together. I think they got together in the AWA, but Marty was in Kansas City and different places. But Marty knew how to work, man. Marty could work and do all kind of stuff too. All kind of, stuff that you never saw before. This was back in the AWA days, so not too many people. We came on ESPN, but everybody was watching either NWA down south before turning to WCW or WWF.
Right.
And then if you're in Texas, you were watching Devon Eric's, you know what I mean? And then Bill Watts had the Louisiana territory. So there were still different territories, but the two top ones at the time, or three top ones, were AWA, Vince, of course, WWF, and NWA.
Right.
And people like working with AWA because you would have off in the summer.
Yeah.
You'd work in the winter, so you would actually have a couple months off, which was good because when you were on the road, you're on the road, you know, and you're not home a lot. You're working, making money for the family, you know.
January 21st, 1991, house show, Nasty Boys Bushwhackers. This one just happened to be in the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden. Your memories of the mecca of professional wrestling?
No, unbelievable. Still the best place to wrestle because you know, Madison Square Garden. You can't take that away. So whenever you wrestled at the Garden, it was special. Whoever you wrestled, you know, I mean, it was special. It was Madison Square Garden. And there, you know, just like the Boston Garden, I mean, there was a couple all on the Northeast. There was the Spectrum in Philly.
Yeah.
Then you had Madison Square Garden. You had the Boston Garden, and even the Nassau Coliseum was kind of, you know, great. Always drew, always sold out, and you know, I mean, Boston Garden's like a legendary.
Oh, sure.
The old Garden.
The old one, not the new one.
Yeah, yeah.
New one's like a big warehouse.
Some big rats crawling around in the back of the old Garden.
And they worked at the hotels, too.
Got me with that one. I'm not saying nothing.
Annie still,
I played the fifth.
Annie claims she's the only one that can put a smile on Greg Valentine's face.
I plead the fifth. No comment.
Stan Lane.
That's my brother-in-law.
Stan Lane was known as the man with the educated feet. Annie was known as the woman with the educated tongue. She could do Olympic-style push-ups with it, but that's all right. Wonderful human being that got the boys a good deal at the hotel.
Yeah.
And you need that on the road,
Yeah,
especially with how those expenses would add up.
And it was so close to the airport, and the Hilton's, you know, can't beat the Hilton.
No.
You know, it was a nice hotel, nice bar, you know.
They did have a nice bar downstairs.
Until me and Sag got in WWF, the boys just stayed at the Marriott by the airport.
Mm-hmm.
And me and Sag were like, wait a minute, you know, you're missing out. You know, you got to go down Sunset Boulevard on Saturday night. And, you know, we got to know a lot of guys down there. So we started taking the boys down there, you know. Sunset Social Club was right across from the Chateau Marmont, and you know, the Roxy and the Rainbow. You know, the Rainbow we used to eat there, and you know, always had all kind of stars and that coming in and out. And at the time, you know, WrestleMania 7 was in LA, so it was a big thing. You know what I mean? So, but a lot of times when we were on the road, that's where we stayed. We stayed at a nice hotel right close to the airport. So when, you know, late for a plane or something, you don't have to go 10 miles or 12, you know what I mean? It's right there. So that's what was good about the Hilton. It was right there.
Yeah, it was right there.
It's almost on Logan
You're
Airport's
practically
property.
in the airport. It was so close. Yeah. Another Baltimore. That was another pretty hot town for both
I forgot about that.
WWF
Baltimore
and
Arena.
WWF and WCW.
Yeah.
They both like Baltimore.
Yeah.
That was a hot city.
And always sold out there with both, with WCW and you know, WWF. Always good fans, and you know, the Northeast was really good. I mean, you know, wrestling was. And then kept turned down Chicago, the Rosemont. That was, you know, huge all the time. Always drawing big money. You know, we started with Vern, so we used to go. St. Paul Civic Center, you know, that was way back in the day, and that was a big arena, you know. Yeah, we wrestled most of the greatest arenas in the world at the time, but I agree with you. Madison Square Garden is still number one. Yeah, can't beat that, you know. Joe Frazier, Ali, you know, 1970s, you know, that was right there, main event. I mean, so many, you know, Frank Sinatra, whatever, you know, the Garden, you know, just like it says, if I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere in New York, right? So,
Also at the Rumble, to go back to that big event, Sergeant Slaughter defeated Ultimate Warrior to become the new WWF World Champion. Slaughter was getting a lot of heat as the Iraqi sympathizer that was friends with Saddam Hussein. He promised to take the title to Saddam. Do you think that maybe that gimmick crossed the line a little bit?
No, but actually, you know, Sheik Adnan al-Qaisi was from Iraq.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he had family over there when all that broke out. Some of his family died, you know. And he's still living. I forget where he's living now.
I think he's in Hawaii.
Yeah, and but you know, that made it you know, like really made Sarge official. You know what I mean? So
put it over the top.
But I don't think. I think that's when G.I. Joe didn't like it there. I guess he was still
I think his contract was up with G.I. Joe, which is what allowed him to do it.
But they you know, they still didn't like it because he was, you know,
that character will forever be tied in, right?
Yeah. So, but he was before even that, he was a good heel in some points, different territories. You know, he wasn't just a baby face. Some guys were just baby faces. That's why I think it. Got such a big wow factor with the NWO when Hulk turned, because Hulk had never been Hulk. Wait a minute.
Well,
in the early 80s,
yeah,
Freddie Blassie was his manager.
Yep.
He was a heel.
You remember that.
But after everything popped, you know, he had talk about a run. That was a good run he had there, you know. So, you know, with WWF. So, and he was drawing them. I mean, you can't beat that. I mean, he's just as being a friend of his, he's just a good guy, you know, good-hearted guy, and you know, a lot of things you don't know because he gives a lot back. He does a lot for charity, but he don't let people know. He don't have to. He's not one of them. He does it because he likes to do it.
He wants to, yeah.
Yeah.
And the interactions we've had with him, he did a couple appearances with Pat Catino over at the gym, and some things we did when Hogan was with TNA Impact. One of the classiest guys I've ever seen with the fans, I'll say that much.
Yeah, definitely.
Gives every fan a great experience.
And then John Cena, you know, I mean, look at he made the mark with the Make-A-Wish. I mean, he does so much stuff with Make-A-Wish. I mean, you got to just take your hat off because you got to give back. I mean, you can't just, well, you're in this business, you become famous, and, you know, you got to give back. I mean, you know, I do Children's Hospital, I do Make-A-Wish, I do, you know, I do different stuff. Just like, you know, he asked us to come up for the Paul Bearer event. I mean, how could you say no? I mean, Paul was such a good guy, and it's for such a great cause. And you know, you're actually an asshole if you don't want to do something like that.
Yeah.
Because you got to give back. You know what I mean? I mean, there's some people that, you know, maybe don't like doing it, but me and Sag were never like that. We always like to, you know, do what we can.
Hey, you know what? The business was good to you in a lot of ways. You got to give back to the business.
Exactly.
You know? That's the way I always try and look at it. That someone like Paul Bearer went above and beyond to try and help me as a young person. That he didn't have any need to. He didn't have any necessity in life to say, you know what, I have to try and enrich what Dan Marty can do in wrestling. He took the time because he felt like he wanted to help the cause, to make wrestling a better place by having more people that are well-versed in it.
Yeah.
I don't think you can ever stop giving back.
Back in the day, nobody knows, but when you know, WCW was beating Vince and Sag got hurt, and I went on the independent circuit, I was wrestling Cactus, and then that Sunday I had to wrestle Stone Cold, you know, on pay-per-view. That's when Vince was letting the guys go out, but the independent circuit was unbelievable because you didn't have every Tom, Dick, and Harry thinking they were a promoter. There was only a couple guys, and they take nice buildings, and you were drawing like 4,000 or 5,000 people.
It wasn't Little League Baseball where you paid $100 and everybody got to play a couple innings.
And they always had good guys. Bushwhackers were always on with us. Jimmy Snuka, Greg the Hammer. I mean, the list goes on. You know what I mean? And people would come out, you know, because they weren't with, you know, WWE no more or WCW, and it was an independent. But like Canton, Ohio has a nice little arena there. I guess it holds I think he passed away now. His name was Joe Pizza, but he's friends with the Bushwhackers, and they got me booked there. And brother-in-law Greg, the Hammer, he was doing it for a while, with the independents. And back in the day, the independents were hot, but now, they kind of get watered down a little bit because everybody,
Anyone can
some
do
are
it.
good, some are good, but some aren't good. So, that hurts a little bit.
There's
You know what I
nothing
mean?
special about it.
Right. Exactly.
When everybody and anyone can do it, what makes it special?
Yeah.
Why go out of your way to see it?
Yep.
And
you're
that
right.
can be said for a movie, music, anything
exactly.
like that.
You're right.
That even not to pat myself on the back like Barry Horowitz, but even interviews like this, anyone can set up a camcorder, or anyone can say, "Oh, we're going to do a Zoom interview on a computer or something like that."
Yeah.
Anybody can do that. Here we have a nice studio, we have a nice ambiance, we have a great history. I mean, going back 19 years now.
This is actually one of the best ones.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I was telling you that when we were just talking.
Yeah.
I said this is a fantastic setup, beautiful studio. And we're sitting down talking, distancing, folling all the rules.
I think we are more than 6 feet apart.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yep, more than 6 feet. All right, good.
We
got a social distance even here.
Even if there wasn't the craziness going on like it was, I think you might want to still be 6 feet apart because, the nasty boys, sometimes we don't smell as good as...
You know what? I didn't want to say anything. Especially with what's going on in the bathrooms here, but that's a different story.
Yeah, I know.
For a different time.
Then I go in there and it looks like I did it.
The bathroom was nasty before you even got here, brother.
I know. Did you do that just for us or what?
I'm still waiting for the plumber. I got a text about a plumber at about 11 o'clock, and here we are now. I don't know what the heck time it is, but I guess he had a long ride. I don't know. Or maybe there were a lot of water issues in the area. I don't know. It's always an adventure here in this studio. The same night as WWF taped a Friday night main event special. In 1988, the first Friday night main event they did on NBC with Hogan and Andre did 33 million people. The 1991 version was cut to about a quarter of that. That was the last primetime special on a weeknight that WWF had on NBC. But the same night that was taped, it was during a Superstars of Wrestling challenge. The Nasty Boys won a 7-team tag team battle royal to earn that championship match at WrestleMania 7. Now, going into that night, did you have any idea this battle royal was coming up? Did you?
No, and I don't remember it.
You don't remember winning that tag team battle royal?
No.
I tell you this, back in,
I just saw just recently, because I Facebook, but I'm not on all the time. And
you never respond to me, Brian. Never.
I put likes here and there, but I'm not, like when I see Cactus, he's on it all the time and stuff. You know what I mean? My wife, when I'm at home, I have other things to do, but I like to, put out, like if I'm on something like this, like I retweeted your thing a couple times.
And we appreciate that.
And
when these shows start to air, you can let the fans know that we're doing it.
And I don't really tell, my personal business either on there, like a lot of people do. But when my knee happened, a friend of mine, who's actually a producer, Fred Young, he said, "Hey man, let me do this for you." And I said, "If you want it, Fred," but I didn't want it to go fund me because he knows, at the time I was going to be out of commission for a while, and that's how we make our money, you know what I mean? So, it is what it is. And then this year was a total bust where there's nothing. Thank God there's something like this, you know what I mean?
Well, and I've said that again and again. I'm not sure exactly when this episode is going to air, but you're talking about 8 or 9 months that the boys haven't had live wrestling events to go to. It's been 8 or 9 months, largely, that they haven't been any kind of fan fest. There's been very few autograph signings, a few virtual ones here and there. But like I said, I think this studio can do a lot of goodwill towards the brotherhood if the fans, of course, reach out and support us. If you're watching us during the premiere, don't forget that super chat button is open. It helps keep wrestling legends like Brian Knobbs, Jerry Saggs, Marty Jannetty, Tony Atlas, and so many more working. We have our great Patreon service where you get early ad-free access to all of our talk shows, plus our Studio Shoot Interview DVD library for the cost of a cup of coffee down at Starbucks. You can find that at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. If everybody did just a little bit it would make the work so much easier, you know what I mean? And I truly believe there are millions of fans that have no idea these shows exist, and as more and more fans find us, I think it's really going to continue to grow and grow. The audience we had gross per month, last month it was almost tenfold. So I mean, it's really increased. People are really finding what we're doing. I think the weekly Tuesday night talk show with Tony has become very popular. Thursday night with Marty Jannetty has become popular. I think people like the insight of even John Cena Sr. after SmackDown Friday night at 10 o'clock. Again, it's all about the fans, what they enjoy, what they want to tune in to see.
So Marty, Marty comes up every week?
No, when Marty comes up, we tape many episodes. Marty's been here, I think we've taped 7 times since July.
Yeah.
But we've had weekly episodes ever since, every Thursday night. That's the only feable way to make it happen. You know what I mean? If we can't tape several episodes when the guys are in town. Right.
I mean, don't know when this is on the air, but I'm so glad this was after Thanksgiving and all that stuff, because there's nobody who was at the airports. There weren't that many people on the plane, which is good. And I got to really, the way I am, and not that my health is bad, but just different things, if I catch the virus, that's, don't want to do that, what I mean?
No.
I mean,
we want to keep everybody healthy.
Exactly.
That's how we end the show every week.
Yeah.
Be well, stay healthy.
Yep.
Because you only get one run. It's not like wrestling when you can get the comeback,
no,
right?
Exactly.
Unless you like Undertaker.
No,
But the goal in 2021, Brian, I want to make magic. I know there's a lot of stars out there that we haven't even thought of coming to this studio.
Right.
And that are going to be here, and we're going to create some great content for the fans to enjoy. So you just have to keep giving us that feedback. You have to keep giving us that support. It's all about you guys. Without you guys, there's nothing. Brian and I would be sitting in a studio with no lights on.
Yeah, and there wouldn't be no nasty boys. There wouldn't. I mean,
you'd just be nasty. You wouldn't be a nasty boy.
Yeah, even the Hulkster, says that. Without the fans, the fans are everything. Yeah. And Undertaker even said something, about the guys, and I do too, with wrestling without fans. That's hard to do, man, because that's what you're there for. You're an entertainer is what you're doing. You're entertaining and showing the people a good time, and take some of the stress off of their life for whether it's a 2-hour show or 3-hour show, or I used to like the house shows the best, because this way you could do what you wanted to do. It's just over in about usually 2.5 hours or so, but you could try new things and didn't have to worry so much about time and this and that, and so you could just go out and have fun.
We mentioned around that same time frame a lot of new returning faces, debuting faces were coming into the company to try and get the houses back up, which they did a very good job in doing in 1991. Another return was, you talk about a fresh coat of paint on someone, the former Jacques Rougeau returned to the WWF as the Mountie. Your memory of Jacques as the Mountie, a man that was part of your stable with Jimmy Hart.
Yeah, and he was good. He got a lot of heat, and he could work. He cried a lot about taking the bumps. He had Big Boss Man for a while, so Boss Man was giving him them slams every night. Another good man that's not with us no more.
Yeah. My
Yeah.
gosh, I think he was 04, so it's been 16 years for Boss Man.
Yeah, he was after Kurt.
Yeah. And they were very close friends, too.
Yes. I think it went Kurt and Hawk, I think, and then Boss Man, right? Kind of around each other there.
I'll never forget when Mr. Perfect passed, because he came up to one of our live events for the very first time, February 15th of 03.
He was
and
such a
Kurt
good
had
guy.
died a few days before, and he was really distraught about it.
Yeah. Who died?
Kurt Hennig died a few days before his first appearance with us.
Before you had...
Yeah, before one of our live events. And I remember Percy was very upset when he came in for
Boss
the
Man.
appearance. No, Mr. Perfect.
What was he upset about?
Percy was upset that Mr. Perfect died.
We're talking about Mr. Perfect. Who are you talking about? Boss Man?
No, Paul Bearer.
Oh, Paul. I thought you were referring, because I was putting Boss Man in there. Yeah, Paul was friends with everybody, man.
Yeah.
And everybody liked him. And Kurt was always the jokester. He was always joking, so he was funny, and just like Paul was too. You know what I mean? So,
And you know what? I am going to do the same thing with you that I did with Jerry, because I almost forgot again. Think back to when WrestleMania was in New Orleans in 2018 at the WrestleMania week festivities. They have the WrestleCon.
Right.
We happened to be there with Larry and Irene Henning, and I remember that you and Jerry came over to pay your respects to the man.
Yeah.
And I know that he was slipping. You know, it was less than a year before he'd pass away.
We know them from...
And that meant an awful lot to him, and especially to Irene, too.
Yeah.
You know, that her husband was shown so much respect by not just you, but a lot of the Minnesota guys.
But we knew him. We were at their house and everything back in the day.
And she is just one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet, Irene Henning. I was really glad I got to know her.
Yeah, and Kurt
along
and
with
Elise
Larry.
would come down every Christmas, and they stay down by the beach, and we go out almost every day and have some good times. So yeah, he's a real close friend, and his son Joe's close with me in SAG too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he's a good kid. He was brought up the right way. So. Yeah, too young.
He broke in kind of late, but he had a nice long run in WWE
but
before
a lot
he was
of guys
released.
really too young.
Yeah. Well, we could do episode upon episode about that. Tributes to the different friends we've lost.
Yep.
But again, we talk about new faces in the company. A man that you probably knew from the AWA. At first, he was known as the Viking. But then there was, I don't know if it was some kind of copyright issue with another wrestler, but then he became the Berserker, Big John Nord.
Yeah. He's great. Yeah, he's another Robbinsdale boy. Another Minnesota guy right around that area. They all grew up together. He's doing good. Just talked to Wayne Bloom about him not too long ago, and he's doing real good these days, So he went through a lot of stuff too, with injuries. You can't get around it.
What the hell was that?
That's SAG.
Watch your feet, Jerry, brother. Just so we don't kick anything and unplug it. Welcome back to our humble abode. I couldn't see anything. That caught me off guard. And I lost my train of thought. Oh, Berserker. He had kind of a unique gimmick where instead of trying to win the match via pinfall, he'd take the guy and hurl him over the top rope, and he'd go for a count-out win. I can't think of anyone else in wrestling that ever really did that.
He was mentored by Bruiser Brody.
Yeah.
So you see a lot of Bruiser Brody and
he had a lot of fur
John.
on those boots, too, now that you mention it.
That's Jerry.
And
there's SAG. So
you talk about, geez, you hate to use the word face, but 6 months or so after Brutus Beefcake was in that horrible parasailing accident down in Florida, he returned to the company in kind of a unique role. He was under a mask and referred to as the Mariner, almost a military-type guy that would run off heels after their squash match wins. Was it good for Brutus to be around the boys again? The gimmick itself didn't last all that long, but at
you're
least
not talking when him and Hulk got back together with the...
No, that was 93.
Yeah.
This is 91.
That's when we got
he had
out
he
of
wore
our
a little
spot when we were supposed to win the
Well,
belts.
I remember you.
I don't think I forgot about that.
That one stung a little. We're
Well,
still in
my whole
91.
family came out and everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we all knew it, and then in that month, it just happened like that. We were already up to, I think it was April 1st, and March, we found out March 1st that, we were in Europe, and Ted and IRS, they'd come over right away. They stayed for Monday Night Raw to shoot the angle.
Oh.
And then we found out over there, and that's when, we kind of supposedly got an attitude problem, but we were, kind of like, pretty pissed off because
Who wouldn't be pissed off at that point?
6, 7 months we were wrestling them guys, had a great angle going, and just because, it was what it was. So,
we'll get there, though. We'll get there.
It's all good. It is. At first it wasn't, but then we were there for only like another year, and then after that
after you're talking a couple of months.
No, I think 94 we left.
No, you were in WCW by the summer of 93.
Oh, were we?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
See, you know better than me.
Well, you had to live it. I can only I watched it on television. You had to live it and experience it,
Yeah.
But now just
But that's what's good to always have another. That's why AEW is good, because it's it's hard to, you know, revamp you. It's like a big circle. So it was always good that you could go somewhere else and then go for 2-3 years down there and then come back and then you're hot again back with the WWE. You know, so it was always
Fresh
good to
coat
go.
of paint.
And then when that was, you know, after 2000, there was just one company. Kind of, you know, it hurt the business a lot because there was nowhere for nobody to go.
Right.
You know. So, you know, it's good to see AEW doing as good as they are.
And knock on wood, they continue to succeed and grow and grow and grow.
And some great matches and great talent. And there's another guy I take my hat off to, Jericho.
Yeah.
He's still out there doing it. He's 50, you know.
Hell, great condition for a man at his age, yeah.
Yeah, and he still does the rock star thing and everything, you know. So, yeah. But Undertaker still tops everybody, you know, 30-year run.
I don't know who's going to top that, if anybody.
No one will.
Jericho's had a great run, but not an Undertaker
Yeah, but
run.
not WWE the whole time.
I mean, too.
And you know, and great matches and main events all the time, you know. So.
Yeah, Jericho could kind of be ebb and flow with where he was positioned on the card. Great career nonetheless, but just not an Undertaker
He does.
career.
I like his ideas and stuff, though. I watch both of them. I still watch, you know. So, you know, I got I tape them so I can go buy something.
DVR,
So, you know, but I think all the talent today is incredible. Stuff they do, you know. I mean, high flying off here and there, any second. Could go wrong, and you there goes your leg, neck, back, whatever, and then you're injured from, you know, I mean.
Brian, I look at it like this. There's a lot of people right now that don't like how wrestling is presented on TV. They miss the good old days and so on. But I don't think anyone with an open mind can deny that in 2020, 2021, you have probably the best production values you've ever seen, state-of-the-art production values, along with probably the most athletic roster in the history of the industry. Now, whether you like how it's presented, how you like that jigsaw puzzle is put together, that is debatable, certainly. But as far as these men as athletes, my God.
But in our era, all the guys were 250 and above. Everybody was big.
In your era,
even
you look
Dynamite
like men.
Kid.
You look like men.
Well, even Dynamite Kid, he was short. But
small they are. I mean, compared to, look at the size of you. Look at the size of Jerry.
Yeah.
And just some of the veterans of that day and age. Even Savio, when he was here, he was still very thick.
Yeah, so still big.
And you have, in some cases, talents on Major League Television shows that look like they still could be in high school if you found out. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
So I think that's hurt the business. That's one of the negatives right now. One man's opinion.
But what are you going to do, you know? Because right now there's, you know, all kind of rules. Like I say that to everybody. Football's changed. Basketball's changed. Hockey's changed. I mean, look at it. You can't even hit the quarterback the way you used to. So wrestling's going to change too. I mean, you change with the times, and that's the way it is. So, you know, if you like wrestling, you still watch, and those who don't, you know, definitely tell us when we're signing for them, you know, like, your era was the, you know, that, and it's always between that 80s, 90s era there. They're just, the characters they had in that, it just, you know, it just, a lot of good thinking, you know what I mean? So, I mean, just think about it. I mean, there's, you know, from, you know, you had Tito, you had the model, Rick Martel, I mean, guys that just you know, Mountie, you said he switched, and Papa. How about he went from Papa to this, he went to a couple of years.
He was a UFC fighter for a while, then he was part of the Nation of Domination, then he was a pimp.
Then he had, that's the one that fits him the best.
Yep, he lived the gimmick that time. March 11th, the TV taping that took place before WrestleMania to air after WrestleMania. We mentioned Sergeant Slaughter with General Adnan, but we had a unique return. Former WWF World Champion, the Iron Sheik, returned not as Sheiky Baby, but as Colonel Mustafa.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the return of your old buddy, the Sheik, to the WWF with a whole new look and even a whole new name?
Well, it was good because, you know, he was one of the pioneers to start everything back in the 80s when the big, you know, put it this way, wrestling was always big. I mean, if you look all the way back with Bruno and Zbyszko, and we're selling out Shea Stadium. I mean, you know, back in '72, Andre wherever Andre went. You know, I mean, that if you saw that HBO special, he was drawn all over the world. And at that time, they didn't even have, you know, like today, they at least have, you know, places for big guys like that. Not that big, but, you know, to sit and all that stuff.
Right.
He had to go through hell and back, and he did, you know. And back in the day, he could drop kick and everything.
Well, yeah.
You know, so, I mean, it's definitely, you know, like I said, everything changes, but the product's still great. And then, like you said, like how they did do the Raw and the SmackDown now, they really light it up with the screens. Like at first they didn't. And AEW is good, but they didn't get that far yet. They still, you know, have the guy, you know, some little couple fans there, but you know, at least there it's like you said, a lot of flashlights and it looks sharp, you know. So they're always thinking. That's you know, Kevin Dunn. He's a genius. You know.
Well, and he's been think about how long that man has been at the company in that position.
From the start. You know, not the start, but I think from way back, you know, in the WrestleMania, first WrestleMania, I think he was there doing something. I know he moved up. You know,
he was. I mean,
I don't know how long he actually was there, but I know he was there for a
remember
while.
his name in the credits, even in the early '80s, in the late '80s on Primetime Wrestling, the USA show, where they'd have
Emerald was
cameraman,
fun, weren't
director, and I loved Primetime.
Yeah,
when
that
Bobby and
was
Gorilla
fun,
hosted it.
yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
And then Vince and Bobby, and then
Vince would come out wearing those Zubaz type outfits later on.
And then we were we were on a bunch of them shows, you know.
How was Sheiky Baby at that point with the medicine? Was he all right, or it wasn't a very long run for him that time? But
Cheek's always been Cheek. You know what I mean?
It's always been a medicine.
Yeah, well, yeah, and you know, so, but you know, one of the greatest guys, you know,
without a doubt.
And now, you know, his injuries too. I mean, he's getting up there, and like I told you, he was an Olympic champion. So from being there,
what a life! If only they could have told the true story in that documentary that they put out a couple of years back. But
I never saw that. Oh,
you were interviewed for it.
Yeah, with the two guys from Toronto.
Two pieces of garbage.
I don't think they did Sheiky right there.
No.
I know who you're talking
No,
about.
they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't. But it was.
They needed a good open hand Andre slap.
Yeah. It was unique to see Sheik come back as a different person, though. I was not expecting that. Similar in a match taped for a return after WrestleMania. Ricky Steamboat came back, only they got rid of the name Ricky Steamboat. He was just the Dragon, certainly one of the great in-ring match-by-match performers of the generation. That must have been certainly a great addition to the roster.
Unbelievable. I mean, Ricky was just what a fantastic worker. I mean, him and Macho's match in WrestleMania 3 was still, you know, I mean, one of the top matches you can ever watch. I mean,
even now.
Even now. Yeah, back and forth, back and forth. You know, and they weren't small guys either.
No. In those times, they were smaller guys, but you put them on TV right now, and they'd be at least average, if nothing else.
Mach was big, dude.
Your thickness, but I'm talking about height-wise and such.
No, height-wise, no, but, you know, he was pumped.
He was a big man, thick man, a believable,
And
believable
Ricky,
man.
Yep.
When you saw, that's not someone you'd want to cross.
And Ricky could do almost anything, too. I mean, some of his matches with Flair, unbelievable. You know what I mean?
They did a really good job retooling that roster in 1991 to make the product all that much more enjoyable and watchable. Because, like I said,
it was all the different gimmicks and stuff.
Yeah.
And different managers, and everybody worked as a team. So even the referees in there, you know what I mean? We had Joey Morella, you know, Gorilla's son, you know, and
another one we lost.
Yeah. And then what's his name? He just got let go. I couldn't believe it.
Tony Chimmel?
Mike
Chioda.
No, Chioda. Chioda was there forever too, you know.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. You know.
Well, you know, I have a lot of friends in WWE. WWE has been very good to us over the years, but sometimes you just have to share an opinion. We're all entitled to them, I guess.
Yeah, and like I said, everything changes, so nothing stays the same. Just
Right.
and it's not just pro wrestling; it's everything.
It's every form of sport and
every form-
entertainment.
Yes, exactly.
And 20, 30 years from now, it'll look different than it does now.
Exactly. Exactly.
There is going to be a generation of fans that look at what many don't like in 2020 is the good old days someday.
Yes.
When they're in their
Exactly.
30s and 40s and 50s.
But you go back, you can go all the way back to like you're talking about Patterson in the 50s, and you had Gorgeous George.
Yep.
And they were drawing big houses back then.
Yep.
People don't even know it, but they were, it wasn't like just when Hulk's in WrestleMania and that. I mean, it exploded worldwide, kind of, but it was always big in them different territories. I mean, Florida was a big, breeding ground for guys to come in and out.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Sure.
And Eddie Graham
Especially
was
when
running.
Eddie
Graham was running it. So. You just look back and you see Bob Geigel in Kansas City had Harley, and you can't not say Harley Race. He was a man among men.
Another man that sat in your very seat. It was great to have Harley here. His stories were fantastic when we had him. I wish we could have had him more before he passed away. That's why I stress.
He was one tough SOB, too.
Absolutely. That's why these shows are so important, to document these memories and these legends. WWE never made a 3-disc Harley Race DVD documentary, so without shows like this, a lot of those stories, they go with them,
Yeah.
Let me ask you this one. The big night, WrestleMania 7, as we documented, you defeated the Hart Foundation to become WWF Tag Team Champions. You're in the history books, the record books. What was it like to hear Howard Finkel make that announcement and the new World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, the Nasty Boys?
I don't know. We were laying on the floor, beat up, going, yeah. It actually it sounded like, because I told my dad, talked about it.
Now, did your dad go to the show?
No. But all of my brother and all of our friends went. And my wife, she was my girlfriend at the time, she went, and had one of the greatest times ever. And then at the end of the night, we ended up going over to Santa Monica with Kurt and Sean and Larry the Axe, who kept on telling Kurt I was full of shit, that Willie Nelson wasn't staying there. And we ended up partying with Willie till like 6 in the morning. And then from there, 6 or 7, and then at like 9:30, we had to be at Gold's Gym to do stuff with Vince for that prime time after we just won the belts. And we were still half lit up, especially being with Willie, but what a heck of a time, what a heck of a party.
Marty told the story that it was a lot of medicine that night, and Willie wound up becoming kind of one of the tag team champions. Did Willie actually get the belt?
He sang Angel Flying Too Close to the Ground for me, and I gave him the belt.
Now, why did you give him the belt?
Because,
it was that
he's
good.
one of my heroes, and he's awesome, and he's a hero, and he's a true icon, and he does anything for people. And at that time, I already had known him, I think 4 years.
So he wasn't a stranger to you?
No. I know him from Dusty, 88. We met him, and then in 91.
Oh, wow, okay.
He came and sang, It was so funny because when he was doing his rehearsal, everybody was around Lanza and everybody's around the ring looking at Willie. And when we walked up, he stopped and he said, "What are you doing, boys?" This and that. And we got in the ring to hug him, and everybody was like, "How do the Nasty Boys know Willie Nelson?" So, but and I still know him real good to this day. He's been a friend of mine. I've been to his picnics, and I did the Best Damn Sports Show, and went out there and, went out to one of the picnics and interviewed Merle Haggard, and Barry Switzer was there, and Toby Keith.
Oh, wow.
And, they had Grateful Dead, but Garcia wasn't with them anymore, and then I interviewed Willie,
That's really impressive.
Yeah.
Willie Nelson, wow.
Yeah.
Did Willie keep the belt?
No, I had to ask him back after we were ready later. I said, Willie, I'm sorry, but he wore it. I had pictures with him wearing it. He wore it like it was a country belt buckle. He loved it. Oh, yeah.
Now, what was Vince McMahon's reaction the morning after WrestleMania after giving you the belt to only find out that Willie Nelson had one of them?
No.
He didn't know?
No, he never. He knew later, but I got it back before I left that night. You know.
Oh, so he didn't keep it for a prolonged period.
No.
Oh, I
I
see.
gave it to him. He wore it. He was having fun, and then I said, "I'm sorry, Willie, but I have to get that back. I got to shoot TV tomorrow." And he laughed. He said, "I thought you gave it to me." So he, you know.
Do you think Willie wanted it?
He would have loved to have it. Yeah, and he likes to joke around.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had a good time. You know, everybody that was there, and a lot of people came over with us. You know, and we went from there, and then the bar shut down, and then all of us went on the bus. Mr. Perfect and Sean was there, and Larry the Axe, and all.
Isn't that great that Kurt used to take Larry and bring him to some of those big shows? Because
Well,
Larry loved being on the road.
Well, Larry, you know, he's the one that introduced wrestling to his son. He was a big wig in AWA.
Oh, yeah?
You know, yeah, and strong. He's the only one. Hawk said he gave him the double axe, you know, the axe that. He was my eyes twirled in the back of my head after I gave him. So, you know, he was the real deal. The old good old Larry the Axe.
I'm glad that we brought him to WrestleMania in New Orleans a couple of years ago. And like I said, I'm glad that you and Jerry and 123 Kid and Demolition all came over to just give him a couple moments of your time and catch up with him. And it meant a lot to him. And especially it meant a lot to Irene.
Yeah,
because she's just such a nice lady.
Well, we had to because we've known them. They're like family, you know.
And that was probably the last time you ever saw him.
Yeah.
Because he passed that December.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Tough.
Yeah.
But you know what? At least he was a gentleman that was in his 80s as opposed to some of our friends that we lose in the 30s and 40s. He lived a full life.
Yes, he did.
He lived a full life.
Yep.
And he meant an awful lot to the business.
And he saw his grandson Joe.
Yeah, he even got to manage him a couple of times, which I thought was great.
Yeah, so
I think it was a pre-show match on a WWE pay-per-view. He got to go out and manage his grandson, which I'm sure meant the world to him. And I'm sure Mr. Perfect looked down from up there and he had a big smile on his face too.
Exactly.
And, you know, I bet a lot of our friends right now is sitting around saying, what are crazy knobs and sags talking about in that TV studio with that crippled guy?
Yeah.
Maybe we're entertaining them too. Who knows?
Exactly.
They're
having some hellacious matches up there.
I tell you this, SummerSlam weekend when Marty was here, we were going to do a watch-along where we watch the actual pay-per-view when we comment on it while the fans watch us and they go back and forth. Yeah. And just as we were getting ready to do it, after we were talking about Percy, the power to the building went out. And I said, you know what? He's fucking with me. And if someday when I make it up there I find out that to be true, I won't be surprised.
Well, we come here and the bathrooms ain't working, and what the heck? Jesus. Just because we're the nasty boys, I mean, come on.
You'd think you'd be the ones that caused it, right?
Yeah.
Not a ride.
Well, that's why I had to tell you. I said, hey, wait a minute. That wasn't me. Oh, God.
Well, you know, Brian, we've had a lot of fun. I want to have you back here in 2021. You guys, you may be nasty in spirit, but the kindness you've extended for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, beyond coming in for the great interviews, we did the virtual autograph signing, and again, for the fans that couldn't join us live, they might have been busy on a Saturday,
Yes.
they might have been out Christmas shopping, or
Yes.
God only knows. Look at the weather out here. Their power might have gone out.
Yeah.
They can still get the VIP package with the photos and the posters, anything that was left over from the virtual signing. You guys were nice enough to sign before you left. Again, that shows the heart of the individuals. And again, as life perks back up, anytime you have anything nasty you want to promote, you've got our show. We got a heck of a lot of fans that have been tuning in.
Well, love to come back. Me and Sag would love to come up. We always loved Boston. Was one of our favorite towns. Like
and I may
said.
have to come down to Tampa to see a Rays game with you. We'll have to wait and see about that.
Yeah, I'll hook
I'm
you
a
up down there.
diehard baseball fan.
Oh, I'll hook you up down there.
Briscoe likes going too. Did you know that? Jerry likes going to the Rays games now?
I didn't see him too much, but I got John. He started going to him. Cena, was going
Oh,
to them.
did he? You started going to the Rays games? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And then he was there for one of the World Series, and then he had a booth up there. So
oh, wow.
I was down in the front row, and after the game was over, we went up, and he had it was loaded, a big cooler full of Jack, this, that, the other. Oh my word!
Did you go up?
Yeah, me and Sag went up and partied. We partied, then took the thing down. Yeah, we had a hell of a time, dude.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Nice memory. Well,
Yeah.
the Cenas are good people. John Cena Sr. has been part of our organization. It's unbelievable. 15 plus years now that we've known Johnny Sr. with his famous line of Fabo Pop Soda. But we're running out of time on this episode, fans. We need your feedback. Do you want to get us nasty more? Do you want more knobs? Do you want more sags? Let us know. We've had a lot of great new guests come in through the end of 2020 thanks to the Paul Bearer Toy Drive Cyber Fan Fest. Anytime you guys want to see these greats, if you'll help make it happen, well, we're willing to do the legwork, folks. For my friend Brian Nobbs, I'm Dan Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
And stay nasty.
What a night, what a week, folks. We hope you've enjoyed our Wrestling Insider Special Edition Marathon and need your help to keep Boston Wrestling MWF going and growing. Please give this marathon video a big thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel for free. Click the notification bell so you always get updates on new content. Please share the links to our great videos across all of social media, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, and more. If you enjoyed all of our live episodes and marathons this week, again, don't forget to tip the bartender. The YouTube Super Chat is open for business using the gray $ symbol below the Premier Chat, or even using PayPal with the email address bw@bostonwrestling.com. We need all the support we can get to keep our great in-studio shoot interviews rolling into the spring and summer. Our eBay store is open 24/7 around the globe. You can find the link in the description box below. What a better weekend to add to your wrestling collection than WrestleMania weekend. We also need you, yes you, to join our Boston Wrestling MWF family on Patreon, where you get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider in-studio shoot interviews. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library has been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show. Patreon exclusive videos and news updates, and the knowledge that you, again, yes you, are helping keep professional wrestling legends working during the worst of times at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Don't forget, tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m., WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe will be with us, L-I-V-E live, for a cyber autograph signing. Pre-order your autograph photos now at bostonwrestling.com. We also have a few signed photos left from other superstars that were with us this weekend. Our schedule should be normal on Monday, but we will be back with another near 12-hour marathon on Tuesday as we begin our journey back from Florida to Boston. Hopefully it won't be too cold compared to Tampa. I'm sure you're going to have a fun afternoon with myself and Tony. Not sure what's going to happen on Wednesday as of yet. I hope to have a new Wrestling Insider Special Edition at your fingertips at 10 p.m., but I know for certain we'll be back in business with Wrestling Insiders Thursday and Friday nights with Marty Jannetty and John Cena Sr. at 10 p.m. Would love your feedback on tonight's marathon in the Premier Chat on the right-hand side of the screen or after the fact in the comment section below. You can also shoot us an email at bw@bostonwrestling.com. It's been a long, exhausting, yet amazing week. Wrestling fans, good night from Tampa.